The entire Duke's family gathered at the communal table to share a meal. The heroine listened as her brothers tried to persuade their younger sister to eat a carrot. The girl didn't like it, but Leonardo insisted she needed to eat well to be healthy. Her younger brother suggested that the girl should just give up and eat the poor carrot. The father yelled at the boys because he was sure that none of them had the right to force his daughter to eat something she didn't like. The man was surprised that a dish with Leanna's least favorite ingredient ended up on the table. After his words about the maids being able to say goodbye to the person who prepared the menu, the girls shuddered. Leanna couldn't take it and got up from her seat, begging her father not to commit that act. She ran to the man and, looking him in the eyes, realized that they couldn't fire him from work unanimously. The man couldn't resist his daughter's charm, so he promised to forgive this mistake this time. The brothers immediately rushed to praise the girl for her kindness and caring nature. Only the heroine couldn't stand an adult 20-year-old girl being called Bunny. She felt uncomfortable being behind that chest, which Leonardo noticed. However, the girl couldn't say that her appetite had disappeared due to the scene unfolding, so she referred to an illness. The boy promised that if Leanna ate all the carrots, her brother would give her a gift. Leonardo promised to do it, which surprised Leanna because today wasn't even her birthday. Years. At that moment, the middle brother leaned over to Leonardo and whispered that he should give his wife a gift so she wouldn't get angry. However, he just sighed wearily and pointed out that there was no reason for a gift. Then the girl couldn't take it anymore and reminded him that they had been married for exactly 2 years. And today was their anniversary. Leonardo looked so surprised, as if he had actually forgotten what had happened. The brother and sister immediately rushed to mock their brother, who turned out to be a terrible husband. Even his father realized that the boy should take better care of his family since he created it. The heroine held on with all her might and tried not to react to the surrealism she had been observing for the last half hour. Leonardo admitted he was guilty and that he had forgotten the anniversary, but he said it in a tone as if he didn't acknowledge his mistakes. The man continued and pointed out that nowhere is it written that a husband is obligated to give his wife gifts on their wedding anniversary. But at first, our heroine thought she was lucky to enter the world of the novel. She died in a car accident, but was given a second chance. Suddenly, she woke up in her favorite novel, returned to the Road of Flowers. Leanna was a pathetic orphan from the slums who had no bright future. However, the head of the noble family, Duke Cassio, his eldest son Leonardo, and his younger son, Laham managed to change the girl's destiny. They adopted Leanna and welcomed her into their family, giving her much love and care. The heroine really liked reading about how these three spoiled Leanna, but it turns out that reading and watching what happens is so far from being the same thing. The heroine was reborn as Elsa Valles, the wife of the main character's older brother in the novel. She was one of the most nondescript characters and didn't appear often, but the girl was still happy to have married her favorite character. His hair was the color of the sun, and one could easily drown in his blue eyes. The husband was ideal, and in many respects resembled his father. She was a little annoyed because the girl had married only for convenience. But most importantly, she really ended up in the Duke's family from her favorite novel. The girl thought there couldn't be a better place for a fan of the novel. That was what she thought at first, but now everything that was happening made her incredibly angry. Leonardo noted that the wedding anniversary was a common holiday, but assumed that the girl hadn't prepared a gift for him. While reading the novel, the heroine never thought about how Elsa felt. Leonardo left her alone during their honeymoon and sent her a first anniversary gift through an assistant. Every time the girl approached him, the young man was invariably busy. Sometimes, when he had a rare day off, Elsa hoped to be able to spend it with her husband. However, even on such days, the young man preferred to dedicate all his attention to his younger sister. Because of this, Elsa felt abandoned and was alone all the time. While reading the book, she never thought the main character would be so indifferent towards his wife. So she couldn't take it anymore and threw the gift in her husband's face. With this outburst of anger, the girl surprised everyone gathered, including the family and the servants of this house. She looked in such a way that no one had any doubt that this incident was intentional. Elsa was tired of enduring that kind of treatment, so she loudly announced that she demanded an immediate divorce. After this, the girl turned her back on her husband and proposed starting divorce proceedings immediately. The young man was so stunned that he literally lost the power of speech. The maids tried to stop their mistress, but didn't dare to contradict her. Elsa returned to her room and was going to take a few things before leaving that house. She knew she couldn't leave empty-handed, so she prepared a suitcase in which she wanted to pack her things. Leonardo burst into the girl's room, which surprised her, as she thought it would take him longer to come to his senses. The young man didn't understand why the girl wanted a divorce and why she wasn't happy with their marriage. At first, Elsa had no intention of giving him explanations and simply demanded that he get out of the way. She didn't understand why her irresponsible husband decided that the whole problem was that he had forgotten their anniversary. Leonardo admitted that they had difficulties, but that was normal in a marriage of convenience. Elsa herself understood this, which surprised the young man even more. At that moment, his attention turned to a beautiful dress that was in the corner of the room. Leonardo took off his cape and reminded her that the girl had worn it at their wedding when they had good times. However, Elsa surprised him when she realized that those weren't the good times he thought. She added that she felt bad at that time, and that anyway, it wasn't even her wedding dress. A couple of months before the wedding, there was a dress fitting at the salon. Elsa tried on one outfit after another and went out to show it to her future husband. Leonardo tried to express his opinion and ensure that the girl's outfits suited her very well. The shop owner asked what other styles the girl would like to try. Elsa's family believed she wouldn't find a better man anywhere, so they didn't allow her to turn down the duke's son. Even her brother was sure that his sister simply had to become a duchess. Her whole family was selfish, but until recently they weren't in a hurry to sell the girl. Elsa was delighted because this shop was famous, because the dresses were created by the best designer in the empire. Each model was a true masterpiece. Suddenly, Liena burst into their private room and greeted her brother. She admitted that she wanted to see her future sister-in-law try on her dresses. At first, Elsa was happy with so much attention because she dreamed of a family like in her favorite novel. The girl thought her dreams would come true because by marrying the duke's son, she would finally become part of their family. However, unexpectedly, Liena approached the hangers where options for wedding dresses were hanging. She asked her older brother if she could try on at least one outfit. Liena noted that she would only do this if her future sister-in-law didn't object. The girl admitted that the dress Elsa was wearing was incredibly beautiful. The heroine perfectly understood the girl because she also always wanted to try on wedding dresses. That's why she didn't mind the main character of her favorite novel having fun with her. Elsa personally asked the salon owner to bring them some smaller size options. Even the young man gave in when he saw that his sister and future wife had conspired. A little later, the Duke and the hero's younger brother joined them in the room. Looking for Liena, Elsa was a little embarrassed that the girl wanted to try on her dress, and her brothers weren't happy that the bride was in her own room. However, she was distracted from these thoughts because Liena came out of the fitting room and showed an incredible wedding dress. Everyone in the room was amazed by her appearance. The girl turned from side to side and wanted the family to tell her their impressions. At first, Laham was surprised to discover that his younger sister was suddenly wearing a wedding dress. The father remembered that just yesterday the girl had told her father that, when she grew up, she dreamed of being a bride. It was only at this point that Elsa began to notice that the relationships in the family seemed a bit strange. She hoped that, unlike her younger brother, Leonardo hadn't intended to marry Liena when he was a child. However, the young man destroyed all her hopes when he reminded her that he was first in line to become her boyfriend. At that moment, Elsa completely lost the essence of what was happening, because right now he was her own fiancé. Liena ordered her father and brothers to stop recalling that childish jargon. The girl announced that she was going to try on another dress. Soon, she emerged from behind the screen with a new outfit and showed it to her family again. Her father and brothers were delighted, but Elsa didn't know how to react. The second dress was followed by a third, then a fourth, and in the end, Liena tried on almost all the outfits in the salon. And every time, invariably, her family gave her all their support and admired her appearance. When the girl got tired, she took her father and younger brother with her, and they went to have tea. Elsa was glad that her future family had finally left, because the girl was already tired of their pressure. However, unexpectedly, her future husband Leonardo proposed to the girl walking down the aisle in one of the dresses in which her sister looked beautiful. Elsa explained all this to her husband, who seemed dejected. The young man was sure that it was the girl who had tried it on, which angered his wife even more. However, Elsa stood firm and firmly stated that it wasn't her who tried on the dress, but her younger sister, Liana. Leonardo tried to convince the girl that he could never make such a mistake, and that it was she who was confusing everything. The man didn't consider himself stupid, and was confident that he would be able to distinguish the two dresses. He even suggested that Elsa was making it all up on purpose, to have something to blame her husband for. The girl got very angry after hearing her husband accuse her of lying. Leonardo immediately backpedaled, but didn't retract his words that he couldn't have confused the girls. The man claimed they really were somewhat similar, which enraged the girl even more, who didn't see any similarity. Leonardo didn't understand why Elsa didn't say anything if she felt offended, because someone else was trying on her dress. It sounded like he wanted to say that the girl had only just remembered it and had been silent this whole time. Instead of answering, Elsa asked if the boy remembered what she asked him during dinner. Leonardo thought for a moment, but couldn't understand what was being discussed. He remembered that the girl had no appetite. Then his brother asked him about the gift, and then Elsa started talking about divorce. However, the girl wasn't satisfied with the answer and asked him to think about it again. However, all the young man could remember was how he communicated with his sister and spent time with her at the table. Elsa realized that that is exactly how they perceive her in this house, as an empty space. This happens even though she is the legal wife of the heir, and before the wedding it was even worse. Elsa grabbed her suitcase and headed to the exit, explaining that Leonardo was completely unaware of his mistakes. Not long ago, he was so rude that during an argument he suggested she try on someone else's dress. At that moment, different thoughts went through her head, one worse than the other. Then Elsa thought that the groom's family didn't know her well yet. She didn't want to jump to conclusions and decided to be patient for a while. But in the end, there was no place for her in this house nor in their hearts. Leonardo felt a bit uncomfortable, but tried to justify himself by saying that his family members were very close to each other. However, Elsa didn't consider herself close to them, which is why she was going to leave that house. The young man grabbed her by the shoulder and tried to stop her and continue the conversation. However, Elsa couldn't stand such treatment and hit him on the hand. She announced that she would prepare all the papers and send them by mail, and that her husband would only have to sign them. After that, the girl continued walking towards the house exit, and Leonardo ran after her and tried to stop her. He was surprised that his wife, always quiet and calm, had changed so much suddenly. Upon leaving the room, Elsa realized that the entire family and the servants had gathered downstairs. They still didn't take her words seriously, so they felt uncomfortable and didn't really try to stop her. Even the Duke tried to tell the girl that she shouldn't make hasty decisions. However, Elsa walked past them in silence, without changing her decision to leave that house for even a second. Soon she arrived in the city and settled into a hotel where she could finally rest. The girl packed her things in a hurry and didn't take many things, but she still felt comfortable, because all sorts of little things could be resolved later. The first thing she was going to do was get a divorce while her husband remained on the estate. Leonardo did nothing, because he was sure that his wife was just a little angry. But later, she would calm down and return home. However, Laham wasn't so sure of this, because the girl clearly said she wanted a divorce. Leonardo thought his wife was a wise woman. She just got a little heated and started threatening with divorce, but very soon common sense would return to her. Their marriage wasn't originally based on feelings, so they are far from being the most important part of it. The brother was interested in knowing what Leonardo would do if this didn't happen. He didn't understand how the guy could be so sure that the divorce threats were just to get attention. However, Leonardo explained that he was so calm because Liana told him everything would be fine. The girl always gave them valuable advice, and sometimes could say something that completely surprised the interlocutor. Both brothers admitted that the girl is always right in her judgments. That's why Leonardo was absolutely sure that the divorce wouldn't happen. The next morning, at the Duke Cassio estate, a servant knocked on the eldest son's room. Before he had time to announce that a guest was waiting for him at the main door, Leonardo had already run out of his room. He ran as fast as he could to greet the guest, because he was sure it was his wife who had returned home. However, the guy was very surprised when instead of her, he saw a common and ordinary messenger near the entrance. The young man said that Lady Elsa had asked for the envelope with the documents to be delivered to him personally. Leonardo opened the envelope and took out documents that contained the divorce declaration signed by the girl. The young man saw the documents and his hands immediately began to shake. The next day he arrived at the appointed time and place to meet Elsa. The young man was very nervous and couldn't wait for the moment when the girl would finally appear. He immediately ran to Elsa and tried to find out why she sent him the documents. However, the girl behaved as calmly as possible and explained that this declaration was necessary for her divorce to be approved. Leonardo felt offended by this statement because he had been worried about his wife all this time. Elsa reminded him that she didn't ask him to worry about her. Then Leonardo tried to yell at the girl, but she answered him in the same way. The young man was so unaccustomed to her behavior that he immediately took a step back and stayed silent. Elsa was satisfied with this performance because she also knew how to be strong and firm. The young man cleared his throat and explained that after the girl left, he had been thinking a lot and had begun to admit his mistakes. However, Elsa didn't listen to him and suggested they talk about it after he signed the divorce papers. Leonardo didn't understand why his wife was acting so coldly towards him. Then the girl couldn't take it anymore and admitted that she simply didn't care what he had imagined. She didn't understand why she had to instantly forgive her husband when he apologized. She had to keep a smile on her face no matter the situation and had to play the victim of the situation. Elsa was simply going to separate on good terms and never see each other again. However, the young man had no intention of following her and tore up the divorce application. Supposedly by accident, he thought there was nothing else that could be done and that it would be better for them to go somewhere and discuss everything calmly. However, he was very surprised when the next second, Elsa took a copy of the declaration out of her purse, which she had brought just in case. Leonardo immediately snatched it from her hands and tore it into small pieces. However, the girl was also prepared for this move and kept pulling out copy after copy. So they stood in the middle of the street, without stopping tearing up each new form. Leonardo got tired of this and snatched the entire folder with documents from the girl's hands. He declared that even if she brought 100 copies with her, he still wouldn't accept the divorce. Elsa simply sighed deeply and admitted that then she would have to resolve things through the courts. Since there was no other option, Leonardo was sure that the girl wouldn't drag him to court because it was impossible to defeat his family. However, the next second, the heroine took a deep breath and shouted at the top of her lungs that she was asking her husband for a divorce. The townspeople heard the famous duke's name and immediately began to listen to their conversation to learn the details. Leonardo saw the people's growing attention and immediately tried to hide his face. Elsa knew that now the rumors of their divorce would spread throughout the capital, and the first objective had been met. The girl knew she was willing to lose her dignity in an unfair fight. She walked calmly past her future ex-husband and promised him that she would never be the first to give in. The girl emerged from the crowd and looked frustrated because she had no choice but to go to court. She knew her husband was faithful, didn't use physical violence, didn't insult her. He didn't waste family capital on gambling, and didn't have illegitimate children. One of the grounds for divorce could also be the man's refusal to provide financial support for a period longer than 2 months. However, Elsa remembered very well that her husband gave her 5,000 gold coins every month, in addition to money for her expenses. She didn't want to admit it, but at first glance Leonardo might seem like a very worthy husband. The girl only had one reason for requesting a divorce, but it is a very intimate matter that she is not yet prepared to discuss with a lawyer. Elsa was incredibly surprised when Leonardo caught up with her in an alley and confessed his love. The girl didn't understand how she had managed to choose such a stubborn ram as a partner. She didn't understand why she should believe his words, because Leonardo didn't love her at all. However, he tried to convince her that he married her because he fell in love with her. And now, he doesn't want a divorce because he still loves her. He admitted that he had had many much more profitable matches, but only she caught his attention. Elsa couldn't listen to this nonsense anymore, and admitted that she knew perfectly well why she had been chosen for the role of bride. Did he mention the abandoned mines in Andal that belonged to her? From the original novel, the girl knew that Liena wanted to take possession of these mines. This is precisely the reason why Elsa became the older brother's fiancée. At one time, they were extracting ore at full speed, but little by little, the vein was exhausted, and then they were abandoned. They couldn't imagine that they would become a true treasure. Leonardo was scared to see that the girl recognized his cunning. Now he had no way to convince her of his feelings. Elsa said that her husband confessed this to her when he was drunk. Of course it was just a lie, because the guy didn't have time to talk to her even when he was drinking. However, the girl kept insisting that Leonardo confess to her that their marriage was concluded solely on Leanna's whim. The man admitted that at first, he was only interested in her for the dowry. But then he fell in love at first sight, and after their meeting, he completely forgot about the mines. However, Elsa remembered that immediately after the wedding, the guy suddenly went cold towards her and stopped paying attention to her at all. Leonardo had nothing to say about it, so the girl asked him to stop following her and deceiving her. Leonardo grabbed her hand again and wasn't going to let go, asking her for a chance to explain himself. However, his disarming gaze and another reminder of the mines made him let her go. Elsa was incredibly angry after what happened and promised herself that his family wouldn't get a single miserable cave from her. To her great happiness, all the mines were still registered in her name. Initially, Elsa asked her father to transfer the mines to her, because then the girl would simply transfer them to her husband for his use, and his family would avoid unnecessary taxes. Furthermore, it would be reckless to get rid of the mine when new mining technologies are about to appear that will be able to dig deeper. Elsa knew that all the mines still contained valuable rocks, and the only problem was that they were located at great depth. So the loss of mining could be even greater than the potential profit. Sometimes the subject of the mines would come up in conversation, but then the girl would make excuses, saying that transferring them into the Duke's possession would take some time. Initially, she said that her parents hadn't finished preparing the documents yet. Then it was alleged that all the documents were lost on the way to the estate. Then she blamed the family accountant, who couldn't handle the business at that time because he had become ill due to stress. The entire Duke's family had joined forces in an attempt to get these mines, since the families had originally agreed that they would be part of the dowry, so their demands were not without merit. But having handed the mines over to them, it was practically impossible to get them back, so there was no time to delay the divorce. After meeting her future ex-husband, Elsa went to the adventurer's forest on the outskirts of the city. The girl made her way through the thicket until she reached a cliff that offered a view of the clearing. In the middle of this clearing, the main villain of the original story was fighting his opponents. Thanks to her reincarnation, Elsa knew that the young man in the plot was opposed to Leanna. The villain was a handsome young marquis named Terence Freehaden. Elsa didn't expect to find him so quickly, because Terence is a highborn noble, and soon he will have even more power in his hands. Elsa knew she had to seize the moment and decided to pretend she was lost. The girl had no intention of spending her whole life as a piece of furniture in her future ex-husband's house. She was so immersed in her thoughts that she didn't notice the villain heading towards her. The man felt someone watching him, so he ordered his pursuer to stop hiding. With a single blow, the villain easily cut through the tree behind which, he assumed, the pursuer was hiding. Elsa was horrified to see that a man dressed in black jumped out from a fallen tree right next to her. He ran towards the villain with the intention of killing him now that his location had been revealed. However, Terence was an excellent opponent and easily dodged his fatal blow. But he, on the other hand, took advantage of the situation and delivered the decisive blow to his pursuer. The young man even felt disappointed that such amateurs were sent to him. All this time, Elsa was sitting behind a tree and tried not to reveal herself, while Terence got rid of the mercenary's corpse. The girl decided it wasn't the best time for a first meeting and decided to move. But she had bad luck. She tripped on the edge of the cliff and flew downwards. Elsa thought her life would end in the middle of this forest, but suddenly, she felt like she was in someone's strong arms. The girl was surprised that Terence managed to lift her into his arms and seemed even more attractive up close. However, she couldn't give in to his charm, so the heroine dropped to the ground and thanked the young man for saving her. Terence simply smiled and asked what a young lady was doing all alone in the middle of the forest. The girl tried to explain that she had simply taken a wrong turn while walking. However, Terence continued to ask what the stranger needed in the adventurer's forest. He knew that place was far from the main road because it was in the opposite direction. Elsa understood perfectly well that luck was not on her side because her lie was exposed very easily. She understood perfectly well that she had said some nonsense that had gotten her into even bigger trouble. The girl tried to explain that she had come to the forest for a matter, but that she accidentally got lost. She hoped Terence wouldn't ask her what personal matter had brought her to that place. The young man didn't believe the words of his interlocutor at all, and had already grabbed his weapon to get rid of her. The villain knew that only bandits and hired killers walked in this forest. Elsa was disappointed because all her lies didn't work, and the young man didn't believe her at all. She knew that if something happened, she could resort to the help of a protective amulet. However, Terence had already pulled out his weapon, because he was sure that the girl had come here for him. After this, the heroine gave in and admitted that she would tell him the whole truth. She admitted that it was a personal matter, but couldn't help but satisfy her savior's curiosity. So Elsa said she came to this forest to hire a mercenary for protection and escort. She started crying and added that she wanted to divorce her husband, but he wouldn't let her go, and threatened to come after her. Elsa said that she was a noble lady, but that she couldn't afford the luxury of asking for protection from the Knights of the Order. Terence remained silent for a moment, thinking about what the girl had said. After this, he hid his weapon and bowed to the girl, apologizing for his inappropriate advice. Elsa gratefully accepted his apologies and intended to leave that forest as quickly as possible. She turned around and bumped into a tree that was in the middle of the path, where the girl, without realizing it, she remembered everything that happened before meeting the main villain. She didn't want to reveal that she had witnessed the situation, so she assumed that the stranger had knocked down the tree during training. Terence decided not to be modest and admitted that he was really good, and that the girl wouldn't regret hiring him as a bodyguard. Why did he approach the noble Elsa and offer her his accompaniment? He explained that he himself was a kind of wandering mercenary who was simply looking for an employer. Elsa knew perfectly well that that was a lie, because in reality the villain was a marquis. However, she couldn't prove her knowledge, so she tried to pretend that she had no money at all. All the heroine's excuses ended when she realized that this could be a great opportunity for her. Elsa knew that this way she could get close to the villain and obtain some information, so she accepted his proposal. That was how, completely by accident, the girl hired the main villain as her personal bodyguard. She just hoped it would be completely safe and that he wouldn't do her any harm in the future. Upon leaving the forest, Elsa introduced herself and explained that she was still using her husband's surname, but that they would soon divorce. She was afraid that the boy would become cautious after mentioning his surname, and that her real name wouldn't tell him anything. The boy asked to be called simply Terence because he is of humble origin and has no surname. Elsa knew perfectly well that this was a blatant lie, but she couldn't reveal her knowledge. She simply observed the young man from the side and realized that if the original story had had illustrations, he would have become her favorite character. Suddenly, the young man asked where the girl was living while she waited for her divorce. Elsa explained that for now she was staying in a hotel, but that she was now actively looking for a new home. They agreed that the bodyguard would live in the room next door, the fee for which would be paid by his employer. Terence originally wanted to forgo the additional cleaning of the room once a month as an employer bonus. However, he then remembered that he was pretending to be poor, so he thanked the girl for her generosity. Elsa simply laughed at how the hero had almost abandoned his role as a poor mercenary. She knew that, regardless of his role in the plot, the boy hated being in debt and would definitely work to pay off his debts. Soon the young people arrived at the hotel and Terence saw his room, where he would live in the near future. The girl was strange, but he liked seeing her get nervous. He wasn't going to save her, but he just couldn't resist. The young man wearily noted that getting into unnecessary trouble wasn't typical of his character. However, he had already accepted, so he decided to play his role until the end. After this, he composed a message in which he said that he would have to remain in the capital for an indefinite time. Perhaps it had just been a game, but Terence always did a good job in any job he took on. That night, Elsa slept peacefully in her bed, without expecting any tricks. The Marquis was in the next room, but unlike the girl, even while he slept, he was ready to wake up and fight at any moment. The next day, the young people went to the pharmacy, because Elsa wanted to buy herbs to make tea. The girl named the necessary ingredients that the pharmacist went to collect from his stores. From the original novel, Elsa knew that the Marquis's main weakness was chronic headaches. They were linked to a curse placed on the imperial family in exchange for a fragment of divine powers. The members of the imperial family can freely manipulate mana, but they suffer side effects. The strength of the pain is directly proportional to the strength of a person's magic, and the greatest strength in history was possessed by the two sons of the current ruling emperor. The first was the novel's main male character, and also Liena's love interest, Crown Prince Mikhail. The second most powerful character was the emperor's illegitimate son, Terence. The main villain was the eldest son, born to the daughter of the Marchioness Molo. But when the current emperor's older brother died, he unexpectedly received the title of crown prince, which created a delicate situation, and the marquis's daughter suddenly disappeared. The crown prince was surprised, but he was especially bothered by the rumors of the girl's infidelity. So he didn't wait for her return and married a girl from the Duke Vidor family. And the Marquis Molo seemed to have completely forgot the existence of his missing daughter. This was until one day she appeared with a baby in her arms. According to the girl, she was kidnapped on the orders of Duke Vidor, who conspired with the emperor. However, there was no material evidence of his guilt, so influential people like the Duke and the emperor came out unscathed. There was no place for the girl at court, even though she was already pregnant at the time of her disappearance. Her son was of royal blood, but his legitimacy was never recognized. If not for the court intrigues, Terence would have become the crown prince. But in the end, cruel and dishonest games took everything away from him. This was the story of the original novel's main villain, Marquis Terence. Elsa was saddened that the Marquis couldn't openly call the Emperor Papa, and the Duke was constantly sending mercenaries after him. To top it off, he is driven mad by incessant headaches. Because of this unbearable pain, the young man began to take a drug called Devil's Claws. And the crown prince, who also suffered from headaches, had Liena. Elsa was incredibly angry because the goddess's blessing neutralized the younger son's curse. One received the title of crown prince and a bride blessed by the goddess, while the other suffered the unfair status of a bastard and was forced to relieve the pain with drugs. A desperate Terence collapses from the side effects of the drug and dies. Soon the girl's order was collected, and the pharmacist handed her all the necessary herbs. Elsa knew that this healing tea relieved the effects of the curse placed on her new bodyguard. It was originally invented by Liena from the future, but this time she decided to use her knowledge. Initially, the girl planned to use Terence to speed up the divorce process and then withdraw from the empire before the fight for the throne began. But now she didn't want to leave him because the boy didn't seem evil to her at all. Elsa hoped that with the medicinal tea, he would no longer need drugs and his destiny would turn out different. Then, to get one of the ingredients for the medicinal tea, the young people went to the church to buy holy water. Elsa had no idea that the adventurer's forest had its own temple, which was even quieter than the one in the city. Suddenly, the young man grabbed the heroine by the hand and ordered her to follow him. They hid behind one of the trees, and the bodyguard drew his weapon. He ordered the girl to be quiet, but Elsa couldn't think of anything other than their close interaction. After a while, the maid Kira came out into the clearing where the heroes had just been. Terence had no intention of waiting long and immediately attacked the girl who was following them. He was much more skilled at fencing than she was, so he easily disarmed the girl. Then Elsa came out from behind the tree and confessed that the stranger was her maid at her husband's house. Kira admitted that she came to Elsa because she needed to tell her something. Elsa didn't understand why the girl had been sneaking behind them the whole way. She immediately assumed that Liena was involved in all this. She admitted that she was very aware of how many times Kira had been watching her, identifying her weaknesses so it would be easier for the Duke's family to control her. In the original story, Kira was a loyal maid of Liena, and her parents once received a small plot of land in exchange for unconditional loyalty to their master's family. But in reality, it was a trap that the whole family fell into. Soon, due to intrigues and shady games, they lost everything they had acquired in life. After burying her loved ones, the eldest daughter of the family was consumed by a thirst for revenge. She was finally hanged for the murder of a person of noble blood, which happened in Liena's first life. However, after being reborn, the girl decided to change the unfortunate one's fate. After returning to the past, Liena visited Kira after burying all her relatives. The heroine took advantage of her situation and offered the girl help in her revenge. Elsa understood that the girl wanted to obtain Kira's ability to learn information, as well as the ability to focus on one thing. Terence didn't know all this, so he offered to quickly deal with the spy. However, unexpectedly for the boy, Elsa asked to be left alone with the maid. The young man immediately put away his sword and warned that he would move far enough away so as not to hear their conversation. After that, Elsa leaned towards the girl and whispered that she would tell her where to find the main enemy of the Viscount of Saline if she worked for her. She didn't explain where she got this information, citing classified information. She knew that the girl would never understand how Liena knew everything, because she hid her main secret until the end of the story. Kira didn't want to cooperate with the girl because she wasn't her mistress who helped her in difficult times. However, even the maid couldn't deny that Liana still hadn't told her the necessary information. Elsa decided to plant a seed of doubt in the girl's soul and suggested that her mistress was simply lying. After her words, the maid got angry because she faithfully served her mistress and defended her good name. Elsa decided to play with the fact that for Kira revenge was above all else, even above loyalty, so she was glad when the girl asked her what she wanted from her in exchange for the necessary information. Elsa wanted Kira to return to her mistress and tell her certain information. Even the maid was surprised at how small the price was for her enemy's location. Elsa added that she would report the enemy's coordinates in 2 months. After that, Kira left and the heroine could breathe easy, because the maid was a bit scary. In fact, Liana didn't intentionally hide information from her, because she only knew that the Viscount was hiding. She read this in the newspaper in her first life, and in this one she also faithfully read every issue, which the girl herself took advantage of. She prayed that Kira would doubt her mistress's honesty and help her with the divorce. Elsa shuddered when Terence came out of hiding and asked how her conversation had gone. She was amused that the girl completely forgot about his presence due to nerves. The boy admitted that he always follows his boss's orders, so he didn't eavesdrop on their conversation. Elsa promised to invite him to lunch since she had such a devoted bodyguard. Kira returned to her mistress's house and found her trying on a new outfit. Upon seeing the maid, the mistress asked the other girls to leave the room and leave them alone. The maids were delighted with their mistress and didn't want to leave, as they enjoyed dressing her like a doll. However, Liana put on a suffering face and asked the girls to leave at least for a while. The servants melted at her cute face and immediately agreed to comply with her request. After the girls left, Liana admitted that sometimes they can be too persistent. But even so, she didn't ask them to stop behaving like that. Kira reported that she didn't notice anything special during the surveillance, as the girl was simply strolling through the shops. She reported that Elsa was cheerful and even smiling, without mentioning that she was smiling at her bodyguard. Liana was happy after her words, because she believed that now the divorce could be considered cancelled. Leonardo told the girl that his wife knew everything they were interested in regarding the mines, so she might feel offended. Liana dreamily added that at night, her brother gets drunk and talks incessantly about his love for his wife. The girl wanted to give her sister-in-law something so that she would quickly stop feeling offended by her family. Kira asked if her owner was planning to install shafts for Elsa for now. Liana confirmed this assumption, because she knew that the price of the mines would not rise soon. After this, she ordered the girl to stop spying on her sister-in-law and return to her main tasks. After leaving her mistress's room, Kira looked as if the words and the girl's behavior had really made her doubt her intentions. After meeting in the garden, the young people went to the cafe to have a snack and try the new healing tea. Elsa hoped that the young man would like her drink, but he just admitted that it wasn't bad. The girl was worried because the boy had been drinking the tea for 3 days already, and she wasn't noticing any effect. Elsa explained that after drinking this tea, there should be an improvement in sleep, increased energy, ease of movement, etc. Terence tried to calm her down. After all, it was just tea, not some kind of medicine, so there was no point in expecting a strong effect. Elsa knew that if she asked the boy directly about his headaches, it would immediately give her away. So the girl assumed that she had simply prepared the drink incorrectly. While the young man closed his eyes and rested, she decided to remember the recipe she knew from the original story. She concentrated on herself and mentally returned to the book's text. However, Elsa was surprised because she was convinced that she had prepared everything exactly according to the recipe. Thanks to her transformation, she was able to look at the novel's text and reread it where and whenever she wanted. It was a very useful ability, but for some reason the girl got very tired after doing it, so she couldn't do it more than a couple of times a day. However, she realized that it wasn't the first time the bodyguard had fallen asleep next to her. The first time, she thought she just had a very comfortable bed in her room. However, she was surprised when the boy explained to her that he had never slept with her, so she didn't even know it. Elsa was annoyed because she thought those apartments were too cheap for such a noble person. The girl was lost in her thoughts and didn't notice how the bodyguard was approaching her. She immediately moved away from him and admitted that she wanted to return to the hotel and sleep a little. Then Terence gallantly offered her his hand and helped her get up from the table, falling deeper and deeper into the heroine's soul. On the way to the hotel, the Marquis ran into a man who almost revealed his true identity. However, the bodyguard, with a threatening look, ordered the man to shut up before he said something unnecessary. He explained to Elsa that it was his fellow mercenary who wanted to discuss something with him. The young man intended to walk away for a moment, but he barely had time to do so when the carriage stopped noisily in front of the kids. Elsa immediately realized that that carriage belonged to her future ex-husband's family. Liena ran out of it, immediately ran up to the girl, and started hugging her happily. A little later, the girls returned to the cafe and took a table, suddenly across from each other. Elsa was glad that the bodyguard managed to get away from her, and Liena didn't realize they were together. After this, the girl asked what her sister-in-law needed. The guard immediately ordered the girl not to be rude to his mistress. Since she had come to visit her, Elsa felt irritated because the noble gentleman was lecturing her and without any courtesy. Liena immediately defended the girl and asked the boy not to hurt her little sister. She ordered the young man to apologize to the girl for his rude behavior. The knight reluctantly followed his mistress's order, although he did not apologize from the heart. The heroine was not happy with that image, because she was far from 5 years old to be doing such nonsense. The girl also turned to Liena and reminded her that she shouldn't call her her little sister anymore. The main character of the original novel admitted that she came to apologize on behalf of her older brother and to explain the situation with the mines. She tried to take her sister-in-law's hands, but Elsa gently pulled them away. Liena admitted that she couldn't explain anything really, but she had a premonition. She explained that she once bought a pot at a flea market that turned out to be an invaluable piece of art. And then she resold it for a profit, which brought her family a lot of profit. Liena knew it sounded incredible, as the whole family initially thought she was making fun of them. Elsa knew that in the original novel, only the simpleton Lehem believed in her premonitions to the end. Liena added that she once drove through the area where the mines were located. It was at that moment that she had the premonition that these mines would be very profitable in the future. Leonardo went to the girl's parents' house to buy these mines, but when he saw the girl, he fell in love with her at first sight. Elsa knew that Liena was not a bad person, but at the right moment, she easily mixed truth with fiction, and her tricks amused her while reading the book. But now, she was trying to trick her personally. Liena remembered the girl's first day in her house, and admitted that from the first moment, she liked her little sister. Elsa decided to take advantage of the situation, and asked what was most important to her. She assumed that she could return home safely if the family no longer needed the mines. The girl admitted that this really worried her. She was glad that it was because of Liena's premonition. Elsa announced that she would return the mines to her parents, after which her sister-in-law immediately jumped up and asked her not to rush. The girl tried to charm her little sister by bringing her gifts. At that very moment, a huge pile of boxes of different sizes and colors was brought to the cafe. Liena admitted that she herself is not against leaving everything to her friend, but her father might have a different opinion, because it could affect the family's image. Elsa noted that the Duke's family never cared about image, but Liena didn't listen to her. The heroine realized that her sister-in-law was not going to admit that the only thing she liked about her was her assets. Inside the first box was a precious necklace and earrings that looked very expensive. However, Elsa knew perfectly well that that was Liena's favorite technique. The sister-in-law smiled happily and suggested that the girl try on that set as soon as possible. However, the next second, the smile disappeared from her face, as Elsa said she didn't like the color of the stones in the necklace. After that, the girl suggested opening the rest of the boxes and looking at the gifts. The next set of precious metals seemed too flashy to her. The next box contained a spellbook and magical artifacts, but Elsa didn't even know how to use them. The next time, she felt very sorry for the little fox that was used to make this luxurious necklace. The girl admitted to herself that she had been justifying Liena for a long time, but the result was still the same. Now the heroine was convinced that the girl would never have given her so many gifts if she hadn't had her mines. Liena could have simply admitted that she really just needed them and then apologized, but she continued to deceive her with flattery and gifts. This was what irritated the heroine the most, as she didn't understand how much longer she was going to keep treating her like this. Liena noticed that her little sister was angry, so she was worried about her condition. Elsa was not happy because her sister-in-law thought that her mere appearance should reassure her. Liana knew that Elsa was upset with Leonardo, but pointed out that she didn't have to be like that with herself. With tears in her eyes, the girl asked her sister-in-law to forget all the fights and perceive her with the same love as before. However, after her passionate speech, Elsa got even angrier because she never liked the heroine. Meanwhile, Liana continued her speech and added that she would talk to her brother if her sister-in-law gave her another chance. Only now did Elsa realize that Liana had apologized not on her own behalf, but only on behalf of Leonardo, and believed that they had a good relationship. The heroine hated her husband more than anyone else, but the other family members didn't arouse warm feelings in her either because everyone neglected her. Elsa didn't understand why Liana thought she had treated her well. However, instead of a proper answer, the girl heard that, in her sister-in-law's opinion, she just couldn't help but love her little sister. After this, Elsa was horrified because she didn't understand the self-assurance the girl had. After returning to the past, Liana was surrounded only by admirers who adored her. All her family and servants adored her, and only the villains treated her badly. In Liana's world, this is simply impossible. She can't even imagine someone hating her for no reason. The girl was curious what her little sister was thinking since she stopped answering her questions. She convinced her sister-in-law to take at least one gift for herself, if only for the love of her. However, Elsa understood how difficult her situation was. If she gave in to her feelings now, she would turn Liana into her enemy. But she had no strength left to reason after reading the book today. Meanwhile, Liana continued to shake her little sister so that she wouldn't ignore her questions. Elsa couldn't take it anymore and pulled away her sister-in-law's hand. The girl decided to tell Liana honestly that she didn't like her, and that from now on she didn't want to see her again. So the girl should disappear and never appear again. After the refusal, Liana seemed very surprised and even irritated. Elsa stood up and walked away, announcing that she had no intention of saying goodbye to her sister-in-law, so she could leave the place herself. Liana's knight did not accept the girl's behavior and wanted to punish her for such a lack of respect for his mistress. However, Terence appeared in time and was able to protect his employer from the guy. He pretended to have tripped him unintentionally because he didn't notice the young man. The hero decided not to reveal that he worked for the girl and introduced himself as an ordinary passerby. Elsa didn't expect her bodyguard to be nearby and feared that he might have heard their conversation. The boys were about to enter into battle, but Liana shouted and ordered them to stop so as not to dishonor her family's reputation. After this, the girl ordered the knight and the maid to leave that place immediately, for she was going home. Terence realized the situation was quite unpleasant, so he was worried about his mistress's state. He just joked that, compared to his own family, hers was still a model of piety. The young man noted that the girl hadn't mentioned before that her husband was the eldest son of Duke Cassius. After this, the bodyguard noted that it would be quite difficult to divorce such a person. Elsa agreed and added that she had already filed the documents in court, but that some problem had arisen there. The villain admitted that his colleague told him that he was expected at home, but that he was in no hurry to return. Elsa tried to understand who was so important, since the servant had come running in a hurry and was waiting for the young man at home. It was only later that she realized that there was only one person Terence saw often, and whom he couldn't keep waiting. The girl assumed it was the emperor who had sent the message to his son, but he didn't seem excited at all. Elsa didn't want to make another enemy, so she immediately ordered the boy to go home and solve all the problems. She knew that if it really was the emperor calling him, then there was a high probability that he really had an important conversation with his son. The guy had been in the shadows for a long time, but soon everyone would hear his name. Sometime later, Terence arrived at the estate that belonged to him as a marquis. The servant was horrified that his master was in no hurry to arrive for an important conversation with the emperor. Terence didn't understand why his father wouldn't leave and decided to wait for him. Was it really that important? Already before entering, the servant realized that the young man still looked disheveled, and it didn't correspond to his status. However, the villain didn't have time to change his clothes, so he decided to present himself before his own father in this form. Upon entering the guest room, the young man first formally greeted the emperor. The 23rd ruler of the Astarosa Empire was Dominic, a man who was the spitting image of his son. The young man immediately apologized for his tardiness and his inappropriate appearance, but his father ordered him to communicate with him without formalities. The man understood that the boy still enjoyed his youth, but he didn't like that he was constantly wandering around somewhere. He also considered that the way his son appeared in public was inappropriate. However, Terence loved this outfit because Elsa bought it for him, who wanted the boy to look divine. She believed that the suit is the second face of a business person, which is why she asked him not to refuse help and to choose only the best. The young man remembered the girl and once again was convinced that she was too kind to him. He had nothing to say in his defense because he just wanted to see the world and enjoy his life. The emperor agreed with this, but pointed out that from that day on it was time to start mastering the skills necessary for a person of royal blood. He announced that his son Terence was his blood relative, whom the emperor was about to present formally at the palace. The young man was a little surprised by this proposal and announced that he needed to think about it. However, the emperor didn't understand at all what there was to consider when he was offered such an offer. The villain admitted that he would be lying if he said he never dreamed of being a prince. Now was the best time, when Duke Cassius's position was weakened by the rise of the Cassius family. The crown prince is now taking care of an orphan, and the empress's position at court has worsened. The emperor didn't understand why his eldest son was not thirsty for power. In reality, he wasn't interested in power, but the boy wanted to look at the empress's face, who had recently sent an assassin after him, as well as his brothers, who was accustomed from childhood to getting everything without much effort. The emperor commented that if the boy inherited the throne, he would have everything he wanted. However, after his words, the image of the only girl who had recently caught his attention appeared in the young man's head. The villain knew that after accepting his father's proposal, his life would change drastically, because this type of offer is not refused. So the young man realized that it was time to accept his destiny and agreed to become a prince. The emperor was glad that the young man still hadn't wasted his aspirations for a good life and was willing to fight for it. However, Terence added that he wanted to help one person first. He didn't want to reveal all his cards yet, so he suggested talking about it a little later. The emperor was not happy because the boy was hiding something, because he was incredibly bored. Also, the villain told the emperor that he had recently heard a very curious story. Cassius didn't understand how his family was going to survive after everything that had happened. He didn't even know how this whole story with the emperor would end, because his son was giving him trouble. A couple of days ago, an official inspection was carried out sent by His Majesty, the Emperor, in the Central Imperial Court. The investigators then ordered all work to be stopped and searched the entire building, checking every document. During this check, a man was discovered who was preparing to destroy the divorce petition between Leonardo and Elsa. The emperor accused the duke of bribing an official to spoil the divorce papers. The ruler knew the man had broken the law, but he still decided to allow his family to keep their reputation. The duke was incredibly grateful to the emperor because that was truly a significant indulgence. However, now their divorce was public knowledge, and Cassius didn't know what his son would do next. The divorce petition had already been filed, the trial was about to take place, and very soon, everyone would know what family was the news. Leonardo promised to fix everything and try to make peace with Elsa before the trial. However, the duke realized that lately the boy hadn't achieved anything and was only making things worse. Even Leonardo realized that his father had never behaved like this before. Suddenly, Liena burst into the office after hearing their fight and was about to stop the fight. She tried to convince her father to stop scolding her older brother, who had good intentions. Liena asked not to be pushed away because this matter concerned her whole family. She even threatened that if the man continued saying those words, she would refuse to eat lunch. This statement surprised the duke and Leonardo so much that they immediately stopped fighting. The girl also threatened not to have dinner even to convince the men. Cassius was worried that his adopted daughter would get sick if she didn't eat well. Leonardo was very afraid that the girl would faint due to malnutrition. Even Laham, who was eavesdropping on their conversation, noticed that the girl was his fragile flower who needed to take care of herself. After these words, Liena turned to her father again and asked him to trust her and give Leonardo another chance. However, this family loved the girl very much, so the duke agreed and allowed the boy to do whatever he wanted. After talking to her father, Liena and her brothers went to the garden to discuss their plan of action. The girl noticed that her sister was very angry, so simply apologizing to her wouldn't help. She admitted that yesterday she visited her sister-in-law, but she didn't want to see her and asked her to disappear. Lehem didn't understand how anyone in this world could not love the beautiful Liana, so he didn't believe the truth of those words. Leonardo apologized to the girl for the fact that because of him, she fell under Elsa's hot hand. Liana admitted that at first she was surprised, but then she realized that the girl definitely didn't mean it, because they got along very well. Even Lehem realized that Elsa had completely lost her mind, because this matter only concerned her and his older brother. Everyone agreed that Leonardo would have to try very hard if he wanted to somehow regain his wife's love. Liana even said that she already had a plan of action, which she shared with her brothers. After all this commotion, Elsa wanted to rest and headed to the beautiful garden that was in her hotel. The weather was simply wonderful, so the girl suggested that the bodyguard have tea in the gazebo. She was glad that the divorce was progressing so quickly, and suspected that Terence had something to do with it. Suddenly, the girl's attention was drawn by the conversations of the people around her, who were discussing the Cassius family's carriage. The carriage door opened with a bang, and Leonardo appeared dressed in formal attire, and with a huge bouquet of flowers in his hands. Elsa didn't expect to run into her future ex-husband, so she jumped from her seat in surprise. Leonardo ran up to the girl, fell to his knees in front of her, and held out a bouquet of flowers, asking her to give him a second chance. He begged the girl to come home and try to fix their relationship. The boy refused to get up from his knees until Elsa forgave him. The man even pointed out that he didn't feel sorry for his knees or his dignity. Elsa felt incredibly irritated because they were attracting a lot of attention to themselves. She ordered the boy to follow her, hoping to reach a more secluded place. When the kids moved aside, Leonardo admitted that he had come to apologize to his wife. Elsa didn't understand how he still had the nerve to ask for her forgiveness. She said she considered their relationship lost and that no apology would help. The young woman added that the guy made a scene in the middle of the garden, interrupted her walk, and after everything that happened, he still tried to improve the relationship. She noted that she had every right to refuse to meet with a person with whom it might turn out to be unpleasant. In response to all the boys' objections, Elsa noted that they could hardly call themselves husband and wife. The girl realized that the young man would never achieve her forgiveness. Leonardo admitted that, according to his sister, he explained the whole situation with the mines to his sister-in-law. However, Elsa didn't believe in these fairy tales, because if the boy really loved her, he wouldn't have ignored her for the 2 years of their marriage. Leonardo himself understood how this sounded, but he couldn't say anything suitable in his defense. After this, Elsa admitted again that she sees no more history in their relationship. Leonardo fell to his knees before her again and promised her that if the girl returned home, he would henceforth adopt a responsible attitude towards his marital duties and spoil her and take care of her. However, Elsa, after throwing the bouquet away, realized that it was already too late for such promises. She stood firm and ordered the boy not to waste his time or hers, and to leave. Leonardo didn't want to accept the refusal and tried to stop the girl, begging her to give him just one chance. He promised he would find time to talk to the girl, but Elsa didn't accept those conditions and demanded to be released. Leonardo didn't understand what was so terrible about discussing everything normally. However, before Elsa could answer him, someone kicked the guy with all their might, forcing him to move aside. The young man who was carrying the tea tray ordered the aristocrat not to stick to those who were indifferent to him. After this, the boy apologized to the girl for his delay, since he had to wait until the tea house owner returned. Leonardo couldn't understand who was in front of him, because an ordinary waiter would definitely not carry a weapon on his belt. Elsa knew that her husband's family didn't yet know the Marquis by sight, so Leonardo didn't recognize him immediately. Then the girl had to admit that she had hired this young man as her bodyguard. Elsa added that precisely because of these cases, she feels the need for protection. Leonardo didn't understand how his wife could hire a stranger and what kind of relationship she had with this man. Even Terence decided to play a joke on the boy and noted that he had some kind of hearing problems. Leonardo didn't like that the guy kept referring to him as the girl's ex-husband. However, he observed that soon the aristocrat would really become one. Elsa knew it was useless, so she asked her bodyguard not to try to argue with Leonardo. However, he was furious because this bodyguard was always near his wife. Elsa realized they were together only when the girl came out. However, the boy didn't calm down and tried to prove to her that that was not right. Because she was a married woman, he tried to explain that the girl had a husband and that she went everywhere with that mercenary so that people could get the wrong idea. Less passionately, the boy added that people might decide that the girl was not faithful to him. Elsa clapped and laughed at the fact that from the outside, it might look like she and her bodyguard were having an affair. The young woman pointed out that she doesn't care about the opinions of strangers, she just needs her husband to trust her. However, Leonardo still couldn't calm down, as because of this the girl's reputation was at risk. However, Elsa just narrowed her eyes mischievously and asked the young man how he behaved in normal times. The girl looked around and asked why Chris wasn't accompanying her husband today. Elsa remembered that Chris, despite her position in security, is still a woman. Leonardo immediately thought that the girl wanted him to choose between his wife and Chris. Elsa just explained that she simply wanted to show that she had never been jealous of her husband's assistant. Leonardo tried to insist that they weren't the same, but Elsa didn't see the difference. Leonardo didn't like this comparison because he understood perfectly that the relationship between him and Chris was purely business. Elsa pointed to her bodyguard and noted that she had the same situation with this guy. Leonardo still couldn't understand what similarity there was between him and his wife. Then Elsa added that this young man works for her and is her personal bodyguard. The girl remembered that she had once told her husband that he spent half his time with Chris. Once she asked her husband to pay a little more attention to her. However, the young man always referred to tiredness and the fact that his wife didn't understand how a person who had just returned from work felt. Leonardo remembered those moments and admitted that he was indeed very tired then. Elsa realized that the boy still didn't understand anything, so she suggested ending that meaningless conversation. She didn't believe in the young man's empty promises that he would definitely change in the future. Finally, Leonardo couldn't take it anymore and asked what would happen if the girl handed over her mines to him. Elsa was disappointed that he even stopped hiding his direct goals and asked her this question openly. Leonardo promised that the mines would remain intact if the girl wished it so. He just wanted them to be registered in Leanna's name. However, Elsa noted that he was still more concerned about his sister's happiness, so she promised never to give the mines to the girl. She no longer wanted to listen to her future ex-husband's arguments that wouldn't lead her to anything good. Elsa noted that nothing would change. She wouldn't care even if the boy gave up the mines or instantly became the man of her dreams. Leonardo was deeply impressed by the girl's determination in her intention to divorce. Elsa asked him to leave her alone and return to his beloved sister and live with her until the end of his days. The young man seemed upset when he realized that Leanna's plan to reconcile with the girl had failed. After this, Elsa walked away from the young man and suggested to the bodyguard that he return to the gazebo. What irritated her the most was that Leonardo lied all the time, that he didn't need her mines, which was hypocritical. Already in the cafeteria, the girl began to think that Leonardo and Terence had met, and that would soon reach her sister-in-law's ears. Elsa even thought it would be better for her if Terence were a regular bodyguard. The girl was going to contact Kira and ask her about what was happening in the Duke's family. She felt uncomfortable about what had happened recently, so she apologized to the bodyguard for her husband's rudeness. However, Terence just smiled and asked that they call that man her ex-husband, because soon the girl would be free. Elsa admitted that she was worried that her ex-husband might offend the boy with his suspicions. She bowed her head and apologized to the young man, as she didn't want any discomfort to arise between them. The young man happily accepted her apology, and Elsa noted that he turned out to be much better than he seemed when reading the novel. The girl noticed that the young man still seemed a bit depressed after what happened. The bodyguard then admitted that this was due to the fact that the girl's ex-husband looked better in terms of appearance than he expected. However, Elsa still couldn't understand how Leonardo's appearance and Terence's bad mood were related. She believed that a small, sweet lie would help her gain the bodyguard's total favor, so she simply ignored his words. The young woman even got carried away and admitted that she liked the bodyguard's appearance much more than her ex-husband's. After these words, the young man seemed extremely surprised, but he was glad to hear it. He also noted that the healing tea is starting to appear lately. Terence explained that he had suffered from severe migraines since childhood, but that the pain had recently decreased. The young man asked Elsa to share the recipe for this tea with him and the cost of the ingredients. If Elsa didn't mind, the girl was happy about this, because now she could give him the recipe in exchange for help with the divorce. so she promised to give him the tea recipe, but asked for a favor in return. The young man happily pointed out that he would do whatever his lady asked him. Elsa decided not to hide her intentions anymore and asked the Marquis to help her with the divorce in court. The young man was very surprised by her words and didn't understand how she knew his true identity. Elsa said she heard the servant who approached the young man call him by his title. Although it was difficult to call the girl a socialite, she was still destined to become a duchess. Several marquises attended her wedding, and she had seen a couple of faces in the books. But there was another young marquis whose face she had never seen. It was not dance season, but the guy was in town, which meant that either he had never left the capital or he had no land. From her words, Terence realized that the only person who met all these criteria was Marquis Freehaden. But still, he was very impressed that the girl understood all this just from a mistake by his servant. Then Elsa admitted that the unfortunate Jack had finally dispelled all her doubts. Terence realized that the girl had already figured him out a long time ago, and that he needed to pretend to be a better commoner. After that, he decided to introduce himself formally and explained that he held the title of Marquis. But that wasn't so important. The boy admitted that he agreed to help the girl with the divorce process in exchange for the recipe for this miracle tea. Elsa admitted that she would have gladly given it to him for free, but her situation wasn't easy. Terence knew perfectly well that the tea was my lady's creation, so it would be fair for him to pay for it. In fact, the author of this tea was Liena from the novel, but the girl did not specify that. She admitted that she expects political support from the boy, and first of all, it is necessary to prevent the Duke from interfering in the process. Although Liena and Leonardo are the main characters of the story, they never shied away from mean methods and dishonest ones. There were even rumors that there was a demon in the family tree, which is why the father of the family was nicknamed the Demon Duke. Terence wondered why Elsa thought he had the power to stop the Duke, when he was nothing more than the helpless, illegitimate son of the Emperor. In fact, the girl knew this from the original story, but she couldn't say it directly. She admitted that the young man had already helped her push the divorce paperwork through the court. She said she received a notification from the court the day after Marquis returned home. She also admitted that she simply wanted to believe it. Elsa defended herself as if she were fighting alone against a powerful enemy and would feel calmer if she knew there was someone on her side. The young man was very impressed by her words and thought for a moment. The Marquis remained silent, and Elsa already feared she had rushed to confess and scared him. However, Terence suddenly stood up and invited the girl for a walk. He realized that the weather outside was simply wonderful and that they could use it to clear their minds. The young people walked quietly through the city, without attracting much attention from those around them. Suddenly, Elsa suggested going into the store, but Terence feared that she wanted to give him another gift. He admitted that he intended to pay the girl for all her generous gifts. However, they agreed that the young man would simply give her a gift in return. After this, the kids went shopping, where Elsa chose between hats and other accessories. They also went into a jewelry store, where they were able to buy various jewelry made of precious metals. Elsa couldn't make up her mind for a long time, so Terence almost bought her the entire display case. After finishing shopping, the young people went into a cafe to have a snack and rest a little. That's how they spent the whole day together, and only at night, after having done a lot of shopping around the city, they headed to the hotel. Terence said his life used to be boring, and he was told to be content with what he had, that he should never ask for more, and that he should pretend to be invisible. There were times when he had to hide his real name behind nicknames. The boy admitted that he needs to think carefully about whether or not to accept the girl's proposal. He admitted that he needed to become more than just an unknown marquis who had nothing but a title. After these words, Elsa looked at her friend in a new way and admitted that she wanted to get to know him better. She perfectly understood the young man's feelings and asked him not to rush to respond. She decided for herself that she would definitely make the young man believe in the seriousness of her intentions. Elsa said she would move to another hotel and gave instructions on how to contact her. Terence was surprised that the girl no longer needed a bodyguard. He even felt sad that Elsa didn't want to prolong their relationship. Then he admitted that he couldn't ask the Marquis for such a thing, and that he didn't want to interfere in his consideration of her proposal. The boy admitted that the possible agreement does not affect his duties as a bodyguard, so he can perform two jobs at the same time. Elsa was happy with the outcome of events and that's why she happily agreed. She was glad that the young man also wanted to spend more time with her. The first thing the girl was going to do was go to a lawyer, but she was surprised by the boy's dignified face. The young man admitted that he didn't want to change anything in their communication, so he asked that they continue calling him by his nickname. This option suited the heroine, so she happily agreed to take the young man with her to the lawyer. Shortly after, both were sitting in front of the girl in her office and discussing the case. The divorce lawyer turned out to be a pretty blonde named Sharon Matings. Elsa looked around and realized that the girl's office was a real disaster. However, she knew that Sharon's skills were beyond doubt, and Liana confirmed it in the original story. According to the plot, Liana brought a woman suffering from domestic violence to her for help. Because the future lawyer was very successful, thanks to this woman, it was possible to formalize the divorce as quickly as possible and safely possible, and after a while, the amazing truth was revealed. That victim of domestic violence turned out to be the lost daughter of an ambassador from a neighboring kingdom. That's why Elsa approached Sharon and told her she wanted her and hired her to do her divorce. The girl explained that she is not afraid of difficulties, because in any case, she intends to see it through to the end. Sharon still didn't trust her skills and believed that the aristocrat would easily find a more experienced lawyer. However, Elsa admitted that she believed the girl would not succumb to the Duke's temptation, who would surely try to bribe both the lawyer and the judge. Sharon noted that this case would be the highest-profile divorce since the founding of the empire, and she feared she wasn't competent enough for it. However, Elsa took her hand carefully and realized that she understood the lawyer. She admitted that she had been following the girl's activities for some time. Sharon has represented desperate women in court pro bono on numerous occasions, and it's things like this that have left her deeply in debt. Sharon knew she was dealing with a noble lady who could hire any lawyer she wanted. So Elsa pretended that all the lawyers in town had rejected her and that Sharon was her last hope. She also added that other women throughout the empire would be afraid to file for divorce because of the bad example, and then the lawyer might decide to work. Elsa noted that this was not only a great risk, but also a great opportunity for the girl. If she accepts, she will have the chance to win the case against the Duke, which will immediately make her a first-class specialist. Sharon admitted that it was very important for the girl to have an objective reason for the divorce, and even so, the Duke's influence could harm them a lot. However, Elsa admitted with certainty that she really has a good reason, because her husband, Leonardo, still hasn't given her a child. Sharon noted that if there are problems with maternity, this can be attributed to her husband's infantilism. Terence, who was sitting next to her, was very surprised by the turn this ordinary conversation had taken. The lawyer noted that if the husband really took the girl as his wife, hiding such an important problem, this could serve as grounds for divorce. In fact, Elsa doubted that the older brother of the main character of the novel could be impotent. Then she put on a sad look and admitted that she didn't really know if he had such problems. The girl began to cry and explained that during the 2 years they had been married, the young man had never fulfilled his marital duty. The lawyer admitted that she heard such rumors while studying at the academy, but she never thought they could be true. Elsa knew these rumors were spread by Leonardo's enemy, but that wouldn't stop her from discrediting the lawyer and completely dishonoring her husband. The girl was glad that soon the boy himself would want to divorce her and silence the matter as quickly as possible. Elsa added that the young man never fulfilled his conjugal duty and didn't warn her about anything before the wedding. Both the lawyer and Terence were incredibly angry at Leonardo for having taken 2 years of the girl's life away and deceiving her. Sharon immediately confirmed that that marriage had deep flaws and that all that time the girl suffered and endured all that. Elsa admitted she didn't know if this could be grounds for divorce. She also spoke about other incidents that happened to her at the Duke's house, including trying on wedding dresses and being ignored by her family. The lawyer thanked the girl for her story and asked her permission to help her in this matter. Elsa herself didn't believe her story would move the people around her so much. Only now did the girl realize that she was no longer pretending, but was actually crying sincerely, pouring out everything she had experienced over the years. Terence handed the girl a handkerchief so she could wipe away the tears that had soaked her cheeks. Elsa thanked both people for their sincere words of comfort and support. No one thought that what the lady said could happen like that, but Elsa herself didn't tell anyone anything until the end. The girl brought a bag of coins as an advance payment, promising to pay more if the lawyer decided to work for her. Elsa spent her emergency fund and hoped the money would be used to pay off debts and hire reliable assistants. However, it was clear from the lawyer's face that something was wrong when she saw the money. The girl immediately began to shake her head and insist that everything was fine. However, she later admitted that that amount would not be enough to pay off the debts, let alone hire assistants. Elsa felt a little uncomfortable and decided that she should have asked her husband for more jewelry as a gift. Then Terrence took the lawyer's bag and returned it to the girl, knowing it was all her money. Instead, he tore off a blank check and asked the lawyer to write the required amount himself and present it at the Imperial Bank. Sharon's hands began to tremble when she realized she held in her hands a blank check that could pay for her life for years to come. The boy wanted the lawyer to provide an amount that would be sufficient to cover all expenses, so that the girl wouldn't be distracted by anything, including other clients. The young man also noted that he wouldn't want anyone else to know about his personal involvement in this matter. The lawyer happily began to think about it, and the young people were happy to have one less problem. Now Elsa only had to find the ambassador's daughter to win her over to her side. The girl explained that she had recently seen a woman named Anna and thought something bad was happening in her family. She asked, as an additional favor, that the lawyer also take on her case. At the end of the day, after finishing all the chores, Elsa admitted that she assumed the boy would need more time to think. She knew that Terrence had revealed his identity to the lawyer, so it seemed he was already willing to cooperate. The boy smiled decisively and pointed out that he was a simple man and didn't like to think much. As a token of gratitude, Elsa promised that if he helped her get divorced, she would personally prepare medicinal tea for him for the rest of his life. The girl added that today she would change hotels again. She just needed to pack her things because she didn't want her family to know where she lived. However, the Marquis surprised her by telling her that his carriage was not heading to the hotel. He explained that they were going to his estate, where the girl could relax and be with him for a while. Elsa immediately began to refuse this offer, because if society found out that she had gone to live with a single man, without even getting a divorce, there would be problems. So the boy corrected Elsa and explained to her that that was not an official residence, but simply a small villa on the outskirts of the capital. Officially, it belongs to someone else, so the Duke won't be able to find the girl so easily. This option suited Elsa, and she happily agreed to stay in that house for a while. The heroine realized that the young man was doing even more than what she asked of him, but the motive was not clear to her. They shook hands and Elsa promised that the young man would not regret that decision. The heroine had no doubts about him. She was glad to have such a partner by her side. A little later, at home, the young man reflected that that behavior was not at all characteristic of him. He didn't understand why he had given the check to the lawyer, because he thought he would wait a week and see how things developed, and also he revealed the location of the villa to her. He remembered everything that had happened in the last few days between him and Elsa. Jack realized that this lady was not an unusual guest, so he was going to order the maid to watch her. However, Terrence asked the boy to stop talking nonsense and start getting ready. He announced that he and his guest would go on a business trip for a few days, which scared his assistant. In fact, the young people were planning to go to Ashton, the capital of the Cassius Duchy. After getting off the train, the kids headed first to the station exit. The trip was long, but they were traveling in first class and weren't too tired. The young man noticed that they were a little early, so he suggested taking a quiet walk. Elsa pointed out that if she were in Laura's place, she would definitely come to the meeting. Laura arrived with her at the Duke's property from her house and was assigned the role of witness who would confirm her husband's negligence. Elsa sent her a meeting request by mail and hoped the girl would arrive on time. Meanwhile, the kids decided to take a walk through the fair, since there were always some parties being held in the city. Suddenly, the young man stepped aside and approached a nearby tent that was selling carnival trinkets. Elsa said that her face was not very well known in society, but Terrence still decided to buy her a mask. The girl was very grateful for this, but she still felt a bit uncomfortable that he did it so unexpectedly. The Marquis believed that the Duke loved his adopted daughter very much, so on her birthday, posters congratulating little Liena were hung all over the city. However, Elsa explained that Liena Cassius and baby Liena are not the same thing. That was the name of her dog Percy, and the girl's birthday was on a different day. She added that the party held in honor of this date was incomparably more magnificent than the current one. The celebration used to last 15 days, since it was also the day of her adoption. The young man was baffled by the fact that such a large-scale festival was held in honor of the puppy's birthday. Although Elsa was wearing a mask, someone called her by her name, attracting her attention. Luckily, it turned out to be precisely Laura, who recognized her mistress even in that form. Elsa immediately ran to the girl to hug her as a greeting. After that, she introduced the maid to Terence, who helped her with everything. After which, Laura admitted that she had never doubted for a second, and that she would gladly go against the Duke's family for her mistress's sake. She also admitted that she no longer worked at her house, so she could follow my lady anywhere. Elsa was happy about this, and grabbed her old friend by the hand to accompany her to the train. However, from the girl's face, she realized that her arm hurt a lot even after such a light touch. Elsa immediately realized that something was wrong, and asked the maid to tell her what was going on. Laura immediately burst into tears, and admitted that she did not leave the Duke's house on her own. She was fired. The heroine was surprised that someone dared to fire her maid without her permission. The kids stepped aside and sat on a bench, where Laura told them that this happened the same day the letter arrived for the owner. Several maids brought a portrait of Lady Liana to the girls' room and hung it on the wall. They said it was her place now, and Laura wanted to stop them. However, she accidentally knocked over an inkwell that fell onto the portrait and ruined it. For this, she was punished and fired, but they decided not to force the girl to reimburse the cost of the portrait. However, they didn't give her a letter of recommendation, so now the path to other noble houses was closed to her. She couldn't believe the housekeeper would do that, because Laura was just learning how to act as a domestic worker. The girl apologized to her owner for not telling her the truth immediately, because she was afraid of bothering her. Elsa admitted that she was indeed a little upset about what happened. She knew that Laura was on her side, so the people in the house got rid of her. Laura loved her mistress and was glad she hadn't abandoned her after what happened. She knew that the duchy was ruled by one of the most influential families in the empire, which was responsible for the defense of the north. At that moment, the birthday party for her puppy Percy was being held at her house. It was right in the middle of this celebration that Elsa burst into her old house. The maids were very surprised by the young mistress's appearance, as they didn't expect her to return. Elsa asked what the maids had done in the house, while the Duke and the rest of the family were delayed in the capital. On one of the trays with offerings, the girl saw a special box that interested her. Elsa knew that the maids tried to hang Liana's portrait in her chambers, although she hadn't ordered them to do so. That is why the young woman asked, since when the servants of the Duke's estate had the freedom to do whatever they wanted, and to renovate their mistress's room without permission. She asked why the maids wanted to hang Liana's portrait in her rooms. She knew that every person in the house loved Liana very much. They weren't very smart, and they had no excuse. So, she pointed to the 3 domestic workers responsible for this, and announced that they were fired without letters of recommendation. The girls were upset and begged Elsa to let them stay in the house next to Lady Liana. Suddenly, the house administrator, who had arrived upon hearing the noise, intervened in the conversation. He also apologized to Elsa for not coming out to greet her, claiming she was not notified of her arrival. Seeing the housekeeper, Laura also hid behind her mistress's back. Elsa didn't lose her cool and pointed at the girl holding the box, ordering her to hand over the item. She pressed a secret button inside the box, and only then continued her conversation with those present. The housekeeper bowed her head and admitted that it was she who ordered Lady Liana's portrait to be hung in Elsa's chambers, taking the punishment upon herself. From the original novel, Elsa knew that the housekeeper was also Liana's nanny, and that this woman was the girl's strongest ally in the house and the founder of her fan club. Then she asked the woman what right she had to fire her domestic worker, and hit her. She reminded her that only she as owner has the right to sanction or fire Laura. The rest can only ask her for permission to do so. The housekeeper's orders did not apply to her personal servants, and Elsa was surprised that the woman couldn't know such simple rules. The young woman didn't understand how Lady Liana could consider the nanny a suitable candidate for that position, which angered the housekeeper. The woman admitted that Elsa had some power in that house, but that didn't mean she was its owner. Elsa noted that her husband was the Duke's eldest son, and that the Duchess had long since left this world, so she was the owner of this property. However, the housekeeper, like all the servants, admitted that they considered Lady Liana their mistress. Elsa remembered that she would be the owner here even if her mother-in-law were alive, because her husband is the official owner of this property. Then, the housekeeper just smiled maliciously and explained that whoever managed the estate was the one who had the key to the family treasury. This same key was kept by Lady Lyanna, the only and undivided mistress of this house. Duke Cassius cordially handed the treasury key to his adopted daughter. She was still very young, but already intelligent, and the man trusted that she would be able to handle household chores. However, Elsa perfectly understood that the man did this solely out of his personal sympathy for the girl. After the wedding, Elsa tried to take on the responsibilities of a housewife and announced that she would now take charge of household affairs. However, Lyanna asked the girl not to worry because she didn't have to do it at all. Even then, the whole family supported the girl, believing she was simply caring for her bride-to-be. Elsa believed Lyanna was a hypocrite and said she found it difficult to live surrounded by luxury and a multitude of servants. That was why the housekeeper was sure that Elsa had no right to punish the maids or fire any of the servants. Now the young woman finally understood what motives were behind those words. She stated that all the servants openly mocked her, which was great impudence, which she would tell her husband about. However, the housekeeper only noted that Mr. Leonardo also agreed that it would be better to entrust the management of the house to Lyanna. Lyanna was happy because she had been trying to get those words to record the confession. In her hands, she had a magic voice recorder, in which she had activated the recording of their conversation a little earlier. This is proof that Lyanna took the place of mistress of the house, which was legitimately intended for her, and also that Leonardo did not oppose it in any way and even encouraged such an outrage. That's why the young woman said out loud that, due to everything that happened, she couldn't take any action against that insolent servant. The woman noted that, after all, Milady had a status higher than hers, so her attitude towards the girl remained respectful. After this, Elsa announced that the servants could do whatever they wanted, and she herself would go to her room. The girl also turned around and congratulated the puppy on his birthday. The dog loved the girl, so he barked happily at her as if thanking her. If it weren't for his birthday, the magic voice recorder, invention of an eccentric scientist, it wouldn't be here. This scientist is another of the many allies Lyanna has gained through memories of the past. The young woman sponsored his activities in exchange for receiving valuable artifacts, such as a recorder, on which she recorded important events, such as Percy's birthday. Elsa left the hallway and headed to her room, but the house manager and the other maids rushed after her. The girl opened her bedroom door and stopped at the threshold, very surprised by what she saw. Every wall of her chambers was decorated with numerous portraits of her sister-in-law. The manager admitted that she had hung as a gift the latest works by artists sponsored by the Duke. Elsa knew that, although she wasn't the owner of this house, she could do whatever she wanted with the gifts. Therefore, she ordered that all the portraits be removed immediately from the walls and placed in one single place. Once this was done, the young woman immediately ordered them to get rid of said canvases. The manager was surprised to hear these words. The Marquis stepped forward and stomped on one of the portraits, demonstrating how it should be done. The manager and the maids were indignant at such disrespectful treatment towards the young lady. Elsa declared that these portraits were a great insult to Lady Lyanna, since it was impossible to hang such a useless canvas on the wall. She pointed out that it was impossible to convey all of young Lyanna's beauty with paintings, and those scribbles had to be destroyed. She added that all these portraits were just a ridiculous attempt to copy the unique beauty of the true Lyanna. The manager agreed that those simple sketches didn't deserve to be presented to my lady. Terence and Laura stood next to the girl and enjoyed the show that was unfolding before their eyes. Somehow, Elsa managed to convince the manager and the maids that all those portraits had to be destroyed. The girl admitted that part of her wanted to gather all the paintings in the house right now and burn them in a big bonfire, but today she was in a good mood. The girls didn't know how to respond to this, so they simply thanked M-Lady. After this, Terence continued stomping on Lyanna's portrait, trying to get rid of it. Soon Laura joined in this activity because it was incredibly fun. Elsa announced that she was taking on the task of atoning for this terrible sin, and now intended to destroy at least those paintings that were near her. Laura got completely carried away and even threw one of the portraits against the wall. Breaking it, the manager fell to her knees and begged my lady to stop and not do that. She admitted that it was she who asked the artists to paint portraits to hang in Elsa's chambers. The manager simply couldn't afford to watch the girl destroy Lady Leanna's image. And even more so, she couldn't participate in it. Elsa admitted that she doesn't have the status of owner of the estate, so she doesn't have the right to punish the administrator. After this, the maids recognized the young woman as the mistress and begged her to stop, as long as she didn't touch the portrait anymore. Elsa pointed out that Laura was unjustly fired and punished, so everything would depend on their decision. The maids immediately rushed to apologize to Laura, and Elsa mocked them a little on the side. The girl simply approached her partner and explained that such behavior was not usual for her, that it was just a facade for her work. The young man admitted that he understands perfectly. He just likes to tease her a little. The Marquis realized that he became incredibly cheerful when they were joking and having a good time. After this, Elsa threw out the manager and the maids, ordering them to return to their jobs. After the extra eyes were gone, the girl immediately began to collect all her money and jewelry. The company packed everything they could carry and tried to leave the house without being noticed. Elsa understood perfectly that she would never return to that castle. She led the whole company through the garden to a secret passage that was located at the back of the house. Just before Elsa left the mansion grounds, they were discovered by the old butler. The young woman was afraid that the man was waiting for them in that place and would try to stop them. However, the butler noted that it reminded him of the first day they met. When the girl appreciated the beauty of the castle, the man admitted that young Lord Leonardo and the Duke had mentioned that in the future, a divorce would occur. Elsa assumed that the man would now call the guards to stop her from escaping. However, the butler admitted that he had only come to say goodbye to the girl. Elsa was surprised because she still didn't know if she would be able to divorce. The butler simply bowed and noted that, regardless of the trial's outcome, my lady's heart would never appear in that house again. After this, a noise was heard coming from the palace path, and the kids quickly went out through the hole outside the castle. Upon leaving, Elsa continued looking at the butler, who was the only one who treated her properly in this situation. Once in the carriage, the kids were getting ready to go to the station, but Elsa asked them to wait. She tried to understand why the butler let them go so easily. He had served the family faithfully for many years and arrived at the house when he was still very young. During the days the young woman spent at the estate, the butler sometimes invited her to have tea. They didn't talk about any of that, but they were still happy moments. The young man assumed that the man was the only one in that house, with at least a drop of common sense. So he took care of her. Elsa was very surprised when Laura confirmed this assumption and added that he also took good care of her. When Milady was not at home, the butler constantly sent her to run errands in the city so the girl could take a walk, and also gave her money for her expenses. After her story, Elsa thought for a moment and then announced that she needed to speak with the butler again. If she could get someone who had been with the Duke from the beginning to testify, it would help her a lot in court. Laura knew the address of the butler's house since she had been there running errands, so she was able to show her the way. Upon arriving at the indicated place, the young woman introduced Miss Herman, the head maid of the butler's house. She warned her mistress in advance that the butler's wife had died a long time ago, so these women should not be confused. Laura handed the basket to the woman and told her that the butler had asked her to take home the leftovers from the table. Herman looked inside the basket and was glad that Joshua could now eat something tasty. The Marquis leaned toward his companion and asked her in a low voice who the woman was talking about. Elsa knew that was the name of the butler's only son, mentioned in the novel only once. When as a child he fell in love with Leanna at first sight and decided to give her a homemade figurine. The Duke who witnessed this scene was simply furious, and from that moment on, every young man who showed interest in Lady Leanna found himself at the epicenter of a scandal. It was no surprise that the crown prince was dating Leanna. Only due to his status was he allowed to do so. Elsa noticed that Miss Herman quickly changed the subject when Joshua was mentioned. The girl looked around and saw figures skillfully carved in wood. Herman noticed her interest and explained that it was the master's work. There was a figure that looked like a butler, which showed Joshua's incredible talent. The young man thought the guests had already left, so he came out of his room and asked the maid who it was. However, the boy was horrified to see the strangers and could not cope with his fear. He screamed loudly and ran so fast that he even lost his shoes on the way. The maid sat wearily in a chair, realizing that now she would have to explain everything. Herman said that Joshua is the butler's son, who experienced a traumatic event when he was a child. And now he is afraid to leave the house. However, this time things went especially wrong because of the weapon the young man noticed. The woman explained that Joshua is afraid to touch any kind of bladed weapon and is even wary of kitchen knives. Elsa listened to his story and suggested what his unusual phobia might be related to. Before the girl had time to express her opinion, the butler's threatening voice immediately disappeared. The man was angry because none of those present had warned him about their visit. Elsa was surprised because if he had nothing to hide and nothing to be ashamed of, then everything was in perfect order. The butler realized that his son needed support now, so he let Miss Herman go. The man admitted that he is not trying to hide his son and that he is not ashamed of him at all. However, the heroine explained that she was not talking about Joshua, but about the butler's irresponsibility. She believed that serving a man who had deeply traumatized his own son was the height of irresponsibility. At first, the butler wanted to object to her, but then he realized that there was truth in the young woman's words. Initially, the butler believed that it was just an accident, but Elsa convinced him that the Duke deliberately pointed the sword blade at the child. She knew that many years ago the Duke had seen Joshua trying to give a gift to little Liana. He immediately drew his sword and pointed it at the boy, who out of fear even fell to the ground and began to cry. Liana stopped him so that bloodshed would never happen. However, after that, Joshua became an unforgettable nightmare for him. Every time he saw Liana, the butler remembered his frightened and painfully fearful son. He constantly reproached himself for not having left the Duke and continuing to ignore what had happened to Joshua. However, he didn't know what to do, as he had given his best years, all his youth, to this family. And besides, the Duke was not a villain. He often helped the weak. He said his castle is a place where everyone, regardless of their status, will find their happiness. The butler couldn't leave either, because the Duke would never forgive his betrayal and would not leave his family alone. Elsa was disappointed because she hoped the man would be willing to testify in court. Elsa hoped the man still had warm feelings towards his own son. She pointed out that she still had the opportunity to receive a formal apology from the Duke and the opportunity to heal Joshua. The man only needed to visit the girl and could contact her through Sharon's lawyer. The young woman placed in the butler's hand a figurine that his son had made. She realized that the man had already spent his life serving the Duke, but it is not too late to spend the rest of his life with a happy son, and healthy because the kids were delayed. The last train left, and they had to stay in the city one more night. Elsa announced that in honor of what happened, she would invite her partners to dinner. After finishing the meal, the girl went to her room and took a hot bath with a glass of wine. After taking a good bath in the water, Elsa fell onto the huge bed and enjoyed the evening. She knew that at the end of the story, all the villains are left with nothing, and the main character, Liana, lives happily surrounded by equally happy friends. However, only now did the girl think about the fact that the real Elsa from the story was not happy at all. And after the story of the butler and his son, the heroine began to think that there were actually many more of them in the story. The next day, the kids woke up on time and went to Ashton Station. There, standing on the platform, the butler from the Duke family's castle was waiting for them. Elsa explained to the kids that she wanted to talk to the man alone, so she sent them on the train ahead of her. The man thought about it carefully overnight and asked the girl if there really was a way to cure his son. Elsa said that doctors in the capital are looking for ways to treat these types of ailments, and that with the help of a combination of medications and mental health consultations, his condition can be improved. The butler really hoped to have the opportunity to get an apology from the Duke. He remembered that since this Liana appeared in the house, the owner only thought about her happiness and well-being, forgetting about everything else. Laura looked out of the carriage and called her mistress, because the train was due to depart at any moment. The butler admitted that he had not yet made a final decision regarding the trial, but Elsa didn't pressure him. They agreed that as soon as the man decided something, he would contact the girl through her lawyer. Upon returning to the Marquis's villa, Elsa showed the young man again how to prepare the tea correctly, because he didn't know how to do it. She liked to spend every morning with him having a drink in the garden, but today the young man had planned affairs. He apologized for not being able to accompany the girl during the day, but he had prepared a replacement for himself. Violetta was supposed to act temporarily as Lady Elsa's bodyguard. Sharon's lawyer noticed that the girl looked familiar to him, so he asked her where she studied. Violetta explained that she had studied at the academy and that the Marquis had appreciated her talent, but that they had maintained a purely professional relationship. Elsa realized that everyone in the villa treated her very well, but they misunderstood her relationship with the Marquis. During the conversation, a servant entered and announced that the Duke's eldest son had come to see his wife. Elsa didn't want to meet him, but she still had to go out and talk to the young man. Leonardo realized that the girl had hired a decent lawyer, which evidently had cost her an enormous amount of money. He added that it was all his money, because before the wedding she had nothing to her name except those abandoned mines. Elsa only noted that it was already too late to reproach her for his own gifts. She also refused to tell Leonardo where she currently lived. The man admitted that he was fed up with all this and that he could barely contain himself. Elsa was not happy that he came to see her and didn't know what he wanted. Leonardo didn't know how the girl could remove Elsa's portraits from the walls because his sister was upset. And now she is desperate and thinks that Elsa hates her. After this, the father will never accept his daughter-in-law again, even if she cries, and asks for forgiveness. However, Liena managed to persuade the man to give the girl a second chance, because she is incredibly kind. Leonardo said that his father has many things to do now, so Elsa shouldn't cause him any problems, and apologize urgently. However, the girl said she had no intention of doing so under any circumstances. She simply turned around and announced that that was precisely the reason why she had requested a divorce. Leonardo added that his butler left the permission on the table and disappeared. At the same time, the young man couldn't say a word about his son, who often spent time with him during childhood. However, Elsa realized that Joshua was still in the city, but the butler didn't want to say anything about him. Leonardo didn't believe her words, because the man was like a member of the family and had served them for decades. Elsa remembered the atmosphere of the house and couldn't believe that anyone could mistake the butler for part of the Cassius family. The young woman remembered everything that had happened in the last few days. She still didn't know if the butler had decided to join her side. However, at least he didn't ignore her words like so many others before him. Leonardo realized that his father suspected that she simply needed a vacation. Elsa commented that they could believe whatever they wanted, after which she intended to leave. However, Leonardo blocked her way and told her that the girl had to go with him. He explained that he had reserved a table at the hotel restaurant and that Countess Valls wanted to talk to the girl. After his words, Elsa was finally convinced that that would not be the easiest conversation. In the novel, the real Elsa was a hardworking girl from an impoverished noble family. The heroine doubted that the relatives who sold the girl to the Cassius family would be happy to know that she was going to leave her husband. However, now they had to deal with a reincarnated heroine and not with their real daughter. For that reason, she easily agreed to talk to her mother, taking a bodyguard with her. Leonardo initially opposed an unknown woman accompanying her, but then accepted it. He even praised the girl for firing the previous male bodyguard and hiring a girl. When the kids entered the restaurant, everyone around immediately began to discuss why Leonardo and Elsa were together if they had already filed for divorce. After leading the company through the main hall, she approached the VIP room, where Elsa's mother was already waiting for them. She immediately jumped up and wanted to hug her daughter, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. However, Violetta did not allow the woman to approach until her mistress gave her permission to do so. She pointed out that even for close relatives, there are no exceptions. You must ask for permission first. Leonardo yelled at the girl and ordered her to know her place, because it was none of her business. However, Elsa sided with the bodyguard and ordered Leonardo to be quiet. Behind her fan, the mother tried to hide her disappointment and merely praised her daughter's good accompaniment. She admitted that she missed the girl and that she really wanted to hug her. However, Elsa firmly stated that she had no intention of interacting closely with her mother, so she asked her not to come near. Even Leonardo couldn't stand it and asked Elsa to be gentler, because one cannot talk to a mother like that. However, the young woman looked the woman straight in the eyes and declared that from that day on she would have no relationship with the Valls family. The woman still hid her face behind the fan and didn't understand why the girl was behaving like that. However, Elsa has openly declared that she no longer intends to lend money to the family and that she will not pay their debts. After this, Mom finally showed her true face and stopped keeping up the kind aunt mask. The woman ordered the girl to be quiet immediately, since Elsa was not really aware of everything that was happening in that family. She immediately realized her mistake and tried to pretend that she had simply taken her daughter's words too seriously. Now Elsa saw what kind of educational measures she used to apply with her daughter, and it was simply terrible. The woman asked Leonardo to leave her alone with her daughter to have a private conversation. The young man asked his mother-in-law not to worry too much, as he believed that Elsa would soon realize her mistakes and would regret those words. Leonardo headed towards the exit, hoping that his mother could make her daughter see reason. After the young man left, the Countess ordered the bodyguard to also go out the door. However, Violetta stood firm and had no intention of leaving the room without her mistress's permission. The woman tried to appeal to her compassion and said she just wanted to chat with her daughter, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, without strangers. Furthermore, she was curious about the young man who was with the girls, because she had never seen him before. However, the boy explained that he worked there as an errand boy, and the company entered together. Before leaving the lawyer's office, Sharon asked her to take the boy with her, since they usually didn't notice him. The Countess didn't mind. She wanted all the extra people to leave, but Elsa was against it. Mother and daughter faced off. Even the atmosphere around them became tense. Unexpectedly, the mother invited the girl to sit at the table, chat a little, and eat. It seemed suspicious to Elsa that the woman had changed in an instant. In the novel, little Elsa kept herself afloat, only thanks to the rare moments of tenderness from her mother. In those moments, the mother would hug the girl and tell her that only the little one understood her. In this way, the woman controlled the little one, who only wanted her love. She thought that if she worked hard enough, she would be loved as much as her brother. However, none of this happened, and the girl continued performing domestic work day after day. However, now the real Elsa had disappeared, and the heroine was completely different from her. She realized that if her mother didn't want to tell her anything important, she preferred to leave. However, the Countess also became furious and pointed out that if the young woman married the Duke's son, then she had no right to forget her family. Violetta immediately stepped forward to protect her mistress from the woman's attacks. Elsa gave a silent signal to the assistant and then stepped forward and struck up a conversation with the Countess. She pointed out that providing food, clothing, and shelter to a child was the responsibility of any mother, but even this was not always done properly by the woman. She also remembered that after her wedding to the Duke, her parents never visited her again, that she received all her money from Leonardo, not from her family, and therefore she owed nothing. The Countess simply didn't understand why the girl, whom her husband showered with money, couldn't lend the family at least a little, and that is why she requested a divorce. The woman heard that the Duke was beside himself with anger, and that her family might have come to an end. However, Elsa pointed out that it is a debt that sooner or later will have to be settled, even maintaining it. The Countess tried to explain that everything was so serious that any day the whole family could end up on the street. However, Elsa rejected her hand and pushed her away. She explained that precisely for that reason one should not borrow money if one knows that it will not be possible to pay it back. The mother kept playing with compassion and tried to take advantage of family ties. She couldn't understand how her own daughter dared to reject her at such an important moment. The woman believed that Elsa owed her a lot for everything she received in childhood. The Countess was about to pounce on the young woman, but Violetta easily twisted her arms and stopped her. Elsa approached her mother, took off her glove, and raised it over her head to strike. The Countess thought she was about to be hit, so she closed her eyes in fear. There was a slap, but when the woman opened her eyes, she saw that Elsa had hit herself in the face. After this, the girl began to scream loudly and beg her mother not to touch or hit her. Violetta loudly called out her mistress's name while she continued hitting herself and even fell down. The noise that arose made other aristocrats, who were now in the restaurant's main hall, run over. When the doors opened, they saw that Violetta was holding her mistress, on whose cheek the traces of a blow were visible. Leonardo was shocked by this image and didn't know what to think. Elsa, seeing witnesses, began to tell how her mother always forced her to do the laundry, cook for the whole family, wash the dishes, and clean. Robin's little assistant disappeared into the crowd and began to plant the idea to them that the Countess was transferring all the work to her little daughter. I bet they didn't even understand it that well. Elsa continued saying that even if she did everything right, her mother still hit her on the hands and feet. Robin moved through the crowd and told everyone that the girl had been hit in her house. Violetta helped the young woman up when she told her that she had been forced to marry. Robin continued spreading the idea that that poor young woman should be pitied. Elsa was incredibly happy that the boy not only brought Leonardo and a whole crowd, but that he also helped her spread the message. Shortly before this, outside the room's doors, Robin told Leonardo that it would be better to watch his mother, because it seemed to him that something bad was about to happen. He realized that the young master's wife was inside, so she must be fine. However, now the young man was incredibly surprised when he heard that the young woman was forced to marry him. Elsa explained that she didn't want to get engaged to a stranger and that she was afraid of the young duke. But they told her she was obligated to marry him to pay the family debts. Among the crowd, it was confirmed that her parents' family was indeed in debt, and it turns out they sold their daughter for money. The countess tried to refute these claims and convince everyone that they loved their daughter. However, Elsa was shouting loudly that her mother, her father, and her brother were constantly driving her crazy, that she couldn't do anything. After this, the whole crowd became indignant and directed their anger at the countess. Elsa noted that she no longer wanted to obey her mother's will. The girl announced that from that moment on she refused to belong to the Val's family. Already in the carriage, Elsa applied ice to the place of the blow so that the bruise would disappear faster. She hit too hard, but everything went well and exactly as planned. Elsa was ready to repeat her performance again, just to see her mother's surprised face again. The woman was also horrified by what she heard and demanded an immediate explanation. However, Leonardo did not allow her to be alone with the girl any longer and asked the woman to leave. He admitted that he never knew what his wife had to go through. Elsa reminded him that he had never tried to find out, that he hadn't noticed that her family had never visited her, and that she had avoided them with all her might. She reproached him that the young man was always very busy and simply didn't have enough energy for her. Leonardo stayed to deal with Elsa's mother, while the girl and her assistants left. The carriage arrived at the villa, and Violetta noted that she had one last crisis to overcome. The heroine didn't quite understand what she meant, but decided to leave it for later. Elsa saw the owner of the house and hurried to greet him. The young man was happy that the girl had returned, but he looked at her face with surprise. Elsa realized that his attention was drawn to the huge bruise she had on her right cheek. The Marquis was incredibly alarmed and demanded that he be told immediately who had hit the girl. He immediately accused Violetta of negligence because he ordered her to make sure that no one touched the lady with a finger. However, Elsa saw that the boy was seriously angry, so she tried to stop him. She had to admit that she had hit herself on the cheek. The Marquis didn't expect at all that she was the culprit of that bruise. A little later, while having a cup of tea, the girls told the young man what happened at the restaurant. Terence finally approved the plan, although it wasn't exactly perfect. The bodyguard was worried about not being able to protect her mistress, and that she had to suffer. She blamed herself for not being able to prevent the lady from carrying out her plan, and as a result, she suffered, even if it was by her own hands. Elsa was amazed by her words and admired how reliable and responsible the girl was. The Marquis felt uncomfortable, so he suggested that the girls sit together at the table and have dinner. Later that night, Elsa asked why the young man seemed so worried. At first, he didn't want to explain to her what had caused his anxiety. However, then he made a decision and explained that he couldn't be calm and thought about them all the time. He attributed it to them being partners, but his reddened face betrayed the true meaning of those words. The young man pretended that partners needed each other to carry out their plan. Only now did Elsa realize that he really helps her a lot. Terence agreed and added that she had also made his life much easier. Elsa remembered that she promised to thank the young man with a healing tea recipe. The Marquis smiled and explained to her that that was exactly what he wanted to discuss with her. They started by having a good time having dinner, and then they moved on to discuss a tea recipe. Late in the evening, the Marquis went out to the balcony and sat alone drinking wine. Elsa was passing by and went out to the balcony because she saw a young man. He immediately poured her a glass of wine and invited her to sit down and admire the moon. Elsa suggested that not everyone in the villa knew who the hero was. So as not to embarrass those around us, the girl suggested that we always call each other by our first names. The young man liked this idea because it made them seem closer. Elsa heard her name from the lips of a young man for the first time and felt a little embarrassed. She didn't understand why she suddenly felt so uncomfortable, so she decided to drink a little wine and relax. Elsa said that her cheek was already fine because the healing ointment and the cold compress helped her well. Terence advised the girl to take better care of herself as it must have been difficult for her to separate from her family. However, Elsa was not especially worried about what happened, because it was expected. The Marquis said that his father's wife hates him, and that if he could, he would have broken with them long ago. At home, the young man felt that he and the girl were in approximately the same conditions. Elsa simply laughed at his joke, because her family was much simpler. She thanked the young man for his words of sympathy, because partners should help each other. Elsa noted that she felt much more comfortable with the Marquis than with Leonardo, even though they had only known each other for a month. Unexpectedly, the Marquis asked if the young woman had thought about what she would do after the divorce. Elsa admitted that she hadn't delved into these thoughts yet, but she wanted to leave the empire. She explained that she has been through many things here, and now all the inhabitants of the capital know the details of her personal life. Furthermore, she knew that in the future Liena would marry a prince and become a beloved princess. The favorite of the empire, she will drag her whole family along with her, and the duke will rise like never before. After this, Elsa's own family definitely will not let her live in peace in the empire for any longer. Therefore, the young woman planned to escape to another country and live off the money from the mines. Lately, I have been thinking about taking Laura and asking Sharon and Violetta to accompany me. However, she realized that at that moment, the person closest to her was the one sitting right in front of her. Elsa noticed tears in the man's eyes and asked him what had upset him so much. The Marquis admitted that he didn't expect the girl to leave, but it was natural. He believed that he had become more important to her than he really was. Instead of that, he proposed a toast to their cooperation. The young people clinked their glasses and promised that they would definitely achieve their goals together. Elsa was incredibly happy at that moment because she was finally surrounded by good people. The Marquis wondered if the young woman knew what she wanted most. Elsa assumed that he wanted to get the crown prince out of his way and become emperor. However, Terence pointed out that he himself didn't really know yet, but that it was time to ask the question. Elsa was sure that the young man would find a purpose in life. The Marquis trusted her judgment, so he didn't worry about his future. They sat like that for the rest of the evening, until the bottle of wine was finished. At that moment, Elsa felt incredibly happy and wanted to stay longer that night. The lawyer was gradually preparing the documents to be able to actively participate in the future court hearing. Elsa realized that the divorce was a quite complicated matter that already had her exhausted. Sharon realized that she could handle it alone, so she suggested that the girl go for a walk. At that moment, Robin came running into the room bringing a letter for Elsa. The letter did not contain the sender's name, but the messenger asked that the girl be told that she would understand everything when she read the content. Elsa immediately opened the letter, read it quickly, and then ran out of the house. She headed to the garden, where her interlocutor was already waiting for her on a bench. Elsa tried not to reveal her identity to everyone, and feared that a meeting in the center of the capital could be an overly dangerous endeavor. The butler admitted that a long time had passed since he had retired, but it was he who taught everything to the Duke's subordinates. Elsa was glad to hear this, but still she calmed down a little. Then she asked him how Joshua was, and if the new treatment was helping him. The butler noted that the young woman was very kind-hearted, because the first thing she asked was how his son was, and not if he would testify. The man added that Joshua was doing well, and on the night of the girl's departure, he asked his son if he wanted to receive treatment in the capital. And only then did the man realize how stupid he had been to leave that child in the Duke's land. Joshua, with his good heart, simply continued to endure it all without saying a word. Elsa pointed out that if she were in her son's place, she would be immensely happy that her father was making an important decision in his favor. The butler felt restless, because for many years he had pretended not to see anything. However, the young woman realized that Joshua believed in the man and gathered the courage. The butler watched from the side how a family was resting nearby with a child. Suddenly, he brought up the topic of the proposal that the young woman had made last time about testifying in court. The butler hoped that there were still free seats on the platform for witnesses. Elsa was very happy that the man decided to support her and take action. However, after the conversation ended, on the way home, the heroine was incredibly angry. From the man's words, she found out that Leonardo had fallen in love with a girl even before they got married, and he thought it was love. However, he then claimed that he doesn't see Elsa as a woman at all now. The heroine was disappointed that the man dared to insult her in that way. Even in her absence, Only now did she realize how ridiculous she looked in his eyes. So Elsa asked the butler to testify about what he had just told her in court. The man added that he intends to tell the truth about everything he saw and heard in the house. Elsa was glad that thanks to what happened, she had a valuable witness in her hands. The girl was absorbed in her thoughts, so she didn't notice the newspaper seller getting too close to her. Violetta tried to protect her mistress, but she overdid it. To soften the unpleasant impression the seller had caused her, Elsa decided to buy a newspaper from him. She was also interested in knowing why Leonardo was on the cover of the publication. From what it said, she understood that Leonardo had ordered an advertisement that would make everyone think he was a loving husband. Only after this did the girl realize that everyone in the city was discussing her divorce. However, Elsa decided not to get angry, because influencing public opinion in this way is a typical tactic of Leanna's. She wanted to know if there was a way to change public opinion, something that would attract public attention and put her in a better position. Suddenly, the girls were called by Sharon, who had been running around looking for them. The lawyer said that she had found a person who perfectly fit the conditions that Elsa had presented. The next day, they went to see the girl who was supposed to be the heroine's trump card. The Liak Kingdom is a small but rich and powerful country. During a long trip to the empire, the kingdom's ambassador lost his daughter. The woman never returned and remained in the empire to raise her child. The stranger, now sitting in the carriage in front of Elsa, said that she had no memories of her childhood. She still couldn't believe they were calling her the ambassador's lost daughter. As soon as Elsa saw Anna, she had no doubt left, because even the name and the appearance completely matched the description she read in the original novel. The girl was sure she had done the right thing by asking Sharon for help. Anna admitted that when she saw the ad for the lost child, she wanted to be that child. However, the lost child had white hair, while the girl had light brown hair. However, Elsa noted that children born blonde often had hair that darkened with age. She asked the girl to trust her, because she was an exact copy of the ambassador. Anna said that she was discovered as a baby in the east of the empire, and that the ambassador lost his daughter in the south. They didn't have time to finish their story, because the carriage arrived at the kingdom's ambassador's residence. Initially, the girls approached the door, where they were immediately stopped by security. Elsa asked for permission to meet with the ambassador, saying she had found his lost daughter. The guards simply laughed at the latest scammers, telling them how many people approached them with the same words. They realized that to deceive better, they needed to find an actress with the right hair color, because now they had some kind of village bumpkin in front of them. Anna got angry immediately and decided that this wasn't the place she should go. However, Elsa decided to leverage her position and showed the Cassius family coat of arms, to which she still belonged. The guard recognized it immediately and promised that he would bring the ambassador in a second. Elsa was glad that she could continue enjoying her privileges and tried to encourage Anna. A couple of minutes later, the ambassador came out to them and was informed that guests from the ducal family had come to see her. Elsa took a step forward, while Anna hid behind the girls back out of fear. Before the ambassador had time to approach the girls, she immediately stopped in the middle of the path. Unable to take another step, she simply pointed forward with a trembling hand and asked her husband to pay attention to the second girl. Both parents immediately recognized this village bumpkin as their own daughter, Diana. Elsa also handed them an envelope containing the story of the man who found Miss Anna at the southern resort. She reported that the information had been mixed up due to an error at the shelter, and Miss Anna still thought she had been found in a completely different place. The ambassador simply quickly scanned the papers, then lowered them. The woman immediately ran to hug her lost daughter, whom she hadn't seen for many years. She immediately began apologizing to the girl for having lost her once. At first it was Liena who found Anna, but now there was no difference anymore. Elsa wanted to leave while her relatives rejoiced at the reunion, but Anna stopped her. The girl explained that she just wanted to leave the family alone for a while. Anna explained to her parents that this girl had brought her to them, and that without her help, she would never have known them. The ambassador was happy to meet his family's benefactor, and didn't even know how to pay her for such kindness. Her husband also pointed out that they couldn't just let the girl leave, just like that, and asked her to accept the reward that she was entitled to. Elsa, she explained that she didn't want to accept the money, but that she would be happy if they fulfilled a small request for her. A few days later, a large crowd gathered in front of the empire's central court. People joyfully greeted the carriage in which the Duke's family was traveling. They arrived in style, immediately capturing all the attention. The first to get out of the carriage were the eldest son, Leonardo, and the youngest son, Alehem. The Duke himself got out of the next carriage and then helped his adopted daughter out. Liana immediately attracted everyone's attention and enjoyed it. The men even fought among themselves for the right to ride in the carriage with the young woman. One of the journalists asked about Leonardo's mood and his chances of winning in court. Many of them asked Leonardo questions, but the man didn't respond at all. Only the question of whether his wife had really been mistreated by her parents and forced to marry him could destabilize him. After this, Leonardo couldn't keep calm and turned around to find out who was so brave. However, Liana took his arm to help him calm down and not react to the provocateur. Leonardo took a deep breath and announced that he only had one thing to say. He hoped to resolve all misunderstandings with his beloved wife and continue their happy life together. Liana asked those around her to pray that her brother would not face the tragedy of divorce. The journalists were disappointed because they couldn't get anything out of the accused. A few moments later, another carriage entered the square, and everyone thought that Elsa was about to get out of it. However, everyone was surprised when an ambassador from a neighboring kingdom, who should have had nothing to do with this conflict, appeared from the carriage. The woman announced that she was in court solely to accompany an important person. She asked the crowd for permission to introduce them to her benefactor and esteemed guest of the kingdom, Lady Elsa. The young woman got out of the carriage and introduced herself to everyone once again, although now she was trying with all her might to get rid of the Cassius surname. The ambassador added that there is one more person she would like to introduce to everyone. She drew everyone's attention to her daughter Diana, lost for almost 20 years. The journalists immediately went crazy because they had just received an incredible sensation. The ambassador explained to them that they were only able to find their missing daughter thanks to Lady Elsa's help. She added that His Majesty King Leoka was also delighted to hear the news and officially invited the girl to the kingdom. Thus, accompanied by the ambassador's security, Elsa headed to the court building. Journalists tried to find out what her mood was and if she intended to back down from the divorce. However, Elsa announced loudly that she would reveal all the circumstances of this case in the trial. Once inside the building, she looked out the window and realized that everything that was happening reminded her of a real bazaar. Violetta asked the girl not to worry and promised that they wouldn't let anyone into the courtroom. Inside the building, Elsa met her husband, whom she planned to divorce. Leonardo pointed out that even if the young woman was forced to marry him, from now on he promised to do everything possible to make her happy. However, Elsa didn't want to talk to him and suggested resolving things via the courts. Leonardo wanted to reach the young woman, but Liana stepped forward and promised to talk to her sister-in-law. She promised that she would do everything possible so that the young woman would change her mind. Elsa was disappointed that Leonardo allowed his younger sister to take charge of his own divorce. Liana wanted Violetta to leave the room as well, but she refused because she was the girl's personal bodyguard. Liana was astonished by her devotion, but wanted her mistress to let her bodyguard go for a while. Elsa noticed that there was a different atmosphere around the girl, but she couldn't say exactly what it was. She decided it was worth it and asked Violetta to step out for a moment. After this, the girls were finally left alone with each other and were able to talk. The first thing Liana did was grab the girl by the hands and confess that she had heard from her brother that Elsa's family had treated her with cruelty. She said that she perfectly understood how difficult it was for the girl to live in her own house. She added that she perfectly understood her feelings because when she was in the orphanage, the director harassed her. Liana added that he was a very bad person and that from time to time he let her starve and even hit her. Elsa knew from the novel that Liana told the Duke about this bad man, so he would be punished. Liana decided that she knew what her sister-in-law wanted most. She promised that she would help the girl take revenge on the family that had abused her during her childhood. Elsa also remembered the atmosphere she experienced while growing up. Liana promised to take revenge, as well as ensure that Leonardo's brother treated the girl well. So she wanted Elsa to withdraw the divorce lawsuit in exchange for her help. Elsa knew that if she were a true heroine, she would definitely accept this offer. Liana has both the strength and the ability to take revenge on her family. In the original work, Kira's revenge was successful only thanks to a girl's help. Liana reported that the people from the girl's family had been expelled. and now none of them could even take another step past the threshold of the Duke's mansion. Elsa thanked the girl for her help, but didn't want to take revenge on anyone, so she asked for help with the divorce. Liena didn't understand why Elsa didn't want to take revenge on her parents, because bad people must be punished. However, the heroine noted that she had slightly different values, so this didn't interest her. Liena bowed her head and realized it was time for the girl to stop. She remembered that Leonardo's brother fully realized all his mistakes, and other relatives told her that now they too had to pay more attention to the girl. However, Elsa still insisted that she wanted the divorce. Liena tried to convince the girl that the trial was no joke, and that people would whisper about it for the rest of their lives. She promised to convince her father and brothers if the girl dropped everything. Elsa realized that the family still thought she was begging for attention and affection, and that the divorce process was just a means to achieve that goal. Even Liena was still convinced that Elsa loved her older brother. The heroine realized that no matter how much she repeated it, the words didn't work. Liena didn't see her as an equal person at all. It was thanks to this that the girl realized everything that was happening. She openly declared that she didn't love Leonardo, and that she had never experienced such feelings towards him. She felt sympathy for the hero, because he was the first acquaintance she met in this world, and he took her out of a terrible family. But looking back, the girl realized that she only wanted to form a family with him, and she didn't love him at all. She added that this marriage was initially concluded without a drop of love. Liena pointed out that there are many families in the world that live together without love, because it is a marriage of convenience. Elsa wasn't going to give anyone another chance, and announced that the court should sever all her ties with the Duke's family, and also her relationship with the girl. Liena had never encountered anything like this before, and didn't understand why Elsa behaved like this, since they were friends. However, the young woman remembered that last time she admitted that they weren't friends, and that she never liked the girl. Elsa intended to leave the room, but Liena refused to believe her words, and tried to stop her. Violetta had to intervene to prevent Liena from grabbing her mistress. Elsa remembered all the episodes she had read in the original story. She really liked the characters in the novel, but now she was forced to say goodbye to them. Liena stopped hiding her true face and reminded the girl that she was doing all this because she was doing it for her. She didn't understand how her sister-in-law was going to live in that harsh world, having left the Duke's care. Elsa ordered the girl to be careful with her expressions. Only now did the girl realize that she had truly gotten carried away and had crossed the line of what was acceptable. She apologized immediately for this mistake, but pointed out that she truly considered her sister-in-law her friend. Elsa asked to be explained why the girl believed she was doing everything that was happening only for her own good. Liena believed that if the girl received the protection of the Duke's family, her life would be calm and safe, but Elsa didn't agree with this. However, instead of an appropriate response, the original heroine noted that they had been talking for too long, so she promised to meet later. Violetta wanted to grab the girl, but Elsa forbade it because in that case, they could be at a disadvantage if they used physical force. The heroine thought about the fact that Liena had been different from the Liena she knew from the story. She suddenly realized that she needed to focus on how much she knew about this heroine. She read the original story, which was similar to the girl's biography many times. However, she couldn't say she knew everything about Liena because she thought it was all about the excessive love of those around her. However, now Elsa wondered who was really hiding behind the appearance of the sweet girl. At that moment, Liena stepped back and realized that she had gotten carried away by her emotions, which was completely unusual for her. The young woman returned to her family to tell them what happened, because she believed that in any case that divorce was impossible. Leonardo could notice from his sister's mood that her conversation with Elsa had gone very badly. The Duke commented that the young woman shouldn't worry about such an ungrateful man. He thought they treated Elsa well, but she just started complaining because they didn't pay attention to her. The Duke didn't understand why the young woman behaved like this, because she wasn't a child. The brother didn't understand why his father made such a fuss about the divorce, and why he forced Liena to listen to such unpleasant conversations. He believed that the girl's problem was that she was too kind and wanted Elsa back, and the young woman was sure that they would win the case, so she proposed to have dinner with the whole family after the hearing. From the faces of her brother and father, she realized that something was happening that she didn't know yet. Laham said that Liena doesn't know about this yet because she was talking to her sister-in-law. He explained that things had taken a strange turn by suggesting the girl read a newspaper article. Liana was curious about the difficulties they encountered along the way. She was very surprised when she read that Elsa had found the ambassador's missing daughter. There were rumors that the sister-in-law even arrived at the courthouse in the royal ambassador's carriage. The family didn't know anything because they were the first to enter the courthouse, but their arrival caused a lot of noise. Anna, now Diana, said that she had suffered for a long time from her husband's cruelty and prayed every day for her marriage to end, but it was impossible due to the law. Laham didn't understand why, at such a critical moment, the sister-in-law found the ambassador's missing daughter who didn't want society to sacrifice itself for the sake of family peace. Leonardo wasn't against his wife being considered a benefactor, but he didn't understand why the hell the ambassador was meddling in another house's affairs. Liana was extremely disconcerted by what happened and realized that the ambassador's family had indirectly expressed their support for the girl's divorce. If they make the slightest mistake now, the Duke's line will be tarnished and he will appear to everyone as a villain who pressures his victims. However, the young woman believed that there was no reason why they could lose, even if there were some voices that supported the other side. She believed that her brother's only flaw was the enormous amount of work he had, which meant he couldn't spend time with his fiancée and treated her with indifference. Elsa took a maid from the castle with her to use as a witness, but they were confronted by an excellent lawyer. Laham added that the jewelry, which her brother gave her after winning the auction, was stolen, and they were seen several days ago in a jewelry store. For this reason, the young man believed that his sister-in-law was also a villain. He didn't like the fact that she sold the jewelry she had been given to raise money for the divorce. Liana still didn't understand how the young woman had managed to find the ambassador's daughter, because she herself had made inquiries but had only found out her name and place of residence. Elsa found what she couldn't find with the information network and the Duke's family connections just before the divorce hearing. The girl even suggested that her sister-in-law might also return to the past, scaring her brother with her facial expression. However, the next second the base put on a mask and explained that she was just thinking for a while. The boy explained that Elsa's lawyer specializes in divorce cases, so he might have known Diana while preparing for his own divorce. Leonardo wasn't sure if his wife had met the ambassador before that moment. Liana got incredibly angry after his response and even yelled at her brother for not knowing absolutely anything about his wife. However, the girl came to her senses in time and apologized to the young man claiming fatigue. Leonardo suggested that they could have met by chance when he and his wife arrived in the capital for family meetings, where Elsa often walked alone. Liana decided not to worry, because rebirth is not something that happens at every turn. The girl still hadn't seen any sign that Elsa remembered her past life, and she didn't look like a blessing from the goddess. In any case, the girl decided to focus on the trial because the hearing was approaching. Meanwhile, Elsa spent her free time in her own office, surrounded by her lawyer and her support. She took a deep breath and placed her hand over her heart to try to calm down before starting the task. However, it wasn't the girl herself who was most worried, but her lawyer, who was participating for the first time in such a high-profile trial. Elsa looked out of the room and saw that a large number of people had come to watch the process. She realized it was the first time Sharon had participated in a trial with so many outside spectators. Terence said that under pressure from the emperor, people who had friendly ties with the Duke were expelled from the hall, and people who were in conflict with his family were chosen as judges. But the reason for the imperial help were the dirty games with the Duke's family, and not the divorce itself. Therefore, the girl couldn't expect more help and now had more serious problems. The young man knocked and opened the door carefully, asking for permission to enter. The Marquis explained that there were many people around, so he blended into the crowd and walked there unnoticed. At first, he had some matters to attend to, but tried to resolve everything as quickly as possible to be able to listen to this trial. Elsa was surprised to realize that the young man was part of the jury. The Marquis explained that he had applied and been approved, but he wanted to give her a surprise. The young man got a box of chocolates to give his partner a little strength. Elsa quickly ate a candy and invited everyone else to try it too. The young man collected a whole mountain of sweets so that the girls would always have them available. Terence looked around and realized that his main witness was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, Robin burst into the office and said that they had a problem. reported that the Duke's family butler had been captured by Cassio's men. Robin said the butler had to call a doctor last night because Joshua had a seizure. Because of this, the Duke realized his location. The man went out the door to go to court, but had already been captured. Elsa knew they needed the butler's testimony to win, so she had to decide what to do. The girl wasn't sure she could act in court, so she urgently needed to save the man. She asked Sharon to postpone the butler's turn to testify until the end. She also asked Laura to give her own testimony for as long as possible to buy time. The Marquis promised he would try to find the butler as quickly as possible and would bring him to the meeting room. Since he wasn't imprisoned in the Duke's territory, it would be much easier to deal with the guards. Terence added that his assistant Jack would distract the guards while he silently rescued the butler from the trap. The young man promised he would arrive on time so that his previously earned rights to watch the trial wouldn't be wasted. After this, the Marquis and the crestfallen Jack hid their faces and left the room. Sharon announced it was time for them to begin their trial. Laura was a little worried about her mistress, but Elsa reassured her. The girl was determined to win and was going to inspire those around her with her mood. She decided to trust her partner and begin her own battle. The second courtroom of the Astaroth Empire's Central Court was full of people. Everyone was talking about how all the members of the Duke's family had gathered to support their eldest son. There were also rumors that his wife was beaten by her mother-in-law, and someone even saw it with their own eyes at a restaurant. Everyone felt sorry for the girl because they knew it had been her husband who had brought his mother to the restaurant. The atmosphere was quite good. There was nothing surprising about it, because all the people were drawn to more and more new information. And interesting, Elsa was sure that Leanna's head would soon explode from the flow of thoughts, because she must be wondering how she managed to find the ambassador's daughter. She wanted the girl's thoughts to be occupied with this and stop worrying about her older brother's divorce. Soon the judges entered and announced that the divorce trial was about to begin. The plaintiff spoke first, and Sharon said that Elsa had been married for 2 years. Leonardo then made the marriage vow to do everything possible, but ignored the girl's wish to be together. He avoided attempts to continue a normal family life under the pretext of being busy, and also neglected the situation when the plaintiff was treated unfairly at home. Even though he knew about it, instead of expressing regret, he continued to make excuses and behave threateningly. He asked about his wife's biography and even harassed her. In relation to this, Sharon said, the plaintiff is demanding a divorce. The lawyer added that her side expects a quick divorce without alimony or division of assets. Everyone was very surprised by this. The judge clarified the girl's intentions. Elsa confirmed that she really doesn't need anything other than the fact of the divorce. There were people who thought she asked for a divorce for money, but for a great goal, you have to give up small things. Compared to the money that would be earned from the abandoned mines, alimony payments were insignificant. The Duke's family's lead lawyer, Farrell, argued that the defendant's fault was a misunderstanding or an unavoidable situation arising from complex circumstances. He added that almost immediately after the wedding, the defendant took over the management of the family territory on behalf of his father. Who is the owner of the fief? The defendant was so busy, he didn't even have time to eat due to his heavy workload. But he still tried to take care of his family. He provided his wife with a large amount of money for expenses, as well as expensive things as gifts. He supported his wife's relatives, who were going through financial difficulties. However, the truth was that they spent little time together due to his work. The lawyer added that the plaintiff is making unfounded demands for unconditional attention, without taking into account the defendant's circumstances. He accused the girl of repeatedly ignoring her relatives and employees. The plaintiff uttered harsh insults towards the defendant's family simply because the latter forgot their wedding anniversary after the stressful construction process. Elsa thought this was nonsense because no one could even technically hear the sounds of the banging when she and Leonardo were alone on the second floor. The lawyer added that the defendant still loves the plaintiff and cannot accept the fact of the divorce under any circumstances. Leonardo claimed that it was completely his fault for leaving his wife alone, no matter the circumstances. He realized his mistakes and promised to try not to repeat them again. Seeing his angry face, Elsa thought that boy had taken acting lessons from his younger sister. The crowd immediately started talking about how much the man loved his wife. Elsa noticed that by talking about love, the young man made her look like a very bad person in front of everyone. The young woman said that, if this was his love for her, then she would reject it. She knew Leonardo couldn't say he didn't want to miss out on the abandoned mine, which was the real goal. He simply blamed her. He showed her that she had no right to ask for a divorce, which was his only argument. However, she didn't intend to give up so easily, because she was prepared to go all the way. The judge pointed out that the most important question in this case is whether the defendant's actions are grounds for divorce in court. Sharon's lawyer called Laura, a maid who worked at the Duke's castle. As a witness, Leonardo's lawyer objected because Laura was a domestic employee the girl had brought from her parents' house, so her testimony could be biased. Sharon realized that Laura was a maid, hired by the girl's family just a month before the wedding ceremony. The maid's salary was paid by the Duke's family, and she currently had no connection to the wife's family. The girl also added that the head housekeeper who fired Laura acknowledged the injustice and even apologized to the girl. The judge decided that this was not a valid reason to prevent the witness from testifying. Therefore, he accepted the plaintiff's motion to call a witness. Over the last 2 years, the maid had helped and supported Elsa more than anyone else, so she was interested in what the relationship between the spouses was like. Laura noted that Mr. Leonardo almost never appeared in his wife's chambers. Since after the wedding, the couple started using separate rooms. If there were no special events, they ate separately. There were many days when they didn't even see each other for a whole day. You could say they saw each other a couple of times a week, but after 6 months, even these meetings were reduced to 2 or 3 a month. One of the reasons for spending time together was the Duke's family trip to the capital, since without it, they wouldn't have crossed paths even once a month. Farrell objected, saying there were times when spouses couldn't see each other often due to special circumstances, but the judge ordered him not to interfere. Sharon added that at the beginning the couple met 2 or 3 times a week, so she was interested in their relationship. Laura explained that at first, Mrs. Elsa tried by all means to establish a close relationship, but later she simply became desperate to change anything. Mr. Leonardo always rejected all her attempts. Once Laura even saw her mistress crying in front of her husband's office. In fact, the girl later broke down in tears because of the yawn. She was hurt by the fact that she was considered a person obsessed with her husband. Sharon wondered if Mr. Leonardo really seemed like such a busy man. Laura noted that he wasn't a person with a lot of free time, but he wasn't that busy at work either. Even when Mr. Leonardo spent his private time in his room, he didn't meet with his wife. And when she appeared at tea time, he would immediately go for a walk in the garden. The spectators immediately started arguing that it didn't seem like a couple interested in getting married at all. Elsa knew Leonardo's image was good, but this testimony made a good impression on her. The defense attorney announced that his side also had several questions for Laura. The man remembered that Mr. Leonardo immediately went out for a walk in the garden as soon as Mrs. Elsa appeared last spring. He remembered that at that time, a festival called Little Leanna's Birthday was being celebrated in the duchy's territory. He asked if Laura remembered the festival that opened last year. Sharon tried to object, noting that the question had nothing to do with the current trial. However, the judge allowed the lawyer to continue and offered to hear the defendant's arguments. Farrell asked his question again and received an affirmative answer. He heard that the Duke's family feeds their staff several special dishes during the festival and asked her to name last year's dish. Elsa knew that parties were held at least twice a month, so it was impossible to remember all the dishes. Laura also thought about it, because at that moment she didn't remember what specific dish it was. Sharon wondered what festival food had to do with the lawsuit. The lawyer explained that he asked the girl the question to confirm how inaccurate human memory can be. He meant that the witness's memories could be wrong, because the girl couldn't remember facts that occurred at approximately the same time. Sharon objected, since her family organizes about 40 official festivals a year. Farrell agreed, but noted that there could be inconsistencies if one only listened to a witness's words. The fact that it seemed like Mr. Leonardo had free time is, ultimately, just a subjective judgment of the witness. There was evidence that Mr. Leonardo refused all his wife's proposals, despite having free time, but the lawyer doubted its veracity. He doubted in principle that Laura, who was his wife's maid, could be fully informed about the affairs of her mistress's husband. Elsa highlighted that the lawyer was a professional in his field and managed to create an environment where it was difficult to believe the girl's testimony. However, they prepared for this in advance, and I'm going to provide a schedule. what was called periodic reports. Sharon showed that Leonardo had a business trip once or twice a month, for about a week. The judge read the documents and realized that there were many points on the schedule, but the details were vague. Farrell remembered that the business trip was an important opportunity to inform the Duke about the general state of the territories. Sharon remembered that even the trip from Ashton to the capital and back on a direct train takes at least 4 days, which he could easily spend with his beloved wife. After this, the girl showed the evidence they had prepared to get an exact answer from Leonardo. She explained that last year, the gentleman had attended the Count's banquet with his younger sister. A month earlier, they attended the ducal family party at the lake. They also took an extended family trip with his father and 2 younger brothers, so Sharon was sure that Leonardo couldn't avoid being busy. After all, to be able to find time to spend with his family in the capital, he had to resolve a bunch of things while he was at home. Farrell acknowledged that the defendant had a special family relationship. However, he didn't consider this grounds for Leonardo and Elsa to divorce. The lawyer claimed that the defendant and his family had repeatedly asked the girl to join them. However, it was Elsa who rejected all their requests. The lawyer claimed that both spouses were equally guilty for the breakup of their relationship. However, Sharon was sure that it was not normal to meet so often with relatives when you already had a wife of your own. The judges observed that this was clearly a quite unusual case. The lawyer noted that Mr. Leonardo didn't know how to relate to his wife, so he behaved clumsily while adapting to family life. He added that Mr. Leonardo had very little experience with the opposite sex before marriage. He avoided personal meetings with his wife and tried by all means to spend time with his family because he was immature. The most infuriating thing was that they were trying to turn him into a victim who regretted his actions. In the eyes of the public, it seemed that the boy realized his love only after his wife abandoned him. Sharon noted that it was strange to avoid the girl, even if Mr. Leonardo didn't know how to feel about her. However, the lawyer added that he and his employer had carefully analyzed his behavior and had drawn all the conclusions. Elsa knew that they were trying to gain sympathy by making the most of commonly known facts, very similar to how Liena had created the image of an unfortunate girl by flaunting her past as an orphan. The young woman was sure that Liena had been involved here and that she was her opponent. The lawyer added that Leonardo planned to change his lifestyle when he had more free time. But the divorce happened sooner. The judge banged his gavel, asking everyone to calm down and take a short break. He wanted the lawyers to prepare the witnesses they planned to call in the near future. Farrell said they were calling Marion, the Duke's family's head maid, as a witness. After this, there was a short break where everyone could get up from their seats and walk a little. The break was supposed to end in 40 minutes, but Elsa was so tired that that time wasn't enough for her to rest. She entered her office and found that the Marquis and the butler hadn't arrived yet. The girl only prayed that the people so important to her were healthy and safe. The butler stated that he intended to meet with the Duke in person and tell him why he was hiding. He didn't understand why the guards had grabbed him and wouldn't let him see his master. The guard explained that the Duke was attending Mr. Leonardo's court hearing. The butler wanted to pretend he was going to meet the Duke in the courtroom so he could act as a witness. However, the guard said that they had been ordered to deliver the butler to the estate. The man admitted he had served the master for decades and knew his character well. He knew that if he could find a close helper who had disappeared without explanation, he wouldn't stand idly by. Therefore, the butler assumed it was Liena who gave this order and also put the guard at the service of this family. The guard claimed that the words of his mistress and the Duke were equally important to him, so he didn't fear punishment. From this situation, the butler deduced that the words about his trip to the estate were a lie. He remembered Elsa's words about how he had lived for a long time as a loyal Duke, and now he wanted to live the rest of his life as his son's father. He wanted so much to pay the debt to the girl who made him realize his stupidity. Suddenly, a ringing was heard, and the carriage window was broken into small pieces. A hand appeared inside and, using magic, disarmed one of the guards. The guards took their weapons to face the attacker. It turned out to be the Marquis, who used his skills to free the butler. After that, he put the man on his horse behind his back and ran to the courthouse. The young man only intentionally immobilized the guards, but didn't kill anyone. He knew that killing several people would only make the situation worse. The Marquis explained that he had given part of his power to the butler so that he would always know where he was. He did it a few days ago in front of Sharon's lawyer's office, the last time they crossed paths. The young man admitted that he doesn't have a very good temper, so he treats everyone with suspicion. The butler realized the man was worried he would change his mind, so he decided to take measures so that it would be possible to track him. Now the most important thing for them was to arrive at the trial on time so the butler could testify. Suddenly, the man realized that his savior was covered in cold sweat. However, the boy reassured him, telling him it was only from the tension after using his power. He was comforted to know he was carrying holy water, gifted by the goddess of victory herself. The judge ordered everyone to take their seats and announced that the court session was continuing. The first to be called was Marion, who served as head maid in the ducal residence and general manager of staff. The woman confirmed that all those positions were effectively hers. The lawyer asked her to tell what Leonardo's married life had been like, and Elsa in the last 2 years. He added that this is extremely important to prevent the tragedy of family disintegration. Elsa noticed the woman played her role well. Marion said Elsa was a good person, but she never challenged them with her point of view, and always rejected gifts. In most cases, the girl was not present at the banquets organized by the resident staff. Marion decided it was because the gifts and banquets were too modest. Elsa knew it was all a complete lie, although there was still a grain of truth. All her gifts were portraits of Liena, or things with her image. The girl simply didn't like the fact that another person forced her to be a fan. The manager added that Mr. Leonardo was passive in his married life, but always felt guilty about it, because he asked her to take care of his wife. Elsa realized the woman was trying to romanticize the story, showing that they had entrusted his personal care to her. Mariana added that Mr. Leonardo was always busy with his work, and that the young woman usually spent time in her room, sometimes attending hobby and reading circles or going shopping. Among the crowd a whisper ran, Leonardo was a workaholic, and his wife lived an idle life. Elsa mentally thanked the woman because she said exactly what the girl expected to hear. Sharon noted that the manager said a few words about Leonardo's lifestyle. And Elsa, however, the lawyer noted that it was unlikely the wife could have so much free time if she performed the duties of a housewife. She believed that the wife should take on the duties of the mistress of the castle, but the administrator noted that the younger mistress was not accustomed to running a large house. She noted that her family did not give her a proper education due to their poor situation. Therefore, Lady Liena, who until then was in charge of the house, had no choice but to continue performing the role of lady of the house. The lawyer noted that this fact was also confirmed by the Count and Countess of Wallace, who would give their testimony later. She added that Lady Liena planned to leave her position as mistress of the residence once the young mistress had gotten used to family life. She explained that there have been several such precedents throughout history. In place of the Countess, who was in delicate health, the duties of mistress of the residence were assumed by her husband's older sister. But Elsa had no health problems, while Her Majesty, the Empress of the previous century, who had come from a foreign land, was learning the local language. Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager, performed the duties of mother of the nation in her place. But Elsa was not a foreigner. The lawyer added that the Count and Countess acknowledged that their daughter did not have the ability to perform such difficult work. But Sharon replied that they were accused of cruelty towards their own daughter. Farrell added that there are many cases where the role of hostess is performed by another person due to unavoidable circumstances. Although the plaintiff could not fulfill her duties as owner of the residence, she was treated with dignity because she was such. Elsa was given a large sum of money each month for her maintenance and was given various luxurious gifts. The magnificent wedding ceremony was excellent proof of that. Mariana added that they were only following Mr. Leonardo's orders, trying by all means to brighten the girl's loneliness. Tearfully, she turned to her former mistress, begging her to return and promising to treat her even better. Elsa simply smiled mysteriously and asked the woman to fulfill a small request of hers. She admitted that she wanted Marion to say the word mistress out loud. She didn't want the woman to ask for the reason for this, but just to fulfill the request. The manager looked at the lawyer, but she gave her the go-ahead to carry out that request. Then Mariana began to shout the word, mistress, over and over out loud until she pronounced it clearly enough. Immediately after, the recording of their conversation, which was made in a special box, was activated. It was precisely at that moment that Elsa learned that she was not considered the mistress of this house. In this recording, the manager's voice is clearly heard announcing that the true owner of this house was Liana. The lawyer explained that it was a conversation between the witness and Elsa that took place at the Duke's castle several days ago. From this, it is clearly evident that the manager didn't care at all about her mistress, since she denied said fact. The lawyer added that this recording reveals several things at once. For example, that the witnesses who served the family didn't consider Elsa the mistress of the house at all. Secondly, the attitude demonstrated by the witness can in no way be described as polite. Finally, the plaintiff had no means to impose sanctions on the worker. She knew this fact and neglected it. The manager called it cowardly that Elsa took the box to give it to Liana, but ended up keeping it for herself. The girl was only happy with her words, since in this way the manager confirmed the veracity of this incident. Evident, Mariana immediately turned to Liana and tried to explain to her that all this was Elsa's doing. The lawyer addressed the judges and asked them to give them time to carefully examine the evidence. He tried to convince them that there was no proof that the voice in the recording was that of the witness, and that the recording had little precedent for having been used as evidence. However, Sharon replied that Farrell was the first lawyer in the history of the empire to present the recording as evidence months ago. The box was the invention of an eccentric inventor that by a happy chance fell into Liana's hands. Thanks to this box, the trial ended in victory for the Duke in his fight against his neighbors. Sharon reminded that many initially suspected the recording devices when they first encountered them, but Farrell's lawyer presented excellent arguments for their admissibility as evidence. Sharon thanked her opponent because thanks to him, now there will be no need to argue about the authenticity of the recording. Farrell immediately realized his mistake and admitted that the witness had treated the plaintiff inappropriately. Even Elsa was surprised at how quickly the young man changed his position. However, he added that the witness did not meet the relevant standards. Sharon asked the judge if the statements from the defendant's staff of the Duke's residence mentioned a problem with the head housekeeper. She pointed out that no such topic was mentioned, but the recording clearly shows that the conversation took place in front of several employees. That's why she found it strange that no one testified about this incident. The manager was afraid of what the Duke had just done, so she looked at her beloved mistress. Liana immediately burst into tears and admitted that it was her fault. The head maid was her nanny, so she didn't think she would forget her situation. Liana added that she continued to perform her duties as mistress of the house, only because she was worried about her little sister. She continued crying and apologizing to her daughter-in-law, thus trying to regain the public's favor. The judge had to bang the gavel to calm everyone present. He explained to the Duke's family that if they made any more noise, the judge would order them to be removed from the room. Elsa suddenly realized that she felt an unusual sense of presence, an overwhelming sense of presence that draws people in. For better or for worse, it was the protagonist's ability to influence the court even just by sitting in the room. After her presentation, the manager also fell to her knees and began to apologize to the girl. As punishment, she began to bang her head against the floor so hard that it even started to bleed. The guards immediately grabbed the woman and took her away before she could hurt herself even more. Those present immediately began to pity the woman and believed that she had really reflected on her behavior. The lawyer said that his client wanted to apologize on behalf of the Duke's family for any inconvenience caused. Leonardo said he had no idea his wife was forced to endure such humiliation. He promised to fire the manager from her position and even fire the rest of the employees if the girl so wished. He swore with all his might that if he broke this promise, he was willing to renounce his place as successor, and even his surname. The judge reminded them that a public oath has legal force, so the young man will not be able to refuse to fulfill it. Elsa realized that she was in a situation where, if she refused, only she would remain a bad person. Sharon tried to prove that the defendant knew what was happening in his own house. But Farrell didn't let her continue. He pointed out that everyone has the right to make mistakes, so he asked to give his client another chance. The judge reminded them that the decision in this case remains in the girl's hands if she so wishes. Elsa realized that she was in a very difficult situation. The girl hoped that her partner could find the butler and bring him to the courtroom on time. For now, she has stated that her decision remains unchanged and she wants the divorce. Elsa added that her trust in the man was undermined and could not be restored. If you cling to something in the name of love and don't let it go, then it is violence. He should let her be happy. After these words, Leonardo looked dejected, as if he were sincerely worried about what was happening. Terence gave the signal, and Sharon informed the court that their new witness had arrived. The girl announced that she would call the Duke's family butler as a witness. The Duke immediately recognized the man and was enraged because the servant who had served him for many years was now against him. The man stood behind the pedestal and said that he had arrived as a witness, and that for the last 20 years he had worked as a butler in the castle. Even the judge was surprised that a man acted as a witness on behalf of the girl. The Duke was furious and immediately began to shout that the man had betrayed him. Leanna tried to stop her father, but the judge expelled them both for disturbing the peace of the proceedings. The man was very irritated, but still obeyed and left the room with his daughter. After this, the judge wanted to proceed directly to the questioning of the witness. However, Farrell said that the butler had suddenly disappeared several days ago, and it was speculated that he had been kidnapped by enemy forces. However, Sharon didn't care about that. She just wanted the judge to allow the butler to act. The man openly declared that no one had kidnapped him. He had personally left the Duke's residence. Even Leonardo was surprised by this answer and didn't understand why his uncle betrayed them. Sharon asked the butler to describe the couple's married life, and the man said that Mrs. Elsa seemed unhappy. Everyone in the castle, except Laura, treated her like an outsider who had decided to stay in the house for a short time. The servants' behavior towards the lady was different from their attitude towards the late Duchess, and Mr. Leonardo was well informed about the situation that had arisen. The butler found out about this because he personally communicated the situation to him. However, Leonardo informed him that he would take care of it personally and asked him not to interfere. Farrell pointed out that his client had already admitted his negligence and promised to fire his employees. Sharon added that there is another serious reason for the divorce that has not yet been revealed. The lawyer then addressed the judge and requested that the trial become private, since the content of the witness's testimony could damage someone's reputation. Farrell opposed such a change, since opening a private meeting would only arouse unpleasant suspicions. After listening to both parties, the judge rejected the request and left the hearing open, after which Elsa, who had felt this problem more vividly than anyone else in the last 2 years, stood behind the pedestal, intending to reveal everything herself. The girl took a deep breath, after which she announced that her husband Leonardo had a problem with the birth of an heir. Immediately after this statement, everyone present in the room was left open-mouthed. The girl added that her husband avoided sharing the marital bed with her, and that they never had a full family life. She tried to explain that she had done everything possible, but that nothing worked, and then she began to cry. Farrell tried to accuse the girl of slander, and pointed out that she would answer to the law for denigrating the honor of the heir of the house. He tried to declare that slandering the heir of the ducal family was a crime, but then he turned his attention to his client. From his face, he realized that all the girl's accusations were true. Leonardo was born as the heir to a great family, and after having lost his mother, he desperately tried to ensure that others would not look down on him. Therefore, the boy could not share with anyone how his relationship with his wife was going, because it could reach Leanna's ears. This fact could be confirmed by 2 witnesses, Laura and the butler, since each of them was responsible for cleaning the spouse's bedrooms. The lawyer wanted to re-examine both witnesses on this matter and first called Laura. The girl explained that she served her mistress, but that she had never seen the two sleeping in the same room. She also added that even on their wedding night, they just sat on the bed facing each other. The man then admitted that it was beyond his strength and fled the room. The girl added that the next day and after, the same thing happened. The witnesses immediately remembered that in the past, there had been talk that the young man had potency problems. The butler added that even after the wedding, the young gentleman used the room he had occupied since he was a child, and not the marital bedroom. He said that it was difficult for him to lead a married life with a girl because he did not feel attracted to her as a woman. Sharon reminded them that the defendant had previously claimed that he loved his wife. She noted that it was strange to love his wife, but never have sexual relations with her. Farrell tried to convince everyone around him that it was just 2 people chatting. However, Sharon emphasized that these 2 people were observing the husband and the wife more closely than any other person. She added that the butler had served the family for decades and would gain nothing by siding with the girl. She reminded them that her client did not demand a cent of alimony. neither can he count on a decent reputation and find a family that is happy to hire a worker who has turned his back on his master. The butler made a noble confession, obeying the call of his conscience, sacrificing not only decades of devoted service, but also his future. One of the girls who was in the stands jumped up and ordered Elsa not to pretend she didn't have money. She said the girl sold all of Leonardo's gifts and used the money to hire a lawyer, since she personally saw her ring in a jewelry store. The judge was not happy that the process was increasingly turning into a kind of performance. Suddenly, Elsa approached Leonardo and took out of her bag the same ring the stranger had told her about. She remembered that the young man had given her a ring called the Green Princess. However, that same day, he gave his younger sister a necklace called the Green Queen. It was this same ring that Elsa brought to the court hearing, along with all the other jewelry he had given her. The stranger was removed from the room, while she continued to scream that she had seen the ring with her own eyes. Elsa knew it would be like this, so she sold the ring on purpose and then bought it back. The crowd was already arguing that the girl had told the truth, while everyone around her was constantly lying and distorting the truth. Elsa added that she didn't want to keep anything that reminded her of Leonardo. She pointed out that the divorce was the only gift he could give her. The judge banged his gavel and ordered everyone to remain silent in the courtroom. He pointed out that it was quite late, so the court session was declared closed, and the next one would be held in 2 days. The public was disappointed because they thought everything would end today. After this announcement, the 3 judges got up and walked away tiredly. They realized that they were not in a position to make a final decision, so they postponed the trial. It is very possible that now the judges will run to the emperor to ask for advice. Farrell asked his master not to worry, because they would return home and think about countermeasures. Sharon was a little disappointed because she wanted to finish this matter today. She even felt sad because everything turned out the way it did. The girl realized that all the events unfolded exactly as her client had said. Elsa was happy with today's test and wanted to rest before the final of this fight. Upon leaving the courtroom, the girls met the entire Cassius family. The Duke was curious to know how the girl managed to convince the butler to testify against his family. Elsa pointed out that by asking that question, it meant that he still didn't know the content of the trial. Liana was also not present at the end of the meeting, so she immediately turned her attention to her older brother, who didn't want to talk about anything. Elsa warned that she would visit the Duke at his house tomorrow morning. The girl added that she would go there with the butler. The Duke didn't want to do it, but still agreed to receive the girl the next day, after which the whole family left. Only Liana kept her gaze fixed on her daughter-in-law. After this confrontation, Elsa was exhausted, for it was not for nothing that the Duke was called a demon. A little later, the butler and Laura, who had finished tidying up some papers, entered the bathroom. Elsa was worried about the man and asked him not to apologize for what happened, because everything went well. He heard that she was going to visit the Duke tomorrow and invited him to go with her. The butler couldn't let the girl go alone, since the girl's father, the Duke, one day would have to face the past. Elsa was happy that the man was already properly treating whoever had once offended him. Only after this did she realize that the Marquis had not yet appeared in the room. The butler explained that the guy had taken him to court and then disappeared, and also asked them to tell the girl that she should return home first. He asked to keep it a secret, but the young man looked sickly due to the use of force. Elsa knew that medicinal tea would alleviate headaches, but after using his powers, it wasn't enough. From the original novel, she knew that the young man sometimes hid in the forest after using excessive force. So she went to look for him. The guards commented on how the Grangical family had been so petty that they had made a scene during the court hearing and had been expelled from the room. They had already heard before that the eldest son was not capable of begetting an heir, but at that time, the family used their influence and suppressed the rumors. Elsa waited until the guards passed by and then crawled out of her hiding place. The girl heard movement from above and, lifting her head, saw her partner. She was happy to see the young man who had helped her so much. However, the Marquis was not satisfied with the meeting with her and asked her why the girl had come to him. He knew that she had been told she should return home first. Elsa wanted the boy to come down. She felt uncomfortable because she couldn't see his face. The girl had no idea what expression he had on his face now, or with what emotions he was speaking to her now. However, the Marquis refused to do so and preferred to stay away from her. He explained that he wanted to be alone, so he asked the girl to return home first. Elsa was worried about the young man's condition, as he had recently used his powers. Terrence said he wanted to be alone for now, but that he would definitely visit the girl a little later. Elsa forgot to be a little annoyed, but decided to do what she wanted. She just said that the court hearing had ended exactly as she expected, which was only possible because her partner had brought the butler on time. The girl apologized for bothering him, but after hearing the butler say that the Marquis looked sick, she couldn't stand idly by. The girl said she was worried about the young man because he is her partner. The Marquis noted that the girl was infinitely warm and affectionate, but sometimes surprised him with her cruelty. Then he admitted that he had simply said something wrong and asked the girl to pretend she hadn't heard anything. Elsa couldn't ignore such words because now her attention was focused to the limit. The girl assumed that the young man was angry with her or that she had made some mistake, but the boy denied everything. Then he suggested that he might be angry with her for something. The Marquis apologized for his previous words and asked Elsa to return home quickly. However, the girl sat under a tree and announced that she would only return if the boy told her exactly what had ruined his mood. Terrence admitted that after using the power, he sometimes talks nonsense due to fatigue. They sat in silence for a while, and Elsa thought about how fast time had passed while she had given herself to the divorce process. The girl herself didn't realize that summer had arrived, after which she remembered that night when the guys were drinking on the terrace. She remembered that day, the young man was worried about something and behaved a little strangely. She admitted that Laura has family in the Empire, and the lawyer has his own work, so they cannot leave. Elsa realized that the young man was giving her a hand, providing her with a roof, providing her with financial support, and assuming the role of bodyguard. But she thought he was upset because the girl was going to turn a blind eye to the help she had provided him and was going abroad. She decided that as soon as he allowed her to start exploiting the abandoned mines, the girl would pay him immediately. She promised that in the future things would go uphill for her, and her life would change 180 degrees. She also noted that the young man can turn to her for help at any time of the day, and they will stay in touch. After her words, the Marquis admitted that some misunderstanding had arisen between them. He never thought Elsa would take advantage of his help and leave, because she had already told him the recipe for the healing tea. He noted that such behavior was not at all typical of a girl, and attributed it to fatigue from the trial. She just smiled and pointed out that it was partly his fault. She admitted that she was extremely bewildered by the fact that the young man treated her so coldly. The girl tried to justify herself by saying that she hadn't meant any of that she had only had that feeling for a moment. Unexpectedly, the Marquis lowered himself to her head level and heard once again that he had started to behave quite coldly, after which he went back up and admitted that he was simply being whimsical like a small child. The boy was a little surprised, as he thought Elsa would always remain impartial, because she didn't flinch, even in front of her ex-husband. She also broke ties with her parents without hesitation. However, Elsa admitted that all these people were not particularly important to her. Immediately after these words, the young man jumped to the ground and landed right in front of the girl. It seemed to Elsa that a moment ago his voice had been very cold, but now everything had changed drastically. She was surprised that the young man was smiling warmly at her again. The Marquis noticed that the girl had changed her clothes so that no one would recognize her and harass her with questions. Elsa added that now Violetta, wearing her dress, was getting into a carriage near the courthouse. Just in case, the young man covered the girl with his cape to hide her even better. In return, he took her headpiece, which suited her incredibly well. Fortunately, most people were crowding at the front door to see the participants in the trial, so the two of them quietly got into the carriage. Elsa didn't know what was happening, but she was happy that Terrence returned to his original state. The next day, the girl had to go to the castle where the Duke's family lived. Liana thought for a long time and then ordered Kira to bring Elliot immediately. Elliot was one of the 7 talents gathered by the girl, a rare genius who specialized in law, economics, mathematics, and the military department at the same time. Elliot also made a huge contribution, so that the Duke's family achieved great success in various fields of activity, which they were now bravely boasting about. Kira explained that the inventor was on a business trip in another country, but Liana demanded that he be brought back immediately. She also ordered the lawyer to be told to try to buy time so that the inventor could return. After which, Liana announced that she had to go see her brother. She was sure that it was just a passing failure, because they had always promised her a brilliant victory. On the way, the girl met her brother, who told her that Leonardo had locked himself in his room and wasn't coming out. The boy was in shock because of what was happening between his brother and his sister-in-law, since he didn't know anything about what was going on. The young man wasn't even sure if they should really continue with the proceedings. He sincerely believed that it would be better for both of them if they just divorced. However, Liena reminded them that Elsa was part of their family and that they couldn't give her up. The girl regretted having reacted so harshly, but the boy still admitted that she was right. Liena planned not to give up until the end, and hoped that one day her sister-in-law would realize the risk they were running. A little later, when the appointed time arrived, Elsa and her team arrived at the castle. All the guys gathered in a room to discuss important matters. Elsa greeted everyone and noticed that they were not particularly happy to see her. The Duke reminded her that the girl was the one who tarnished his son's honor. Liena wanted both of them not to get worked up and resolve all the problems through dialogue. The Duke was also curious to know why the butler had abandoned him and the whole family. He considered that the 20 years he spent with them were an empty phrase to him. He didn't understand why the butler suddenly tried to avoid answering and remembered his son. Liena didn't want a real fight to start, so she tried to soften her father's behavior. She remembered that Joshua came to the castle when the girl was little. The girl was sincerely surprised when she heard that the butler's son was sick and wanted to visit him. As the butler expected, the three of them didn't even remember the incident in which they hurt him. The man said that his son still has nightmares about that fateful day. Liena couldn't believe that because of a small fuss, the guy was hurt from the depths of his soul, since they simply pointed a sword at him. The Duke couldn't believe that the butler had stabbed him in the back for a trifle. After these words, the man could no longer control himself, since his son had just been insulted. He didn't understand why the butler accused him that his own son was weak. He remembered that at his age, he had already participated in training combats and had been wounded by a real weapon, while he had spent half his life in a locked room due to a banal threat. Liena wanted the Duke to calm his emotions, and they would continue the conversation when both parties had calmed down. However, Elsa noticed that the man did not regret what he had done, as his words said so. The Duke confirmed her assumption, stating that there could be no room for doubt about repentance. The idea that the man would regret his mistake was a vain hope. The butler was once again convinced that the man only thought of himself. Now it was his turn to speak, but Cassius refused to listen to him. Elsa noticed that she had come with a very important matter, so she wanted to be heard. She wanted the trial to end that very moment, so she offered to negotiate the approval of the divorce. She remembered that yesterday they had to convince the whole family that they were not going to be able to easily win this trial. The Duke pointed out that the girl was well prepared, but that she would never be able to destroy his family alone. And Elsa realized that the longer that dirty fight lasted, the more his eldest son's honor would be tarnished. She remembered that the man behaves like that not for the sake of his son, but for his stubbornness. She noticed that it was hard for the man to admit the mistake he had made towards Joshua, and the fact that the butler had abandoned him because of it. The Duke believed that the girl had taken the butler from him, but it was the Duke himself who threw him out first. After this, the man was enraged and slammed the table hard, hoping that after this the girl would shut up. Liena knew that Elsa had chosen the wrong approach to convince her father to approve the divorce, because even under threat of death, he wouldn't admit his mistakes. If she makes it up again, this fight will end in victory for the Duke and for herself. Elsa promised that if the family agreed to the divorce, she would give them a gift that would make them very happy. She promised to provide her father with what they were looking for and desperately wanted to get. The Duke believed that the girl had nothing valuable to offer, so he was not interested in her at all. However, Elsa noticed that she could return the Duchess's time capsule to them that they had been looking for more than 10 years. The girl claimed to know the location of the time capsule left by the Duke's late wife. Duchess Cheryl, the Duke's only love, died of an illness more than 10 years ago. The man adopted a girl who looked like 2 drops of water with his late wife, and he loved and cared for her more than his 2 biological children. Before leaving this world, the woman told her husband to find a hidden time capsule. After her death, the Duke searched every corner of his castle, but couldn't find it anywhere. After that, he expanded the search area and searched the entire territory that belonged to him. But this also bore no fruit, and only by a happy chance, Liena managed to discover it in the epilogue of the original novel. Elsa announced that she had recently been able to solve the mystery of the deceased. The Duke, for whom a word from Liena was enough to accept death, could act differently with Cheryl's help. Leon seemed very surprised, because they never perceived the poem as a riddle. The poem Cheryl left was a kind of clue to where the time capsule was hidden. Liena couldn't believe it, because not even the greatest cryptographers, poets, and detectives could solve this riddle. The Duke believed that it was not enough for the girl to tarnish his son's honor, so he decided to humiliate him by using the name of his late wife. Elsa noticed that the man was now interested in her words. She realized that she was very smart and that luck was also on her side. She knew that everyone pretended to doubt it, but inside they had mixed feelings. The Duke thought the girl just wouldn't be able to solve the riddle, but it seemed to everyone that her words didn't sound like an empty bluff. The Duke wanted to make sure there wasn't a drop of a lie in the girl's words. Liena remembered that the person who posed the riddle several years ago turned out to be a fraud. The man understood all this, but still asked Elsa to tell him where his late wife's things were. The girl agreed, but first asked the man to sign the document. She said she would cooperate on the divorce matter once the time capsule was in her hands. The Duke admitted that even under threat of death, he wouldn't change his mind on matters related to his wife. So, the man took the document handed to him and signed it. Elsa was happy because a lawyer was present, so they could have everything notarized. She asked to call Farrell because it needed to be notarized by 2 or more lawyers. Both lawyers were present and confirmed the authenticity of the document. After this, a poem was presented with a riddle that no one could guess. No matter how much the brothers searched, nothing was clear because they had searched everything. Elsa noticed that there were 2 statues next to the largest fountain in the castle, but only one of them matched the description. The next location is a greenhouse with hydrangeas, but the girl doubted that they had always been in the castle greenhouse. Elsa remembered that she had also seen the flowers, but the gardener claimed that it was he who planted them. The Duke remembered that his wife initially had personally taken charge of the greenhouse until she got sick. The girl knew that, although the Duchess was healthy, there were no hydrangeas in the greenhouse. They were planted after her illness started. They looked at each verse of the poem and realized that in each of them they had made a mistake. Assuming the most obvious options, Leonardo found out what was happening there and went down despite his bad condition. He admitted that he couldn't help coming because the conversation turned towards his mother's time capsule. Leonardo also claimed that he had a lot to talk about with his own wife. The whole family gathered and started discussing what the poem could indicate. Laham even suggested that there was a mistake in the riddle because Mom was too distracted. So Elsa proposed thinking about the content, discarding 3 contradictory lines. Then she suggested removing what seemed repetitive. After all of the above, only then was it left to mention that mother hid her treasure. Lee Hem was angry because it was his mother who hid the treasure. The boy got carried away, so everyone else immediately reminded him to be respectful. The young man apologized for his behavior because he had really behaved in an unbridled manner. Elsa noticed that in the living room there were many pieces of art depicting the Duchess, which she didn't like. The Duke noted that Cheryl was shy. All the luxury items here were expressions of his greed. Then Elsa noticed a statue that stood out from all the others. The Duke explained that the plaster statue was a gift from Cheryl, an exact replica of the marble statue in the castle that she had made as a gift, so that her husband could see her face when he was in the capital. Elsa immediately lifted the statue, causing everyone else to worry. The girl explained that everything was fine because the statue was hollow inside, so it was easier than it looked. Only now did Liena realize that the statue had been standing in front of them this whole time. Elsa realized that the woman had made the statue herself, so she asked when the man had received it as a gift. It was only now that she realized that he had received the statue and had heard about the time capsule for the first time at about the same time. Only then did Leonardo realize that this was the same self that the poem spoke of. He realized that from the beginning they needed the truth, which the Duchess herself hid. She wanted to shake the statue, but the men didn't let her. They carefully lifted the plaster and shook it, hoping not to break anything. The men listened and realized that there was really something inside the statue. The Duke suggested cutting the bottom and seeing what had been hidden there. He carefully took the dagger and made a small cut on the bottom. Inside were several scarves and envelopes containing messages that had clearly been sealed many years ago. After this, the whole family sat at the table and started reading their letters. Only Liena was left without a message, because she didn't manage to reach the Duchess while she was alive. No matter how influential the girl was, she didn't have a single memory connecting her to Cheryl. The woman asked her husband not to worry too much, because even after many years, he wouldn't become like his father. The woman remembered how many years ago Joshua was born and told her husband to hold the child in his arms. But he was very confused. She knew that the man looked scary on the outside, but on the inside, he was a very tender person. Cheryl hoped that Cassius would never become a man who would pursue the weak like his father. After reading their messages, each member of the family burst into tears, and everyone else had to pretend they weren't paying attention. After everything calmed down, the Duke thanked Elsa, because without her help, he wouldn't have been able to read his wife's last letter. The girl knew that if it weren't for her, Liena would have found it anyway, but she was still happy to participate in this. After this, the Duke turned to the butler and commented that he wanted to ask him for another chance. Although it was too cheeky on his part, the butler really valued his master, so he agreed to talk to him, and everyone else decided to give them this chance. That day, Elsa found out that the butler had been talking to his former master until late at night. And the next day, the city hall, the capital of the empire, had to register the divorce. The Duke met with Elsa and told her that the butler had returned to his service. All this will only happen if Joshua accepts the Duke's apologies and gives him permission. The man admitted that he had the feeling that he had forgotten the most important thing for a long time. Together, they went to City Hall and handed the secretary a divorce document signed by the parties. The girl carefully studied the documents and announced that in them, the divorce agreement between Leonardo was confirmed. And Elsa, the girl, was so happy that she couldn't contain her feelings and danced a little with happiness. The witnesses were surprised by what happened because they believed that the divorce was in full swing. Once the divorce agreement was granted, the trial was suspended and everything would soon end. Elsa was incredibly happy to finally be able to free herself, which embarrassed the Duke a little. The man admitted that Leonardo didn't want to give the girl the divorce, so he had to tie up his son and come in his place. Things were complicated even more by the fact that Liena also took his side, and the two of them were obsessed with the girl. Elsa noticed that even the Duke felt it, because at first she thought everything was because of the mine. But now she had suspicions that it wasn't just because of that. She knew that usually the man always listened to the words of his beloved daughter. But now she was happy that he didn't change his mind. The Duke initially believed that there was no need to keep someone who didn't want him close. Also, the man accepted that he had never really considered the girl as part of his family, and that he still perceived her as a young lady who had married his son. Only now did he really start to get interested in what kind of person she was. But it was no longer so important. Elsa advised the man to observe the next choice of his son more carefully, and better yet, not to create a new victim. The Duke promised that he would remember her words and be more attentive to what was happening around him. After this, he said goodbye to the girl, who got into the carriage and left. A few days later, Elsa visited Diana at the ambassador's residence. The girl was reading the newspaper and realized that a great uproar had occurred. She didn't care what would happen to Elsa now, but she didn't want to be the center of attention. Diana saw her friend and ran towards her because she wanted to chat. After all that happened, the girls communicated well and maintained friendly relations. Diana noticed that Elsa could easily consider that place as her home, because she herself hadn't gotten used to that idea yet. Elsa thought that moving to the ambassador's residence as a permanent residence was a good idea, because she could expose the secret villa. Terence didn't like this either, because the ambassador's residence was well guarded, so there was no need to worry about journalists getting in. The girl said she was waiting for a friend, but he didn't seem upset at all. Elsa touched him gently, reminding herself that the boy was going through the most important event of his life. The moment was approaching when the emperor would decide to announce to the world the existence of another son, after which the Marquis would have much more work to do. Terence will be busy meeting with the nobles to secure their support for the future. The boys received the emperor's permission. Now only the approval of the temple for the divorce remained. The maid approached the girls and told them that a man wanted to meet Elsa. He was tall and spoke like a gentleman, but wore a robe and the girl couldn't see his face. Elsa suggested that it could be the Marquis, who knew where to look for her. She announced that she would leave for a short time to talk to a man, but that she would return later. Violetta literally ran towards the door, hoping she could reunite with her old friend. The tall man was indeed standing near the door, but the girls couldn't see who it was, since his back was turned to them. However, the man took off his cape, and it turned out that, instead of the Marquis, Leonardo was hiding underneath. Elsa was disappointed, because she didn't expect to see her ex-husband again so soon. Leonardo insisted that it wasn't too late, and that they could at least cancel the divorce now. The man begged her to put things back the way they were, or even start all over again. Elsa realized that it was already too late for the guy to pretend that he regretted it, or that he felt love for her. Leonardo tried to convince the girl that he sincerely liked her. She was curious to know the reason why he went so far, since he had behaved similarly throughout their married life. The girl saw that the guy wasn't going to answer her, so she decided to leave. Leonardo admitted that he himself didn't know why he behaved so strangely. He admitted that he liked the girl, but although he had feelings for her, he couldn't share love with her. Like other lovers, he admitted that it was the first time he experienced such feelings towards the opposite sex. The man didn't know the reason, but from the first second he saw her, he was interested in her. When the girl bandaged his wound during his visit to his parents' mansion, he was paralyzed by the expression on her face. Elsa only now understood why the guy had looked at her face so closely that time. Leonardo was sure it was destiny, because he had never felt that way towards anyone, except towards his relatives. Elsa decided to listen to what he had to say, but she simply had no words, because he was saying that he wasn't capable of loving her, as she was a member of the opposite sex. She remembered that some time ago, he himself had said these words to the butler. So, the guy admitted that the first night he felt something strange. He didn't want to do something like that with the girl. He also thought about kissing her or something like that, but he had no flat desire, so he thought it was simply his nature. Before meeting Elsa, he had never written about women, and the first night he had a strong feeling of rejection, as if he were committing some kind of crime. After that, the guy couldn't do anything but run constantly. He wanted to be kind to his wife, but he couldn't take it. Elsa assumed that the guy was afraid that if he were kind to her again, she would have hope, and would ask him to treat her as a full-fledged wife. The guy admitted that he even got drunk to have the courage to try to tell her everything. But he couldn't. He couldn't open his mouth in her presence, and was afraid that his words would hurt her, or make her angry. In keeping with his role as the main character's older brother, Leonardo was handsome even when he cried, and his miserable look was pitiful. However, Elsa grabbed him by the neck and ordered him not to lie about how scared he was by the idea that she would leave him after this. She saw his face, full of emotional wounds, how he cried every time he ignored her, but he just didn't want to admit his mistake. The mistake a man made was confusing kindness with love and marrying a woman who was like a younger sister to him. Leonardo couldn't believe that the girl wrote his feelings exactly. She recalled how he had repeatedly said that the girl was incredibly similar to his younger sister. Also, he said that the impressions she made and the atmosphere surrounding her reminded him of Liana. He remembered that it was thanks to her help in bandaging his wounds that the child opened his heart to Liana and accepted her as a member of the family. Leonardo didn't understand how his wife knew such details that he didn't tell her. At first, Leonardo didn't accept Liana as a member of his family. Since childhood, he felt uncomfortable with the fact that some stranger would suddenly enter his life. Both the father and Laham thought the baby was very cute, but the child didn't understand it. In the orphanage, they taught him practically nothing, and he couldn't even pronounce words correctly. One day the child was sitting under a tree and crying. Liana came over to comfort him. Leonardo wanted to chase the girl away, but she insisted a lot and didn't leave him alone. Then Leonardo confessed that his father hit him on the shoulder a couple of times as punishment. Liana realized that the boy was still a child, and that it was wrong to hit young children. The boy didn't understand why the girl was protecting him if he had been looking down on her all this time. However, the girl smiled and pointed out that she liked him, even though the boy didn't feel friendly towards her. Elsa noted that if he liked his younger sister so much, then he could live happily with her. Leonardo tried to explain that after that incident, Liana became his dear sister, but it was Elsa who healed his hand. The girl noted that the boy was forced to separate from Liana due to his duties as a lord, and then a replacement in her person appeared on his path at the right moment. The girl was convinced that the boy intended to lie to her all the way to the ring. Leonardo literally begged the girl to give him another chance. However, Elsa didn't want to waste more of her emotions on a person like him. The girl commented that if he had a conscience, then he should not appear in front of her again. After which she left, saying goodbye to him. After the conversation, Elsa returned to the ambassador's house and had a good time in the company of her good friends. Later in the evening, Diana called her friends, and the girls played various games to brighten up the bad weather. Passing by the windows, Elsa noticed that Leonardo was still standing in front of the house door. She just drew the curtains, with no intention of giving in out of compassion for the young man. The girl was absolutely sure that she wouldn't even care if Leonardo suddenly caught a cold. She went to bed calmly because she was tired after such a busy day. In the middle of the night, she heard someone throwing stones at her window, so she immediately thought it was her ex-husband. She couldn't believe that the guy wanted to convince her to come down by doing something like that. However, Elsa was very surprised when, instead of Leonardo, she saw the Marquis throwing a stone at her window. The young man used gestures to ask if he could cross the fence and approach the girl. Elsa was glad to see him, so she easily allowed him to do so. The young man used his powers and literally flew over the fence, climbing higher. He stopped at a tree that overlooked the girl's balcony, apologizing for disturbing her sleep. The boy admitted that he had news that he wanted to tell her as soon as possible. The Marquis reported that this could be considered a serious incident. In fact, the young man came to Elsa in the middle of the night to congratulate her on having officially received the divorce. She heard about the approval of her divorce at a meeting of the Council of Ministers, but it will only be officially announced tomorrow. Elsa was glad to finally be divorced and to no longer be Leonardo's wife or the Duke's daughter-in-law. After receiving the news, the girl remained silent for a while, which baffled the young man. However, the next second she shouted loudly and danced on the spot, rejoicing at her victory. The Marquis admitted that he wanted to share the good news with the girl and that he wanted to congratulate her first. She realized that the young man reached her in the middle of a storm and was completely soaked to the bone. So she asked him why he was so kind to her. She admitted she had the feeling that the boy worried too much about her. He even went so far as to use the power of the imperial family, despite the side effects. It was too much to pay for the healing tea recipe, because now the Marquis's actions were too emotional. Suddenly, a thought came to the girl's head, and she couldn't believe it. The boy noted that she was his partner, so he naturally wanted to take care of her. Besides, Elsa was also his friend, which he had for the first time in a long time. Although the boy was very ashamed, because he is not someone who deserves to be called a friend, he admitted that Jack had to serve him. Everyone else in the Marquis's house was the same as everywhere else, with the exception of a few. Every servant changed from time to time. He had met people who hid their identity, but it was a difficult task to continue getting to know them, because he had never even had a private conversation with Violetta. The man pointed out that he and Elsa were equal partners and that they hadn't approached each other on purpose, but that they had ended up in the same boat due to a chance encounter. The young man admitted that this surprises him and makes him think of a fateful encounter. He also mentioned the fact that Elsa turned out to be the person who had this medicinal tea recipe. Therefore, the Marquis believed that this was enough to qualify their relationship as fateful. Elsa agreed with him, but her conscience still hurt a little. The girl didn't want to think that he liked her, because we were talking about the Marquis, who didn't even show interest in Liana. Suddenly, she remembered they were still outside, so she invited the young man into the room. However, the Marquis observed that there was nothing wrong with that, as the rain had already stopped. He explained to her that he had a meeting in the morning and that he had to leave now. He could hear that the girl was living well in that house, because she couldn't do that when she was with Leonardo. Elsa admitted that before she didn't even have anyone to talk to, but now she felt comfortable. It seemed to her that the young man regretted having sent her away from his villa. However, she decided not to repeat his words, claiming he was talking to himself. Elsa thanked him sincerely for the fact that today she was able to sleep in a better mood. Since a few hours ago today, she was depressed due to Leonardo's arrival. The Marquis asked to fulfill one of his wishes if the girl was really grateful to him. Terence promised it wouldn't be a difficult request for her, after which the girl accepted. The Marquis was even surprised that she agreed so easily, without even knowing what his request was about. He felt a little guilty because the girl trusted him too much. He explained that the wish itself was quite simple, but it could be a burden for the girl. Then the young man climbed onto the balcony and whispered carefully into the girl's ear. However, Elsa just laughed at the fact that his true wish turned out to be quite simple. The Marquis was satisfied with this and promised that later he would send his man to the girl, who would convey all the details of this event to her. After that, he pushed himself from the balcony and jumped to the ground. Just before leaving, the young man looked back and wished the girl good night. The next day, the official announcement of the divorce was made, and there was a stir in society. In the city, everyone was talking about how the results of Cassius's divorce had finally become known. This was officially announced in the newspapers, and Elsa could finally consider that everything was definitely decided. The girl organized a party to celebrate her divorce, but unfortunately the Marquis could not attend. The main reason was that he was busy, but the only person who knew his true identity was Sharon, so he had to decline her invitation. To Elsa's surprise, she also received congratulations from the Duke on her divorce. The girl was a little surprised because she didn't know what it could mean. Since she received a postcard, she had to write a reply to comply with the rules of etiquette. A maid appeared and announced that the girl's family had come to see her. Elsa took the opportunity to ask Diana to provide her with a room where she could speak quietly with her relatives. The girl knew there was a problem that needed to be solved once and for all, so she took a bodyguard and a few more knights with her to protect herself, and then she headed to meet them. The father was not happy because the girl brought so many extra people to a private meeting. Not only did she make the guests wait, she also brought security, as if the family were threatening her. She was not going to give in to their provocations, and pointed out that if a man had any complaint, he could express it later. The man was unhappy because he had turned her into the wife of the Duke's successor. But the girl was not satisfied. She destroyed the marriage and was now being rude to her parents. Elsa knew perfectly well that her relatives had some affairs of their own related to her marriage. The brother tried to calm his father down and pointed out that they hadn't come there to throw those phrases around. He admitted that they had thought about it carefully and came to the conclusion that they were wrong. The father apologized to his daughter. Then it was the mother's turn to speak. The woman rose from her seat, fell to her knees in front of the girl, and sincerely apologized to her, begging her to return to her father's house and talk to the Duke about their debt. The man pointed out that, since the Duke had accepted the divorce, it meant that they didn't have such a bad relationship, so he hoped his daughter would completely settle all their debts. The brother also didn't force the girl to do this, but casually suggested that she try to start over with Leonardo. They pretended to be worried about the girl, but in reality, they were only worried that their money shop had closed. Elsa noticed that her brother spoke as if it were nobody else's business, because he liked to cast all the blame on his mother and pretend to be a conscientious person. She noticed that, with the exception of her mother, she didn't see anyone apologizing to her on their knees. The brother just smiled and pointed out that this was an indication that her mother treated her worse. However, Elsa realized that for her, the boy, the count, and the countess were exactly the same. It was her mother who treated Elsa worse, but her father and brother weren't good to her either. They completely ignored the countess's use of violence and treated the girl like a servant. They didn't have to dirty their hands because the countess did all the dirty work for them. Elsa reminded them that they never defended her and never cared about her birthday. The only person who pretended to be interested in her life was the countess, who was now kneeling. The mother tried to explain that her father and brother were so busy with work outside the house that they didn't pay attention to household chores. However, she noted that she sided with her not because she liked her, so she asked her not to interfere. The heroine felt sorry for the real Elsa, who until the end could not give up on the countess, and continued to consider her mother. The girl noted that the woman was still dedicated to her husband and her son, and sometimes treated her well only because it was easier to manipulate her. She also asked not to call her son precious, because he uses her even when he puts his mother on her knees. The countess saw that the girl was not following her lead. Her parents were extremely unhappy with her behavior. Elsa ordered her family to return to their home and announced that she had no intention of marrying. The men were unhappy because the insolent girl didn't know what it was like to be grateful. The father wanted to pounce on the girl, but Elsa's brother stopped him. The guards surrounded the guests, while Elsa tried to get as far away from them as possible. The girl asked her brother not to pretend to be kind, as he was a useless person who only knew how to gamble, and blame his mother. At some point, the young man was even glad that the problem could not be solved in a good way. He remembered that, after receiving the divorce, Elsa became a member of their family again. If they can't pay the debt, then it's quite easy to blame the girl, because they won't let her live happily ever after alone. The The brother knew he treated the girl well, so she forgot that, no matter what a great person she was, she had no right to interfere in another family's affairs. The father added that by law, the girl has certain responsibilities and must ensure that they are taken care of. They promised that they would pursue her for the rest of her life, wherever she went. Elsa noticed that while the men tried to threaten her, her mother only stood behind them in fear. The brother realized that he had some cruel acquaintances who were not subject to the law, and that they would visit the girl first to get their money back. He thought it would be better for her to pay them, but Elsa just smiled. The young man was furious because she found his threats amusing. Elsa commented that if they were such terrible people, they would take all the money from the guy, even if they had to tear him to pieces. She realized that the guy had taken the money himself, and that she wasn't going to pay him a penny out of her own pocket. The brother couldn't believe that the girl believed so much that the ambassador would always protect her. If he can't pay the debt, it will pass to the parents, and then by law, the debt will pass to the girl. When she got married, she received an abandoned mine as a wedding gift, but now she will have to take on part of the family debt as well. However, Elsa stopped his speech and pointed out that she was no longer a member of the Valley's family. Her brother considered her an idiot because after leaving the Duke's family, she returned to her parents' family. Elsa confirmed that she had been expelled from the Duke's house, but that didn't mean she would return to her parents. The lawyer explained to her that if the girl gets divorced, she automatically returns to her parents' house. But Elsa herself did not request her reinstatement to the family register. According to imperial law, the moment a woman gets married, she takes her husband's last name and becomes a member of his family. However, after the divorce, she regains her maiden name, but it is not possible for her to return immediately to her parents' family. A divorced woman requests to recover her last name so she can return to her father's house, and she can only return if her parents accept her. In the original story, it says that after Liena became empress, she changed the law and this clause disappeared. However, while it was in force and after her divorce, Elsa did not belong to the Duke's house nor to her parents. The girl believed that her brother paid very little for the consultation, as they had given him very superficial information. The man thought everything was a lie that the girl had made up to trick him. He pointed out that if she didn't return to her natal family, she wouldn't be able to hold noble status. However, Elsa stated that, unless it was a serious crime like treason, a member of the nobility would not lose their status. The brother promised that he would find everything out and return immediately, after which he literally ran out of the living room. The father chased after his son, only the mother remained standing and did nothing. Elsa noticed that she wouldn't change her mind, so she asked the woman to sit down and not to torture herself. She announced that she would go up to her room and rest a little until her father returned. And her brother, the countess, sat on the sofa and didn't understand how Elsa could speak about her own father and about her younger brother as if they were complete strangers. In fact, Elsa treated them like that because they were really strangers to her. She explained that last time, she had clearly and distinctly said that she would break all ties with them. Her mother couldn't understand why the girl couldn't help her younger brother at least once. Since he was suffering a lot, Elsa asked her to stop the hysteria and pointed out that the blame for her brother becoming such an irresponsible person falls entirely on their parents. The countess literally cried and tried to win the compassion of the girl, whom she had humiliated all her life. The only thing Elsa could do to help was to recommend Sharon to her mother as a divorce lawyer. She noticed that even despite such an attitude, the woman continues to cling to these men. Now that Elsa is gone and there is no money, it will be Mom who will be responsible for everything. She added that Sharon does not charge money for her services, so even a mother in her position can benefit from her help. She had no intention of persuading the countess, but simply left her a business card and allowed her to do what she wanted. After this, the girl went to her room and stayed there until her brother returned later in the evening. Elsa realized that that guy's source of information was extremely bad if it took him a whole day to find everything out. The girl returned again to her relatives and noticed that this time they were behaving much better. The brother immediately ran to her and apologized for his rude behavior that morning. He attributed it to a madness induced by the debt that was spinning his head. Elsa noticed her father's absence and asked why he hadn't come. The brother added that the man was so surprised that he collapsed right in the lawyer's office. Since he was in poor health, Elsa pointed out that they needed to get together and pay the debt with money they would earn themselves. The brother offered to make a deal by which they would not ask for wedding expenses or the dowry, and the girl would help them pay the debt. According to the lawyer, Elsa had to pay for the wedding expenses and the dowry. The girl realized that, from a legal point of view, her family had a chance to win. The brother swore that he could even write a receipt if the girl helped them even once. Elsa realized she had no money at all, because she hadn't even received any compensation after the divorce. After this news, the brother felt annoyed and his head started to ache. Then he asked the girl to forget the debt her family had with the Duke, and that instead she should pay only his personal debt. The mother tried to object, but the boy ordered her not to interfere, reminding her that there are priorities. Elsa knew her brother was an ugly and selfish man who only cared about himself until the end. She pointed out that if she gathered all the money she had, she could pay an amount of that size. In exchange, she wanted each of her relatives to write a receipt declaring they had no claims against her, and that the entire dowry would remain with her. She also wanted them to promise that none of them would ever appear before her again, and that they wouldn't mention her name in the media. They were also forbidden from borrowing money from other people by boasting about their relationship with her. The girl knew it was all going to turn out like this, so she asked Sharon to come and officially certify the receipt. The brother thought it was a good deal, as in exchange for settling the debt, he had to give up the mine, which only generated taxes. Elsa wanted to pay the debt directly to the creditors, but her brother demanded that she give him the money personally. Still, he named the people he owed money to, and Elsa was going to get his promissory notes from those people. After this, the young man extended a receipt that his parents also had to sign. Elsa knew that if he violated the terms of the receipt, then people worse than a debt collector would come for his soul. The young man was not happy because his mother doubted whether she should sign those papers, but he forced her to do it. After a while, the girl received documents signed by her mother and her brother. Sharon carefully reviewed the documents and made sure these 2 receipts were notarized. The brother said he would go home right now and force his father to write the same article. Elsa wanted to hurry him because without a receipt from her father, she wasn't going to pay the debt. However, the brother asked her to trust him and promised he would immediately resolve this matter and would send everything into exile. The next day, a note arrived from her brother that Sharon had already notarized. Elsa carefully studied the documents and was glad to have finally managed to get rid of her relatives. After this, she asked the maid to deliver a letter she had written especially for the Duke. She thanked him in a message for congratulating her on her divorce and explained why her parents' family debt no longer had anything to do with her. He also asked the man not to worry about the circumstances arising in this family and to make them pay their debt in full. Elsa knew that after everything that had happened, this would be a severe test for the 3 of them. However, she believed that through this trial, changes could be made for the better, which would depend on their mother. The next day she rested well and met with the ambassador's family for breakfast. Diana had already gotten used to considering them her parents and was gradually getting used to her new home. At that moment, the girl was preparing for an official divorce trial, because when Diana's husband discovered that she was the daughter of an ambassador, he flatly refused to divorce her. Elsa was sure that Sharon would win the trial, and then the consul's family would destroy her husband. The girl was so absorbed in the discussion that she missed Diana's proposal to go to the city after lunch. The girl said she had received an invitation to a banquet in honor of the emperor's birthday, which would be held in 10 days, so she wanted to choose a dress. Elsa happily accepted because she also needed to update her wardrobe. The girl was going to the banquet because she literally received an invitation that morning. The note said that the host hoped to meet the girl on the day of the banquet and that her gift would arrive soon. Although the sender's name was not written, Elsa knew that the note was handwritten by Terence. The girl hoped the young man was doing well, because at that moment he was overwhelmed with work. She was also curious to know what kind of gift he had prepared for her. She was looking forward to the moment when the gift would arrive, and it would be announced who it was from. Diana was happy to be able to go to events with her friend, because she was worried about feeling uncomfortable. Suddenly, the girls remembered that her ex-husband would also be present at that event. However, Elsa pointed out that she wasn't at all worried about her ex-husband's appearance. The most important thing was that the banquet for the emperor's birthday was the day Terence would be declared prince, and the wish the Marquis spoke of was for the girl to be present at the banquet for the emperor's birthday. The girl thought the boy had made his request in the form of a wish, because he was afraid she wouldn't want to cross paths with Leonardo. It is also possible that she wouldn't show up to the event because a large number of people would be gossiping about her divorce. However, it was a special day for her friend, so she had to attend the banquet. Diana happily promised to help her friend find a beautiful dress that would fit her perfectly. The maid came in and said that Elsa's guest was waiting outside. The girls went out and saw that there were a large number of people walking down the hall carrying boxes. And in a separate room, luxurious outfits that corresponded to the latest fashion were already prepared. Elsa was surprised by what she saw and didn't understand what was happening there. A girl named Miranda stepped forward and announced that she had arrived at the house to prepare a dress for Elsa. Elsa was surprised by her words, and Diana confirmed that it was the first time her parents had heard about this. Miranda said that the girl's closest friend approached her to ask for help. She pointed to the side and added that that close friend had just arrived with her. Elsa initially thought the Marquis had sent her, so she waited for him to appear. However, it turned out that Elsa's closest friend is Violetta. Based on this, Elsa assumed the girl was the same Miranda, owner of the shop. In the original novel, Miranda was a dressmaker whose talent was discovered by Liena. But this time, the Marquis got ahead of the girl. Violetta conveyed that when the boy passed by, the dress in the window caught his attention. So it seemed to him that it would look perfect on the girl. The bodyguard was curious to know what had happened to a man who had never been interested in dresses. After this, the girls began to examine the different dress options that Miranda had brought with her. Diana helped the girl decide because there were too many different styles. Even her parents participated in the selection, each contributing their favorite dress. The ambassador said that Elsa has snow-white skin, so a light-colored model would look better on her. Laura said that lace is currently one of the fashion trends. Elsa watched from the sidelines how the people who treated her well were having fun helping her choose an outfit. She couldn't help but compare it to the moment when Liena tried on her wedding dresses. However, now everyone was waiting for her to be the only one trying on clothes, and all the attention was focused on her. The girl was happy to have finally found those for whom she was important. 10 days later, a ball was held in the banquet hall of the Imperial Palace. It was announced that Duke Cassius and all his children had arrived, after which the family entered the hall. People in the audience immediately began to talk about Leonardo, who had recently divorced his wife. Liena wanted to support her brother and asked him to straighten his shoulders and not pay attention to the conversations. She knew that it had been said out loud anyway, and that it would soon disappear. Leonardo was happy to hear words of support, so he was glad to have such a sister. Also, there were people who were still on his side and also wanted to express words of support to him. However, the young man asked the guests to change the subject because it was still unpleasant for him to remember it. The single girls began throwing mud at Elsa in hopes of attracting the attention of a single man. Soon it was announced that the delegation of the ambassador of the Liak Kingdom had arrived in full force. The first to enter the hall were the ambassador, her husband, and their newly found daughter Diana. Everyone was wondering who that girl who entered with the ambassador's family was, but she stayed until the end. Elsa was well prepared for today's ball and looked simply incredibly beautiful. The gossips were surprised, as rumors had spread that the girl didn't appear in front of people because she was terribly ugly. Elsa was glad she had put so much effort into preparing for the banquet and that it had been worth it. She didn't even prepare so diligently for the wedding ceremony, trying to make every part of her body look perfect. The first thing the ambassador did was to introduce her daughter Diana to everyone, who immediately began to collect complimentary congratulations. And then she introduced Miss Elsa, who helped them find their long-lost daughter. The reception of the girl herself was much colder. Only a few congratulated her. Elsa noticed that everyone was trying to adapt to the mood of the Duke's family. Elsa knew that after the Marquis arrived, she would have to congratulate him and immediately return to the ambassador's residence. The Duke approached the girl and greeted her, because he didn't even think she had also received an invitation. Elsa made a deep bow and formally greeted the Duke, the Iron Wall of the Empire. The man said he was taking care of her family's debt, just as she had asked him to. Suddenly, the man added that his son also wanted to talk to the girl about something. Elsa was not happy that even on such a pleasant night, she had to listen to his nonsense. However, she was very surprised when, instead of Leonardo, Laham approached her. The young man thanked the girl for helping them find their mother's letter earlier. That she did, including a long and prosperous life. After this, Laham walked away, and Elsa continued her conversation with the Duke. Suddenly, the man became very angry and even crushed his glass. He realized that a young man approached his beloved daughter and tried to invite her to dance. The Duke immediately appeared next to them and angrily looked at the unknown boy. Judging by the fact that the man did not immediately grab the unfortunate man by the scruff of the neck, Elsa thought he had learned a lesson from the incident with Joshua. At that moment, it was announced that Her Majesty the Empress and His Highness, the Crown Prince, had arrived. A beautiful woman, who looked much younger than her age, and her only son appeared before the crowd. The Empress reported that His Imperial Majesty was a little late, due to urgent matters, so she allowed the banquet to begin without him. Elsa was surprised that the Empress ordered the banquet to begin without the birthday boy. A rumor also spread among the crowd that not everything in the Emperor's family was as easy as it seemed. Elsa knew that a little later the Emperor would appear at the ball with his second son. The incident with the Marquis appearing on the scene did not happen before Lyanna returned to the past, so this news will surprise her greatly. Diana approached her friend and was happy to find her in the crowd. A fragment of a sentence that the Duke had spoken too loudly reached her. She saw the protagonist of the original novel, Crown Prince Michael, approaching his beloved. The young man had already openly called the Duke his father-in-law and had promised him that he would soon become one. He said that Lyanna recently promised him that she would soon marry him. However, the Duke was not happy with this, so he grabbed his daughter's hand and pulled her away from the prince. After this, Elsa realized that the young man was heading directly towards her. He and the ambassador of the neighboring kingdom exchanged formal greetings because they were people of high rank. The prince added that he would like to discuss something alone with Elsa, so he asked to be left alone. Elsa had never interacted with the prince before, so she was very surprised by his request. Now, having seen him up close, the girl could say with certainty that the boy was very similar to his brother. But their characters were as different as heaven and earth. In the original work, the Crown Prince was described as a cold-blooded protagonist who was only kind to his lover. Michael was someone she had to be careful of because he was crazy about his lover. The boy admitted that he heard a lot about the girl from Lyanna while they were one family. But most importantly, recently Lyanna had tears in her eyes when she spoke of the girl. The prince promised that he would never leave alone anyone who made his woman cry. He leaned toward the girl and asked her to remember these words well, because he always keeps his promise. The Empress realized that her own son had promised to return to her 15 minutes ago. However, the young man did not, so Karina was forced to look for him on her own. Elsa immediately bowed and formally greeted Her Majesty the Empress. The woman ignored her words and ordered the boy to go and invite the girl to dance. But he refused. The Empress noted that the boy still hadn't learned to understand women, because initially he was attracted to Sirota, and now she is a divorcee. The prince opposed his mother and pointed out that Lyanna had a wonderful family, headed by a duke. The woman reminded him that the girl had no blood relation to her relatives. She realized that such a girl would be of no use to the crown prince. However, Mikkel pointed out that his feelings would remain unchanged, regardless of others' words. Elsa thought she should go see other people while the family fight unfolded. She turned around and immediately saw Leonardo, who was dancing with a girl. She heard the words of unknown girls who were discussing his dance. From their conversations, she learned that it was the same girl who had spoken about his jewelry in court. Then she announced to everyone that Elsa had sold the jewelry and used the money to hire a lawyer, which turned out to be false. The girl only now understood why the stranger spoke to her so sincerely. But it turned out that she was simply in love with Leonardo. Right in the middle of the dance, it was announced that His Imperial Majesty had arrived, so everyone immediately interrupted the celebration. They immediately bowed and greeted His Imperial Majesty, as was the proper etiquette. However, the 23rd Emperor Domingo simply laughed and allowed the ball to continue. The man thanked everyone who had gathered in that place today to congratulate him. And then a young man appeared, whom the emperor introduced as Marquis Terence Freeheiden. The emperor announced to the entire audience that not long ago he had discovered a shocking truth. The fact was that the Marquis was his own son, born to his first fiancée. For this reason, once again, he officially presented his own son to the world. The Empress was furious about what happened. She never expected her son to have a rival. All the guests immediately bowed and greeted the new prince. Elsa was in the crowd, and was watching attentively the young man with whom she had been walking around the city a few days before. She thought he would be in a difficult situation if he continued to smile and look only in her direction. The Empress was furious, even trembling with rage at the appearance of that bastard. She immediately left the hall, but few people paid attention to her because the crowd rushed to greet and congratulate the new prince. The emperor pointed out that if a young man liked someone, he could step forward and ask the girl to dance with him. The marquis pretended to be thinking about which girl to invite to dance. Everyone knew that the family of the one the prince danced with would become his greatest support in the future. In the original story, Terence refused the emperor's offer, claiming he didn't know how to dance, without giving a specific family the opportunity to gain power. Therefore, the girl hoped that this time the young man would do the same. She was already waiting for the moment when Terence would express his refusal and listen to a repeat of her favorite scene from the original novel. However, unexpectedly, the young man thanked the emperor for such an opportunity and promised that he would dance only one dance. The prince commented that he would like to have the honor of dancing with the most beautiful lady present at the ball. The emperor asked who, in the prince's eyes, was the most beautiful young woman at this event. Elsa knew that the boy couldn't stand Liena, and the saint, considered one of the most beautiful women in the empire, did not attend today's banquet. Duchess Lucia is the emperor's younger sister, so the first dance with her was not prudent. As the girl went through the options in her head, Terence moved from his place and walked through the crowd. Elsa thought that if the boy had a lover, it would be difficult for her to maintain a relationship with him, as she was doing now. But whoever his chosen one is, she will surely like her, because she is a good person. The girl was very surprised when the prince stopped right in front of her and asked for permission to invite her to dance. At first, Elsa panicked, thinking he was talking to someone else. However, then she composed herself, bowed, and formally greeted the prince, introducing herself. Elsa did not belong to the duke's family or her parents' family, so she had no forces backing her up. She thought the prince wanted to demonstrate in this way that he still had no intention of linking himself to any particular family. Elsa accepted his invitation. The young man kissed her hand, after which they went to the center of the hall. The entire duke's family was astonished by how the events at this ball unfolded. Leonardo was the most surprised, because the bodyguard who was hanging around his ex-wife turned out to be a real prince. Elsa didn't know how to dance properly at such events, because she had never attended them with her husband. Besides, no one warned her about this turn of events, so she didn't even have time to practice. The prince noticed that she felt uncomfortable, so he asked her to relax and trust him with her body. Then he suggested that the girl's steps should be opposite to his, and then added where to make the turn. It was a magnificent dance that soon came to an end, after which the partners thanked each other. The prince commented that it was time to leave the event, as he had originally planned to dance only one dance and leave. However, suddenly they were surrounded by a whole crowd that wanted to get to know the young man better. Elsa was immediately pushed aside and had to watch from the sidelines what was happening. However, the girl didn't get bored, because Leonardo pursued her again and was going to tell her what had happened. The girls who were nearby saw that the young man was looking for a partner to dance with, so they surrounded him and began to offer their candidacies. Only thanks to this, Elsa was able to escape the event and hoped there would be no one else in the garden. The girl was walking down a dark hallway when she heard loud insults somewhere further ahead. The empress spoke loudly about having nothing to lose after such a disgrace. She didn't understand how the emperor dared to bring this vile bastard into the palace and even call him prince. The man stated that Terence was his son, so it was natural for him to be treated like a prince. The woman noted that her husband missed his late, first love so much that he couldn't distinguish between which actions were reasonable and which were not. She was disappointed because her family and she herself had done much for this empire. The emperor knew this very well, because when his older brother died and he suddenly became the crown prince, the girl and her family became his strength. So he turned a blind eye to all her attempts to kill his son, for which she was never held accountable. The woman was furious, because she was his wife and the empress of this empire, and it was her son who was supposed to become the future emperor. However, the man noted that he brought his eldest son to the palace, not only for some kind of love. The empress didn't understand why, in that case, the man sent such a disgrace upon her head. The man commented that it didn't matter who became emperor to benefit the imperial family. He realized that it was not he who was blinded by love, but Mikhail. If it were a matter of love or regret, he would have brought his eldest son long ago. If Michael ascends the throne, the empire will be ruled by the Duke's family, not by the imperial house. Only now did Elsa understand why Terence, who had never appeared on the stage in Leanna's past life, was declared prince in this life. For the emperor, his family came first, but he could use his children as knights on the chessboard at his whim. The man pointed out that if both children were not suitable for the role of the future emperor, then he could take advantage of the law on the adoption of one of the blood relatives of the imperial family. The empress didn't want the emperor to resort to this, assuring him that Michael would soon come to his senses. The man noted that such is the great maternal love, that a woman is so protective of her son, who was abandoned even by his own family. He wondered if she remembered saying the same thing during the incident of the Stone of Abundance. It was a legal dispute between Duke Cassius and Duke Virod over the ownership of the stone. The Stone of Abundance is a sacred object that increases the fertility of the land, and it is said that it was given by the goddess to a man who adored her. Leanna, who knew the future, bought the Stone of Abundance at a very favorable price, and the grain yield on her land increased drastically. Duke Virod, the original owner of the stone, learned of its value later, and became furious. Wanting to recover the stone, he turned to the emperor for help, who found it difficult to interfere directly in the affairs of the empress's family. So he ordered Crown Prince Michael to solve the problem. The emperor then declared that he would like to leave this matter to the discretion of the crown prince, who would rule the empire in the future. The emperor and the empress, like the whole empire, thought the crown prince would side with his maternal relative. However, the young man said that he reviewed the recording of the conversation that took place during the conclusion of the deal. He decided that even if the man didn't know the price of the stone, a deal that had already been concluded could not be invalidated. So he ceded ownership of the stone to its last owner, betraying his own grandfather. Although from a legal point of view, everything was stated correctly, however, if Leanna hadn't been at the scene, the crown prince would undoubtedly have sided with his relative. Elsa understood it perfectly, as did many others in the empire. The empress could not oppose this, because the ruler was right. The emperor stated that, if Michael continued to behave in the same spirit, he would have to announce his final decision. Elsa heard the couple walking toward her, and was afraid they would notice her. The girl had nowhere to hide, so she prepared herself mentally to encounter the emperor in an extremely awkward position. However, instead of her, the man saw his eldest son, who was in such an unexpected place. The boy covered the girl with his back and noticed that his father had been absent for a long time. So he got worried and went to look for him. He remembered that this entire banquet was organized in honor of his birthday, so he didn't want the birthday boy to be absent for too long. The emperor agreed to return to the banquet hall without noticing the girl. The empress remained standing on the balcony, hoping the throne would finally fall to her son. Elsa knew perfectly well that Terence had heard the emperor's words, but not a muscle in his face moved. A powerful family on his mother's side, a beloved being blessed by the goddess, a devoted mother. Michael had it all, and Terence, who had nothing, was forced to face him. For some reason, today the broad shoulders that hid the girl from the emperor's eyes seemed very small to her. The girl returned to the ball and heard that everyone was discussing the guild's new product. She assumed it was on that day that they decided to present a new product that functioned like a thermos. The Iris Guild was a trading company that had grown rapidly in recent years, specializing mainly in magical artifacts. They were enchanted, so even if you weren't a mage, you had the ability to use magic. However, the thermos was presented to the general public earlier than in the original novel. Everyone praised the fact that Leanna was incredibly close to the guild owner and had incredible connections. Suddenly, the guild owner stepped forward and announced that she was not the true owner of the Iris Guild. She announced that the true owner is Leanna, who is present at today's event. The guild, being a small trading company, was only able to reach such heights thanks to the exceptional skills of a girl who wished to hide her identity. The crowd was already whispering about this discovery, remembering the girl's young age. In fact, the truth about the guild owner should have been revealed much later. Leanna stated that she didn't do anything special. She was very grateful to all the workers for believing in her and following her. Elsa realized that the girl had revealed her ownership of the guild so soon to reduce the stir about the divorce and restore the family's reputation. People admired the girl while the emperor and his son watched her from the balcony. Liana stated that in the future, her guild plans to actively contribute to society. And as a first step, they will donate 1 million gold coins to charity. Everyone immediately began to praise the girl for her generosity and donation of such an enormous amount. Elsa watched from the sidelines as Liana instantly became the main star of the evening. She immediately raised her head and saw that the young man was not happy with that turn of events. Elsa sat on a stump, and Violetta stood next to her and looked around. The appearance of a new prince on the scene, as well as the revelation that Liana was the head of the guild, caused a stir throughout the empire. Thanks to this, the articles about the girl's divorce instantly disappeared from the news pages. But after that day, she didn't see her partner again for a whole week. Finally, Elsa waited for Kira to appear, who was running towards the girl with a message. Exactly 2 months had already passed, which we had initially agreed upon with her when closing the deal. The girl showed a piece of paper that contained the promised information about the Viscount's location. However, before handing her the paper, Elsa wanted the girl to promise her one thing. She wanted the girl to return without touching a single hair on her enemy's head, even after having found the target. She wanted Kira to postpone her revenge for a while, and then she could do whatever she wanted. Elsa couldn't reveal the reason for this at the moment, but she refused to provide information if she refused. Kira was furious because somewhere she had seen people doing that. She noticed that Violetta was ready to defend her mistress, so she calmed down and agreed to wait just one day. The girl took the piece of paper with the information and promised that today she would give it only if she saw her enemy. She opened the booklet and learned that her rival was hiding in the spring flower park. The girl couldn't believe that the man was in the capital and so close to her all this time. She ran away because she had to see him with her own eyes. The next day they were supposed to meet in the same place, but Violetta feared that Kira wouldn't keep her word. Elsa wanted to hear the reason why Violetta thought the girl would break her promise. The girl didn't know the details, but she felt deeply offended. For Kira, even a day is like an eternity, so the girl pointed out that, knowing the reason, it would be easier for her to wait. However, Elsa noted that in that case, everything would lose its meaning, since now the main thing was whether Kira would be able to keep the promise she made to her. Violetta assumed it was a test to see if the girl could keep her promise, when the opportunity for revenge was right in front of her. Elsa didn't know why Liana said those words back then, but the undeniable fact was that the girl wouldn't back down so easily. Liana must have a spy by her side who informs her of every one of her steps. So Elsa wanted to know if Kira would keep her promise after her revenge was complete. So she waited impatiently to see if the girl would come to meet her or not. Elsa was sure of her choice, so she believed that Kira's appearance in the forest was only a matter of time. It turned out she was right, because although late, the girl arrived running. She apologized for it and said that Lady Liana had suddenly given her an additional task. Elsa thought everything was fine, so she asked the girl to breathe a little. The girl stated that she was no longer the younger lady of the Duke's house, and that she did not occupy a higher position, so she had to treat Kira with respect. Also, the girl remembered that she always communicates politely with those who are polite to her. Kira wondered where she had gotten so much confidence to turn around and walk away, even seeing an enemy in front of her. Elsa remembered that the Viscount is not as simple a person as he seems. He may seem pathetic, since he visits the racetrack every day, but that is where a large number of people congregate. And money, the man collects information at the racetrack, although he understands that the chances of being found there are extremely high. In addition, the man was extremely meticulous, and after an attack on him, a protective spell was activated. After that, Elsa told how to avoid the protective spell and said where the Viscount's hideout was. Kira wondered why the girl hadn't shared this information with her yesterday. Elsa admitted that she needed to make sure that Kira kept her word, after which she apologized to the girl for this. However, she suddenly smiled and thanked Elsa for such a decision, because without any control, she would have hardly believed her. The girl knew that, since they decided to check her, it meant that in the future there would be a need for her services, and this made it unprofitable for her to expose her to danger. Elsa was glad that the girl quickly grasped the essence, so she was glad to win her over to her side. After everything said, it was time for the maid to return before someone noticed her absence. Kira wasn't sure if she was going to take revenge on her abuser tomorrow, but she was definitely going to finish him off in the near future. The girl admitted that yesterday she felt a little offended, but after thinking about it carefully, she came to the conclusion that she shouldn't let herself be carried away by emotions. Revenge makes a lot of sense when it's cold and perfect, so she was going to do it with a cold head. Elsa sincerely hoped that the girl would succeed and could avenge her happy family that she had once lost. A few days later, the heroine received a message saying that the desired goal had been achieved, and the informant wanted to meet with her that night. Violetta said that His Highness the Prince would like to dine with the girl today, if she didn't mind. Elsa was always glad to meet him, but just now she managed to get rid of an obsessive problem. She had to kick out her ex-husband again and couldn't wait to share the story with her friend. Violetta informed her that the prince had bought an entire restaurant building to organize a secret meeting with the girl. Since his villa is situated on the outskirts, it is extremely difficult to get to it, and he is quite tired of staying there for a long time. The heroine was very surprised when she heard her bodyguard's last sentence. She remembered everything she had experienced in that beautiful villa. The girl was a little jealous of him, but she thought there was nothing surprising about it. Since the boy had been rich since childhood, the girls agreed that they would first go to a secret meeting with Kira in the forest, and then they would go to meet the prince at a restaurant. To enter the forest, Violetta changed into a more comfortable uniform that allowed her to effectively protect her mistress. Elsa was walking along the path and realized that a strange feeling had taken hold of her. If there had been a suspicious presence nearby, Violetta would not have been able to avoid noticing it. Before the girl could say anything, Kira immediately ran towards them and apologized for calling them so suddenly. She was about to start communicating the information she had received, but she didn't have time to do so. Elsa ordered her to be quiet and placed her finger on the girl's lips so she wouldn't say anything. It seemed strange to the heroine that today she didn't hear the buzzing of mosquitoes, but the last time and before that, her head was splitting from the noise created by the insects. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion that occurred not far from the company. A knight jumped out of the traps hidden underground and immediately crossed swords with Violetta. Kira pulled out a dagger and ordered Elsa to hide behind her back. The knight was furious because the maiden dared to pull out a weapon and defend herself. He easily took the dagger out of the traitor's hands and then threw her to the ground. He crushed the girl with his boot and asked her how she dared to betray her mistress's goodwill and enter into a secret conspiracy with Elsa. The girl assumed that the knights knew they were meeting there, so to hear the conversation, they congratulated all the insects that were making noise. The heroine assumed that, since Leanna's personal knight was there, the order came from her. However, this method of acting was more typical of someone else. Elliot came out of his hiding place and rejoiced at the fact that his prey had fallen into his perfectly placed net. The young man was astonished by Elsa's excellent memory, who recognized him immediately after a single meeting in the distant past. Elliot was a rare genius who appeared once every 1,000 years in history, the only one who mastered double specialization in 4 disciplines in the history of the Academy, and he was Leanna's strategist. Elsa heard that the guy was supposed to be abroad, but for some reason ended up here, and acted on his own without notifying Leanna about his plan. He realized that there were suspicious people who dared to forget Leanna's favor, and began to communicate with the enemy, so he came to get rid of them. However, the man admitted that calling something so small an enemy is not the most appropriate option. He touched Elsa with his fan and commented that she was nothing more than a dirty rat that was fawning over the Duke. The girl didn't like the fact that he dared to touch her, but the guy just laughed at her threatening look. At that moment, Violetta managed to overcome her opponent and ordered no one to move, holding the weapon to his throat. Kira was pinned to the ground by a knight's foot. Violetta took a hostage, and the rest surrounded the whole company. Elsa knew she couldn't let herself be cornered because if the guy was going to kill her, he wouldn't appear in front of her now. The boy thought the girl was doing everything possible to figure out how to get out of that situation. However, Elsa ordered the insignificant commoner to be careful with his language, because even after her divorce from Leonardo, she is still a noble woman. The girl knew that the inventor found aristocrats who only believed in their status ridiculous and ignored others, so she had to make him lower his guard, making him look at her with a smile in his eyes. The man was disappointed that Kira had reached such mediocrity, betraying her mistress, because it had seemed strange to him from the beginning. It was a fight that should have resulted in an unconditional victory, but the Duke was defeated by a woman. Even if we set aside the ridiculous story of the time capsule, the fact is that the Duke was also at a disadvantage in the trial. It just meant that there was an enemy within his family. For that reason, the inventor assumed that among the Duke's close associates, there was a spy who transmitted all the information to his opponents. It seemed great to Elsa that the inventor had started acting in secret from Liena to track down the spy. Kira tried to get up and deny that she was a traitor. Elsa stated that Kira had already come to her several times and asked her not to divorce, because she wanted to see how sad her mistress was. The inventor hoped that no one would think that he would really believe that ridiculous excuse. However, Kira understood the girl's hint and said that her mistress was sad. So she asked Miss Elsa to stay with Liena, at least as friends. The knight pressed his boot on her head, silencing her. The inventor stated that they had been watching the girl all this time, and after meeting Elsa 3 days ago, she left the mansion at night. The heroine was afraid that Kira would be discovered killing her enemy. If the Duke finds out about this, he will surely discover exactly how Kira found a man. In which case, Liena will notice that the girl has a special power. However, she noticed that the man never mentioned the murder directly, only that she left the mansion and did something. Elsa realized that if he had witnessed the murder of another person, he would not have threatened her in that way. And this meant that the man himself didn't know exactly what Kira was doing. The girl's specialty was covert maneuvers. She was so good at this that she could literally disappear in a second, easily evading pursuit. By provoking Elsa and treating Kira cruelly, the inventor sought to put them in an awkward position so that they would tell him the information he needed. Although we are talking about Kira, who served Liena for a long time, the guy immediately put her on the list of enemies due to several suspicious moments. The inventor wanted the maid to go right now to see her mistress and confess everything. However, Elsa suddenly appeared right in front of the girl, protecting her from the man. She crossed her arms over her chest and angrily called the inventor by his name. The man didn't like the fact that she constantly got in his way and interfered with his plans. The girl admitted that she saw him because he was following her too. She called him a pervert for daring to secretly spy on a noble lady. The girl was interested in how far the young man had gone in his observations. Maybe watching her change dresses. Maybe he hid under the bed and watched her sleep at night. Or maybe he even became more daring and watched while the girl bathed. After these words, all the men were so stunned by these accusations that they were perplexed. Elsa began to hit the inventor, giving the girl the opportunity to escape. The knights grabbed Elsa and ordered her to stop hitting the man immediately. Because of this, Violetta lunged at the guards who dared to touch her mistress. The inventor realized that Leonardo's ex-wife was behaving like a commoner. Kira stated that she had no idea what the young man was talking about lately. She explained that she had indeed left the mansion the previous night without telling anyone, but that she had only decided to stretch her body a little because she had indigestion. She stated that the best way to cope with the pain was to get some good training in the use of weapons. Kira admitted that she had indeed acted wrongly by deciding to meet with Elsa in secret from her mistress. But she had done it all for her. She pointed out that the only traitors in this situation were the knights present. They came and accused an innocent man of espionage, and now they also physically injured him. She was sure that Liena didn't know about their actions, because when their innocence was proven, the boys would be in danger. Elsa wondered what the inventor would do now, after everything he had heard. The man announced that the girl's guilt had been proven, and that he should get rid of his stupid dreams. After this, he ordered the guards to capture the girl and tie her up to take her to the estate. The inventor observed that Elsa wouldn't be able to get away with it due to the sadness that gripped his noble and Angelica Lama. The man promised that he would undoubtedly pay the girl for everything she had done. After this, the inventor, Kira, and the knights surrounding her walked away. After they left, the tension eased, and Elsa immediately fell to her knees because of everything that had happened. At night, the girl went to a restaurant to meet the prince. Just as she had agreed, the young man noticed that she was in a bad mood, so he assumed that she simply didn't like the food. However, Elsa admitted that everything was prepared in a simple and magnificent way, and that the matter was something else. She wanted to be more careful, because the prince had put a lot of effort into preparing this meeting. So far, no one has had clear evidence that Kira betrayed her owner. Knowing Liena, she wouldn't punish Kira for something like that, but the inventor is a completely different story. The girl was worried, because the young man could very well have already gotten rid of the spy. The prince continued to watch the girl all this time, and realized that something was really happening. The heroine would like to keep the promise she made to Kira and protect her, but she didn't know how to do it. The inventor was extremely hostile towards her, so the girl didn't know how to deal with him so that both of them would be safe. The prince was still trying to make Elsa talk and find out what was worrying her. The young man explained that if she had any concerns, he would like her to share them with him. Because they were friends, Elsa knew that if she told what had happened, Terence would do everything possible to help her. However, he was now a prince, so he had many things to do, so she didn't want to cause him any unnecessary inconvenience. The girl simply laughed and noted that the young man was too affectionate with her. She realized that his main problem was that he was too kind and lacked prudence. The young man admitted that he asked the girl about her worries because he had them himself. Elsa immediately wanted to help her friend solve his problems. The young man leaned towards her and told her that he was always thinking about what he should do to become emperor. He asked Elsa not to feel too burdened because he secretly asked this question to everyone in his inner circle. A sudden decision came to the girl's mind that could solve many problems at once. Elsa placed a glass of wine on the table and declared that the young man's first priority was to eliminate Elliot Rude. The inventor was Lyanna's subordinate, and Lyanna supports Crown Prince Michael, which places the prince at an extreme disadvantage. Elsa didn't do this for Kira. Even if she hadn't crossed paths with the inventor, she would have answered this question in the same way. The girl explained that not all geniuses influence the structure of the world, but this young man was different. Most of Lyanna's tricks in the original story were the work of Elliot. Although the guy was jealous of Lyanna's lover, Michael, it was he who gave her the idea of how to win the battle of tact. The interim leader of the guild is Cecilia, and her deputy is Elliot Rude. From the Iris Guild to the exceptional genius of the Empire, it seemed that Lyanna had been blessed by the goddess herself. This is why the girl has been the Emperor's main concern lately. In addition, the Duke's family is the second in influence, after the Imperial family. And if you add to this the influence of the Iris Guild, then their power skyrockets to the heavens. It seemed strange to the prince that the more he thought that Michael was above him, he wanted to take the throne more. The young man wanted to prove with his own hands that there was no person in the world who had received the goddess's blessing. Elsa remembered Michael's threats and knew that this world was unfair and that Lyanna had been blessed. She thought there was nothing she could do about it, because Lyanna was the main character of the original novel. But with every action she took, she went further and further. The girl did not agree that obtaining a well-deserved divorce was a great sin. She was angry because many people believed she should be tied to the door of the house until Lyanna deigned to let her go. The girl said she had useful information and suggested to the young man that he get in touch with local trade. After that, she told him her plan, which included getting rid of the inventor. The prince admitted that if he told his father this, it would give him the right to conduct an official investigation. The heroine was glad about this, because if they dragged things out, her opponent might suspect something. However, before they could begin to carry out the plan, the young man wanted Elsa to finish all the food. The girl was embarrassed to have unknowingly accepted a piece of meat from the young man's hands because she was hungry. Terence suggested that they start eating, and in the meantime, he would ask his talented staff to work a little more. Elsa leaned back in her chair, as the price was truly unable to overcome her convictions. After that, dinner went well. The two chatted and enjoyed a delicious meal. The next day, the prince wrote an innovative method to evade taxes and customs duties by smuggling expensive luxury goods using a transfer spell. He believed that the cost of a mage who could use a transfer spell would exceed the customs duties. Then Elsa realized that they didn't need to hire anyone because the guild had a device that performed the transmission function. It can be cast using a magic stone without resorting to a mage, which is very effective. It only covered a short distance and could only transmit inanimate objects. The girl unfolded the map and pointed to an island on the northwest coast of the empire that belonged to Lyanna. A few years ago, the Duke bought it as a birthday present, where the guild began to collect luxury goods from overseas, and then it initiated the process of transferring them to the nearest part of the continental empire. Then they sold the goods as imperial products, thus evading taxes. The Duke's territory was nearby, so an official search was difficult until they had this evidence. Terence knew that they would have to conduct the search in secret with a small number of people. His subordinates were talented, so Elsa could trust him and not worry anymore. However, he liked it when a girl worried about him and showed him the path he should take. Elsa asked how she could help His Highness the Prince. The young man was interested in knowing why the girl underestimated herself so much. Suddenly, he declared that in his own eyes, she was like a genius. One look was enough for her to understand the circumstances of the butler's life and win him over to her side. She was also the one who solved the mystery of the time capsule that no one had been able to solve. The girl was annoyed because in the novel it was known that, from others' point of view, she really seemed like a genius. This tax evasion method itself is confidential information of the guild. Even if the girl had been a member of the Duke's family in the past, it was extremely difficult to find this information. Elsa admitted that she found out because she overheard conversations between Liena and the inventor. But she obtained the data simply because she was lucky. The prince pointed out that not everyone can achieve good results just because they possess such information. He explained that it was the girl who analyzed the available information and took such bold actions. Staying awake all night, the prince was right to point out that the original novel does not describe tax evasion methods because it is boring. The girl remembered brief references to this fact in the original work, and then compared these passages with books on tax legislation. She put all the pieces together and analyzed the documents she received throughout the night. That's why the prince thought the girl was simply incredible. There were many nuances that she still couldn't understand. The ambassador was of great help to her and also lent her a book on tax law. However, what was important to the prince was that she was precisely the person who had bags under her eyes. This happened because she was the one who spent the whole night sorting documents. Until that second, Elsa, without realizing it, considered herself pathetic. The girl regretted not having been able to separate from Leonardo for 2 years. She was ahead of the others only because she knew the original work and took it for granted. However, she only achieved all this because she knew the plot and was able to use her own skills to turn it into an advantage. The girl sincerely thanked the young man who made her believe in herself and valued her achievements. She admitted that if the young man wanted to officially hire her onto his team, he would have to pay her a huge salary. After this, the young people went back to discussing the issues of the guild and the inventor. The assistant reported that in the last few days, Elsa had done nothing but go shopping every day and had not detected any suspicious activity. The man thought she would take some action after catching Kira, but her agenda consists of nothing more than shopping. If the girl realized the surveillance and threw dust in their eyes, then she was some kind of simple enemy. Recently, Kira appeared before her mistress and tried to convince her that she had gone to ask Elsa to at least remain friends with her, so that her mistress wouldn't be sad. In addition, the young man remembered everything the girl had accused him of in the forest in front of the knight. Although he really didn't want to admit it, he really could have drawn wrong conclusions about this woman. For this reason, he ordered to increase the number of observers and assign 10 more people to Elsa. Suddenly, the assistant ran to the boss's office and informed him that they had big problems. An investigation team from the Imperial Palace arrived to carry out an unscheduled tax audit. Elliot foresaw this because the Imperial family wants to find at least some flaw in Lady Liena's affairs. And the Duke's family, the head of the guild, was absent on other business, so the inventor himself went out to greet the guests. The assistant reported that the head of the investigation team is the second prince of the empire. The inventor did not expect that the prince, recently introduced into society, would come to visit him in person. The young man was born before the crown prince, but he was not the empress's son. He entered the imperial family late, so he received the title of second prince. Lasreliana said that the relationship between the second prince and Elsa raised many questions. He also heard from young Master Leonardo that this second prince was this woman's bodyguard. Therefore, the inventor assumed that there was clearly something between the young man and this woman. In any case, since the work was carried out impeccably, the tax investigation should not have caused any problems. The man intended to take this opportunity to find out what kind of relationship the second prince had with Elsa. While the tax inspectors examined every corner, Terence remained silent, watching what was happening. The inventor thought this fool was bragging about being a member of the imperial family. The tax inspectors took a quick look at the office and searched the warehouse a bit. It was a superficial check to keep up appearances. Once everything in the warehouse was inspected, the inventor invited everyone to go up to his office. The entire delegation moved along the main corridor towards the guild leader's office. Suddenly, the second prince stopped in the middle of the hallway and announced that he had found something suspicious. He walked to the wall and began to hit it in different places. The inventor was enthusiastic, but still confident that it was impossible to discover the secret place simply by hitting the post. The man became convinced that someone had clearly told him about the existence of a secret place. This could mean there was a traitor among his team. The young man seemed worried because he didn't understand what the second prince's silent gaze meant. Suddenly, the young man approached the wall again and stood right in front of the secret place. The assistant asked what had caused the strange reaction from the guild deputy. The second prince claimed that only that wall produced a strange sound, as if there were an empty space on the other side. The inventor was amazed because the wall was made to perfection. He even tested the sound output. Then he hit it and even kicked it. He tried by all means to find the hideout. That is why it seemed suspicious to him that the young man immediately found the right place. For everything that happened, he immediately guessed that the second prince was going to turn him into a traitor. He realized that his subordinate seemed to have the blame solely on him. However, the suspicions should have ended there, so the young man began to deny the possibility of finding a secret space behind the wall. He claimed it was a very common wall, but he didn't forbid anyone from checking his words. The second prince looked closely at the spot and assumed there must be a hidden button that, upon pressing it, it would open the door. The inventor realized that the guy had no idea how to open the door, because it was locked with a keyword that only 3 people knew. Suddenly, the prince suggested that if there was no button, then a keyword must have been used. Even a fool could understand that if we were talking about opening a secret space, then there had to be a button or a code phrase. The prince didn't know what that keyword could be, so he suggested saying different words one and again, hoping that one of them would appear someday. The inventor was surprised by his approach, because it is not so easy to hack such a complex mechanism. He knew the prince could talk as much as he wanted and break everything he wanted, because all of that would only activate the protective spell, and all the documents inside would burn instantly. The prince didn't know where to start, so he put his hand into his chest pocket and took out a piece of paper. He handed a note to his assistant and asked him to read what it contained. Jack read the message and was stunned to think he would have to say out loud everything that was written there. The prince did not accept the refusal and ordered the young man to speak clearly and distinctly. Jack resigned himself to his fate and got as close to the wall as he could. Then, embarrassed to death, he began to pronounce phrases of praise towards Liana. It was an incredibly long message that praised the different facets of the girl, making everyone around him wonder about this choice. Both the tax inspectors and the guild workers were surprised that the prince had chosen such a strange set. However, to everyone's surprise, it worked. Because the wall clicked silently and moved in different directions, the prince was surprised to find that he had accidentally written a series of words, and that they suddenly came to him. He entered and began to read the documents, which for some reason were hidden behind a wall that seemed very suspicious. The tax inspectors examined the documents and reported that it was the guild's sales history for the entire year, and that the content was different from the official documents. The young man turned to the guild delegate and asked him to explain what that meant. The inventor could not give him a clear answer, so a decision was made. The second prince said that the young man would be arrested on charges of obstruction of official duties by concealing evidence. It was a tax investigation, and the second prince announced that the young man would be arrested on the charge of obstruction of official duties by concealing evidence. This tax investigation could be carried out without a court order, by order of His Imperial Majesty. Since the emperor had directly delegated this authority, the inventor agreed to go with the prince, asking his assistant to take care of the flowers in his room, after which Elliot was taken into custody and escorted to the carriage. Just before landing, suddenly they blindfolded him so the young man wouldn't know where he had been taken. After a while, still blindfolded, he was led down a long hallway to the dungeon. The boy was pushed, forcing him into the cell, and he almost crashed into the doors. Suddenly, Violetta appeared on the scene and grabbed the young man by the scarf. She took him to the furthest cell and threw him onto the bunk. After the fall, the bandage came off the young man's face, after which he could see his escort. Violetta immediately closed the cell and locked the door so the inventor couldn't escape. Only after this did Elsa appear in front of the young man and greet him cheerfully. Ruth knew that the second prince's subordinates had dragged him there, and now a girl had appeared in front of him. The young man said he always suspected there was some kind of connection between them. The heroine pointed out that there was no need to hide their relationship when it had already been revealed. Elsa forbade Violetta from using force because she shouldn't fall for such an obvious provocation. Seeing that the inventor was confident in himself, even after getting involved in such a serious matter, one could assume that he still had some faith left. If violence is used against a person, the pain will be tripled for the one who inflicted it. And all because a small self-defense artifact created by an eccentric inventor was implanted in the young man's body. The young man deliberately provoked them so that Violetta would hit him and take advantage of the moment when the girl was writhing in pain to escape. Elsa was glad she had read the original novel, and it helped her avoid many problems. Despite his brilliant mind, the boy had no choice but to vegetate in an insignificant position on the outskirts of the empire. The reason was that his mother was an immigrant, but his arrogant character also played an important role. The reincarnated Liena supported the boy both materially and spiritually, so Elliot was grateful that she recognized his intelligence. Now the man believed that Cecilia had revealed his secret because he himself had been betrayed, and he didn't even suspect Liena. Elsa decided not to try to convince him at first, pointing out that it was much more important that the guy was now in custody. The inventor remembered that he belongs to the family of Duke Cassio. People saw how the second prince took him away, and the Duke's family will not stand by. Elsa used a blindfold to make it seem like he had been taken to a remote location, but in reality, it was a building belonging to the capital's garrison. The building structures, architectural styles, and interior decoration of the largest buildings in the empire were in the young man's hands. He was sure it was a show to scare him with that dark atmosphere, but as long as he was officially in custody, they couldn't even lay a finger on him. If Elsa hadn't told the second prince this, that's how it would have been. Even then, during dinner, Terence commented that it would be better if the inventor simply died. In reality, he didn't want to kill anyone either, but if there was a possibility that he could become a threat in the future, then it was easier. It was true that Elliot was a threat to them. However, at the end of the original work, there is a monster invasion, and the inventor saves many people's lives thanks to his brilliant mind. Also in the epilogue, he helps Liena, who has become empress, to develop the empire. That is why the girl tried to convince the prince that this inventor was a genius who could serve the good of the empire. The boy agreed with this. However, based on what he heard from the girl, Elliot was not the type of person who could be easily appeased. Elsa agreed, but in return she asked him to give her a little time to try to make the inventor change his mind. If she still fails to convince the young man, then he can do what the prince suggested. This is not an act to scare the boy, but a test from the second prince. If he receives a report that Elliot is so intelligent, he will never change his mind. Then Elsa announced that there was a person the inventor needed to meet. A squad of guards arrived at the Duke's house and announced that Liena was suspected of violating 7 laws, including those of taxes, trade, and bribery. Therefore, Lady Liena had to leave the ducal residence and obediently submit to the investigation. The doors opened and the Duke himself, accompanied by his servants, rode out to solve the problem. The man said he would not allow anyone to take his only daughter, even if it were an official duty under order of His Majesty, the Emperor. The detachment commander was unhappy because the Duke refused to obey His Imperial Majesty's order. Cassio declared that if his daughter was guilty of any crime, he would take the punishment in her place. He continued to convince the squad that he would never surrender his daughter and would protect her even by force. Suddenly, Liena appeared among them and ordered everyone to stop arguing immediately. The father and the older brother were not happy because the girl had gone to such a dangerous place. Liena said she would go for interrogation and return quickly, so she asked not to worry about her. The girl perfectly understood that she needed to go to that place so her family wouldn't have problems. Liena knew that her house had long been protecting the empire, so, following the family spirit, she would easily overcome these difficulties. Then she stared at the squad leader, which made him feel ashamed. The girl asked to be taken quickly for questioning because she was not going to hide or run away. The maids immediately began to praise the girl for her bravery and promised to follow their mistress until the end of their days. Legion promised that if even one hair were to fall from the girl's head, he would destroy anyone who dared to hurt her. The Duke wanted the girl to remain the little girl he had held in his arms all his life. He knew that she always acted according to her own discretion, so he couldn't refuse the girl. The squad leader and his knights didn't understand how to react to such a strange scene. At the same time, a special guest arrived at the capital's garrison building. Elsa and Violetta, both dressed in formal uniforms, went out to greet Count Max. Elsa introduced herself formally and informed him that she was in the service of His Highness, the second prince. Count Max never imagined that the second prince would be interested in him, and he could count on his fingers the times he was asked to meet with someone first. Elsa informed him that the man he was about to meet could be a little rude, but he was a genius. Then they approached the inventor's cell, and the girl introduced the men. The guy was curious to know what she had in mind, because Elsa spoke as if she were talking about a person he absolutely had to meet. But it turned out to be just Count Max. The previous place, where Elliot worked for a long time, was Max's county, until Liena returned there. The guy could have easily advanced to central politics, but he didn't. So Elsa thought about it and came to a conclusion. Everyone lives their life influencing others, but Elliot's parents died when he was a baby, and his uncle, who raised him, died before the boy entered the academy. The inventor had no friends or companions, just as Liena's existence is unconditional for him in this life. The possible reason why he continued in Max's county was the Count himself. His domains were characterized by a harsh climate and arid soil. They couldn't reduce the military budget, and in recent times, the number of immigrants fleeing from the neighboring kingdom had increased. And there was no talk of local production, because government support was insufficient, and the limit of indebtedness had been reached through his contacts. If money is squeezed from the country's inhabitants, the lord can live in abundance. But the Count uses his personal funds to help his subjects. Max heard that the guy was a genius, so he wanted him to find a solution to this problem so that his lands could develop. Elsa hoped the young man would see the Count's beautiful personality and change his mind. However, Elliot said he was not interested at all, so he wouldn't even think about it. When a boy is in prison, he can't have time to think about other people. He wanted to be able to communicate with the outside world, but Count Max only offered him a basket of bread. He realized that, since the boy held the position of guild deputy director, he must be very smart, so he wanted to get at least a little help. But instead of that, the inventor simply insulted the Count, touching him to the core. The man couldn't take it, so he reached out, grabbed the boy by the neck, and slammed him against the cell bars. In that very second, the protective magic acted, and this blow returned to the attacker tripled. The blow was so strong that the man flew several meters back and fell on his back. He was fine, but the man wanted to fall through the floor from there, because Elsa warned him about that characteristic. Elliot was surprised because he had never received a blow since his birth, but this blow hit him right on the head. The Count observed that a guy like that had to be hit well to make him come to his senses, because he had a disgusting character. He promised that he would hit the guy until the artifact or something like that exceeded its power. Elsa didn't want the two of them to kill each other prematurely, so she asked the man to calm down. However, they had already clashed and considered it a personal matter to drive the other one crazy. Elsa observed this from the outside, and once again realized how much she missed her friend the prince. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, Terence was interrogating Liena. The girl was suspected of ordering various crimes committed by the guild, but she continued to remain silent. For the last 4 days, the investigators remained busy reviewing documents, which means we were talking about a large number of violations of the law. A warehouse with smuggled goods was also discovered in the Duke's territory, which could indicate that his family is also linked to smuggling. The prince pointed out that if Liena continued to remain silent, he should consider it an admission of all charges. The young man was interested in knowing if the girl was happy with that arrangement. In fact, the fact that she hadn't said a word for the last 3 days was something worthy of admiration. Several people approached her. Everyone tried to make her talk, but no one succeeded. The prince and Elsa had agreed in advance that the inventor should be kept under surveillance as far away from Liena as possible. If he is nearby, he might find a way to communicate with him. As for the inventor, Count Max had recently visited him and bothered him. But the prince didn't care. He was irritated by the fact that the boy was a genius and the fact that Elsa cared about him and was in the same space as him. Liena suddenly broke the silence and ordered the prince to confess that he had seduced her innocent daughter-in-law. The young man realized the girl was talking nonsense, so he signaled everyone else to leave. Terence was grateful that the girl had finally decided to open her mouth and speak. However, Liana was incredibly angry and acted as if she were the one conducting the interrogation. The prince denied all her accusations and pointed out that Elsa was no longer her daughter-in-law. The young man didn't even know what to answer to this, but he believed he was innocent. Liana was incredibly irritated and ordered the young man to stop joking immediately. She jumped from her seat and declared that she would never give up what the prince was trying to take from her. After this, the girl stood up brazenly and walked past the young man, leaving the room and slamming the door shut. The prince continued to sit calmly at the table and looked at the documents. Recently, he learned that Liana was the beloved youngest daughter of the duke, and at the same time, a woman who, from the first meeting, left an unpleasant aftertaste in his soul. He didn't like that the girl was obsessed with Elsa and made her life difficult in every possible way. On an instinctive level, he felt that this woman was a complete imposter. Count Max asked the inventor why he had a wooden body. He pressed on the young man's back while begging him to stop his abuse. The man could no longer bend down because he had reached his limit. However, Max said he needed to practice hard to be as good as the others. Elsa and Violetta were on the other side of the cell and observed what was happening. The bodyguard was curious to know why the count would do such a thing. Recently, he claimed that a sound mind resides in a sound body, so he will help the inventor be reborn. Violetta didn't even know if this would help them achieve their goal, but at least it was quite fun to watch. Elsa noticed that the inventor kept doing what the count said, and yet he was still one of those people who were difficult to deal with. Only now did Violetta realize that the count was the one who had found a special approach to the young man. If we talk about logic and eloquence, the inventor clearly won, but the count was reckless. Also, recently the girl asked the boy why he didn't like Max so much. However, the young man simply turned around and couldn't provide an answer. Then he added that that man looked like his uncle, which is why it irritated him a lot. The boy was grateful for having been raised, but all he did was complain constantly, saying that because of his studies, he would never know the rest of the world. The boy was sad about his death because his mother was tired of living in a foreign country, so she abandoned the boy. The inventor didn't want to go into details and simply said that both parents had passed away. This conversation helped the girl understand the young man's feelings a little better. However, she pointed out that if the guy intended to manipulate her by evoking sympathy, then it was useless. The young man was annoyed because his trick didn't work on the girl. He remembered how she had easily discovered his plan and directed it towards her earlier. The inventor admitted that the girl was smart, and that day in the forest, she had deliberately pretended to be a fool. Elsa didn't even know whether to take this as a compliment or an insult. It seemed that the words about Count Max reminding the inventor of his uncle were not a lie. However, this was not enough to change his devotion to the main character. A little later, the girl went to her office to check the documents again and read the latest news in the newspapers. Recently, there have been reports of a large-scale tax evasion crime and Lady Liana's involvement in it. As the situation continued to worsen, there were no articles that were beneficial to the guild. Elsa was glad that, in this case, they could try to shake the inventor's firm attitude. The next day, the girl went early to the dungeon to talk to the young man. He was not in the mood for conversation, so he asked to be left alone. Elsa decided he would be curious to know what was happening in the outside world, so she brought a newspaper. The inventor took the newspaper and unfolded it, quickly reading the latest news. After this, he got extremely angry and asked for what purpose the girl had brought him that reading material. He assumed that Elsa wanted to show him that Lady Liana had abandoned him. The girl was undoubtedly kind-hearted, but she could also be ruthless, so she was easily willing to abandon the inventor if she believed he was the traitor. The boy remembered that the second prince pretended to send him a signal in front of other people. Furthermore, it was the inventor himself who recently had a conflict with Kira. Elliot knew that his character was not especially pleasing to people, and although Lady Liana appreciated him, she considered his temperament to be an obstacle to business. But those around her trust Cecilia, and it was she who betrayed Liana, something Elsa decided not to convince him of. Liana initially took notice of the woman because she had built solid relationships not only with her employees, but also with her business partners. So Elliot thought the probability of betrayal was less than 1%, which means the label could fall on him. Unable to meet with the lady, the young man couldn't explain himself and simply ended up in prison. Suddenly, he leaned back and laughed out loud, as if he were hysterical. The young man ran to the bars and declared that he would not leave it at that. He promised that he would save the lady and clear himself of the false accusations of treason. Elsa realized that he had no chance of doing this, since he was currently locked in a cell. However, the inventor claimed that even before they put him in that cell, his plan had already been set in motion. In the imperial palace, Terence approached his father's office to inform him of some matters. The servant apologized to the prince, but announced that Prince Mikkel was in an audience with His Majesty. The young man understood it himself, because he heard shouting from the office. Mikkel pointed out that Liena had not yet been recognized as a criminal, and that, by releasing her from prison, the investigation could continue. He realized that the girl had donated a large sum of money, and it was unlikely she would escape. The emperor was displeased because she had evaded taxes for an even larger amount, and she should have been punished according to the law. Mikkel was not happy that the girl was being held in a cell, so he asked for her to be released. Having achieved nothing from his father, Mikkel left the office and met his older brother. He announced that his meeting with the emperor was over, so the office was free. Terence thanked the young man for the information and walked calmly towards his father. Having caught up with his brother, Mikkel ordered him not to touch his people until true hostility began between them. However, Terence reminded him that he didn't touch anyone's people. He only arrested a criminal. Mikkel didn't like the fact that the boy addressed him as an equal. While he was the crown prince and had a higher rank, Terence promised to keep that in mind with a smile on his face, which irritated the boy even more. After this, Mikkel simply turned around and walked away in silence. The emperor was very surprised when, immediately after his youngest son, his eldest son came to see him for an audience. The man was happy that, thanks to the second prince, he had managed to bring the people of the duke's family down a peg. However, he admitted that recently Mikkel had come to him and asked for clemency because of a woman. Terence decided to take advantage of the situation and told him what had just happened between the brothers in the hallway. The emperor was displeased because at first the boy didn't notice anything until the crimes were revealed, and now he started an unnecessary dispute. The emperor asked not to pay attention to Mikkel's words and promised to immediately give an order to cancel these obsolete rules. The second prince thanked the man for thinking so much of him. After the man looked at his son, who insisted on releasing the criminal, the appearance of his eldest son was like a breath of fresh air for him. Suddenly, the servant appeared in the office and apologized for interrupting the audience. But he came to report an important matter. He brought documents that said that a certain inventor, named Elliot Brute, was responsible for everything. The second prince announced that he was the deputy of the guild, who had become famous as a genius when he was studying at the Imperial Academy. A direct subordinate of the inventor testified that it was he who organized all of this. So it turned out that Liena was absolutely innocent of everything. According to this report, Lady Liena was only an investor, and the one who directed the guild was the inventor. They will try to find out if this information is reliable, and then they will come with a report. But in the morning, a letter arrived at the mansion. Although the person who wrote the letter is not a member of the guild, they helped the inventor in his corrupt activities. As proof, he can provide a letter written by Elliot, but this has not yet been verified. 2 charges, filed at approximately the same time, pointed to the same person. There was a name written in the letter, so the next step was to meet the person in person. The emperor was interested in seeing the evidence, so he asked to invite the sender. The second prince informed that the inventor was being held in a building belonging to the capital's garrison. The emperor should have met him personally, but first he wanted to check who had sent the letter. After the audience with the emperor ended, the prince thought that everything had been arranged by that man. He remembered everything that had just happened in the office. And then he remembered the inventor's subordinate, who during the investigation confessed what happened. It was this subordinate whom Elliot ordered to take care of the flowers in his room before his arrest. The mention of flowers was the keyword to implement the previously prepared emergency response plan. From the beginning, a security device was created that would protect Liena even in the worst-case scenario. Furthermore, if he had blamed Cecilia, pointing her out as the main culprit of the situation, Liena would have been convinced that the guy himself was a traitor. Therefore, the inventor took responsibility for all the sins and proved his unwavering devotion to the girl. This was done so that she could concentrate on destroying Cecilia and saving herself. The second prince admitted that the inventor was even more dangerous than he thought. Upon returning, He asked if any of the leaders had changed their testimony while he was away. The assistant said that after the two executives revealed that the inventor was the culprit, they continued to hold that position. On the day of the raid, 6 guild leaders were detained in different places, so it was difficult to claim that they had discussed the testimony in advance. From the executive's point of view, if they had to sacrifice one of the 3, the natural thing would be for Elliot himself to be the victim. Even in the documents and books confiscated from the secret warehouse, there was no evidence that Liena was a client of such illegal action. The proof presented by the valet was also prepared by the inventor. The reason he sent the letter was because His Majesty trusted his assistant, and the assistant was friendly with the crown prince. The evidence and witnesses pointed to the inventor as the culprit, so the emperor would absolve Liena, declaring her innocent. Since the duke's estate was used as a place for the transfer and storage of contraband, there were numerous opportunities to catch them, so there was no need to punish Liena to provoke the duke even more than necessary. Everything went as the inventor wanted, but it was not that simple. Elsa reported that people would soon arrive to take Elliot to the imperial palace to interrogate him. The boy knew that he could be sentenced to death, but even in that case, there was something more important to him than his life. The inventor would never allow such evil people as the girl and the second prince to touch his lover. As expected, Elliot mistakenly believed that his final goal and the prince's was to cause Liena's downfall. But in reality, it was him. If they present Liena as the main culprit, the inventor's guilt will be relatively small. The girl will be convinced of his betrayal, and the two will drift apart, but then their plan will fail. If Elliot receives a severe sentence, the girl will realize it and try to save him. According to the second prince, the best outcome is for the inventor to become the main criminal and receive the death penalty or life imprisonment. One day Liena said that the world was too mean to reject an inventor because his mother was an immigrant, and because he had an eccentric character. This was only partially true, since the character was not only eccentric, but disgusting. The inventor admitted that after these words, he swore that he would follow the girl until his death, and would give his life for her. For him, Liena is an infinitely good person, and Elsa and the second prince are villains who want to destroy her for no reason. However, if the boy could judge objectively, he would immediately understand that the main goal was to catch him. Elsa wondered if the boy felt sorry for the fall of the guild, since he had worked so hard to take it to the top. The inventor admitted that the guild would be dissolved, but it was possible to simply create a new one and develop it, and the girl was perfectly capable of doing it without him. She was destined for a successful rise, thanks to Cecilia's connections and her skills as an inventor. The young man claimed that, in this case, it was the girl who needed compassion. Now Lady Liena will suspect that Cecilia is a traitor, and that Kira also recently had a conflict with him. The lady was so kind that she wouldn't abandon them immediately, but at the same time, she wouldn't open her heart to them again. The inventor was sure that the day when the girl and the second prince's spy would be expelled was already near. The boy thought Elsa had nothing to say in response, but he was simply talking so much nonsense that the girl didn't even know what to answer. Now that I think about it, they have already eliminated 3 of Liena's 7 main geniuses in one way or another. Suddenly, the young man turned to the girl and asked her to pass him a pen and paper. He admitted that he wanted to show special generosity towards the count and help him. Elsa realized that Elliot was still capable of developing warm feelings for the man, so she decided to help him. Elsa decided that the young man had felt attracted to the count since he did those things. She read the plan he had written and found that the county's situation was well reflected. The inventor admitted that he simply cannot help but live with a sense of duty. Elsa simply laughed when the boy admitted that that was his way of thanking the man for the bread. The cornbread he brought tasted quite good, so the little help was worth it. Elsa was annoyed that the boy was so picky about food, which was much better than prison food. The inventor pointed out that he had not visited the land personally, but had written everything based on what he had heard, so he couldn't say the plans were ideal. There was some noise outside, so Elsa thought it was the guards coming to take the beer. However, she was very surprised when, instead of guards, she saw the second prince around the corner. The girl immediately ran towards the young man and pushed him where no one could notice them. She apologized for such a reaction, but admitted that she never expected the boy to come in person. Terence admitted that he only did it because he wanted to see the girl. Also, he knew that in the future, they would have to discuss their relationship with the inventor. The heroine apologized to the boy for not being able to calm the young man. The prince looked closely at the girl and noticed that she didn't need to hide her true feelings in front of him. He understood perfectly that the girl didn't want to get rid of the inventor at all. He remembered that she asked him to give her some time to save the boy. She even sacrificed part of her plan just to keep him alive. Elsa couldn't impose her thoughts on the prince, for as long as the inventor was alive, he could try to escape from prison. However, the girl was pleasantly surprised when the prince took a deep breath and decided to give him 3 more days. Even after receiving a full confession, the investigation has not ended. After an audience with the emperor, the inventor will be returned to the cell. Elsa thought that if the boy went to the imperial palace, he would stay there. The prince informed her that Liana would also be released soon, since there was a reason to dissolve the guild, and the emperor's concerns dissipated. Elsa grabbed the young man and asked him to lean towards her so she could tell him some information. The girl carefully whispered her plan to the young man, hoping that no one was listening to her. Then she stepped away, embarrassed that they were too close. Elsa knew it was just a guess, but knowing the crown prince's character, she could be right. Terence pointed out that the situation she described was beyond the limits of common sense. However, for some reason, the young man felt that his younger brother was capable of something similar. The game was worth it, so Elsa asked to go to the imperial palace and check everything thoroughly. It was time to go to the palace, so the prince was going to call those who would accompany the inventor. Elliot was annoyed at having to leave in such a terrible state. He immediately demanded that the girl bring him clean clothes. He was convinced that he had to look as elegant as possible because he was going to an audience with the emperor. Elsa was annoyed that she couldn't punch him properly because of the artifact. The prince heard her words and felt a little disappointed that the girl and the inventor had become so close lately. He even admitted that he felt a slight regret for the decision he had made earlier. Elsa was very surprised by what she heard because it didn't fit in her head at all. The inventor was extremely irritated when he saw that the second prince was going to go with him. Even the guards couldn't believe that His Highness the Prince would sit in the same carriage with a criminal. However, the boy asked not to pay attention to him because he had a special conversation with Elliot. The young man was irritated by this, but could not do anything about it. At the hearing, the inventor said that he had no choice but to humbly confess what he had done. He was so obsessed with money that he completely forgot about Lady Liana's kindness, and he deserved to die. The emperor listened to him attentively and then decided to speak with his son. The inventor's confession meant that he would become the main culprit, and Liana would go free. The testimony of the man who sent the letter to the emperor's assistant turned out to be as accurate as expected. Also, yesterday there was a secret hearing between the emperor and the duke, where they held negotiations. The prince could not believe that the Grand Duke had made such a request to the emperor. However, most of his thoughts were occupied by the tender encounter he had with Elsa in prison. The young man even drank an extra portion of medicinal tea in the hope that it would help him. However, the medicinal tea only added more memories of the time they spent together. The prince was convinced that the tea he had prepared himself really had a different taste. Now was not the time to get carried away by emotions, because this was the only chance to carry out Elsa's plan. Jack returned to his master and informed him that everything had turned out exactly as they expected. The young man ordered his assistant to tell him in detail what he had seen. After this, the second prince immediately went to see the emperor to inform him. He formally bowed to the ruler and said he had a request for the emperor. There was a place that the young man asked him to visit, which was inside the imperial palace. The man did not understand why his son was asking him for such a strange favor. However, Terence said that it would be easier if the emperor saw everything with his own eyes. The man did not know exactly what it was, but it sounded quite interesting, so he agreed. However, the second prince warned that the ruler could be surprised by what he saw. This further aroused the interest of the man, who agreed to go for a walk at that very moment. Terence was happy because so far his plan was working like clockwork. The emperor, the second prince, and several servants accompanying them headed to the other side of the palace. Already on the way, the emperor guessed that they were going to prison and were going to look at Lady Liana. The prince asked his father to accompany him to her cell to see with his own eyes everything that was happening. Soon the men approached the door behind which the girl was hiding. The guards wanted to announce the emperor's arrival, but the prince silenced them, ordering them to keep silent. It seemed strange to everyone present that the guards began to tremble with fear upon seeing the emperor. The prince opened the doors carefully so that his presence would not be discovered too soon. The man apologized to Liena for having to live in those conditions and offered to bring her desserts prepared by the emperor's personal chef. However, the girl said that after so long, she wanted to eat a simple chocolate cake. The man looked outside to order the guards to bring the requested dessert. However, instead of guards, he saw an enraged emperor who heard their entire dialogue. The man entered quickly and ordered all unnecessary people to leave immediately. Once in the room, he saw that 3 more guards were around the girl, and they were indulging her in every possible way. The emperor was truly shocked by the image he saw when facing what was happening behind his back. Liena and the guards immediately recognized the emperor, so they jumped from their seats in horror. The man looked around and saw that it was the best-kept detention place he had ever seen. He wondered why that room was left as if it were inhabited by royalty. One of the guards admitted that it was they who brought all these things here. The boy was so worried that he couldn't say anything, which angered the emperor even more. Liena stepped forward and admitted that it was all her fault, so she asked that only she be blamed for what happened. The emperor ordered the girl not to interfere, but she dared to contradict him, believing that the rest of the people were not to blame. The man who was about to bring the girl the dessert fell to his knees and tried to take the blame. The emperor knew that the boy would not have been able to do all this alone, so he ordered his master to be handed over to him. The man realized that the lives of all his subordinates and family members depended on a word from him. Only these words had an effect, and the man finally admitted that he did all this by order of His Highness, the Crown Prince. He recently came to them and ordered them to serve Lady Liena so that she would not experience any inconvenience. After this, the emperor became really furious and ordered them to bring Mikkel before him immediately. The guards immediately ran out of the room to carry out his order as quickly as possible. Only Liena stood to the side and smiled mysteriously. The girl immediately fell to her knees and begged the emperor not to be angry. She put on a pitiful face and cried, trying to take all the blame. Terence was furious because even in that situation, the girl was trying to manipulate the crowd. After a while, Mikkel entered the room hoping to speak with the emperor. The first thing he saw was his beloved, who was kneeling in front of his father and brother. The young man immediately ran to the girl and asked about her condition. For a second, the girl broke character, calling him by his name, but then immediately corrected herself and addressed him properly. However, the emperor was there and heard everything, so his anger did not diminish. The man was interested in what his younger son was doing behind his back. Enraged, the emperor threw a fan at Mikkel, after which Liena immediately ran to check on his condition. The emperor and the second prince were so stunned by the couple's behavior that they didn't even know what to say. After this, Liena turned around and told the ruler that even if he were the emperor, this was nothing more than domestic violence. The man wanted to dismiss the girl, but remembered that they were in her cell, so he decided that everyone else should leave the room and conduct the conversation outside of it. Liena apologized to Mikkel for causing him trouble. Only after this did the boy leave and try to explain to his father that the girl had done nothing wrong. The emperor wanted the prince to clarify the situation that everyone had just witnessed. Mikkel claimed that this cell was too miserable for Liena, although royalty lived in the exact same cells if they were suspected of something. Furthermore, the prince had heard that the inventor was the criminal, so the girl was innocent. He believed that Liena was a victim who had lost the guild that she had worked so hard to develop. So it was impossible to support such a poor person under arrest. Thanks to the assistant's account, the emperor learned that the man had been serving the girl since the first day she arrived in that cell. This was strange because it was learned that the culprit was the inventor much later. Mikkel admitted that he initially believed the girl was innocent because she wasn't the type to do evil. After these words, the emperor was convinced that the young man was truly crazy. Terence couldn't understand if Mikkel really didn't know Liena's true nature, or if he knew everything and was blatantly lying. Mikkel admitted that after meeting Liena, he felt as if he had been born. She gave him a new life. The boy admitted that he didn't expect anyone to understand his feelings. He knew that his father had always been strict with him, but he surrounded his son with love and care and kept him out of the imperial palace. The child knew this because every time the emperor left, his mother would get nervous. Once, his maternal grandfather told him the whole truth. Following the emperor, the young man saw the image of his father, who played so tenderly with his brother, whose existence he hadn't even suspected. The man who gave him a royal sword for his training gave a ball to his illegitimate son. Terence didn't know he would be jealous of something like that, because he learned to handle a sword in secret from his father. Mikhail, who would become emperor, had to know how to handle weapons, but in his case, this was not necessary. Once upon a time, there was a boy who asked his father to teach him how to handle weapons. The boy admitted that he wanted to have a magnificent sword, like his father. However, the emperor believed that the boy didn't need to learn to use weapons, so he brought him a ball and invited him to play. Perhaps this was done to avoid misunderstandings about the imperial throne. Mikhail believed that because of all this, the man couldn't even imagine what a difficult childhood he had. However, now everything was fine, because Liana had healed all his wounds. Mikhail apologized for breaking the rules, but he didn't regret his actions, because every rule must be treated with some flexibility. The emperor commented that the boy, who had invoked old etiquette to point out his title to his older brother, was showing flexibility when it came to his beloved. Before the emperor could finish speaking, the empress intervened in their conversation. The woman heard that His Majesty was very angry and was looking for the crown prince, so she went to them. The first thing the woman suggested was that the illegitimate child had caused discord between the emperor and Mikhail. However, the man said that the crown prince had deceived him behind his back. He looked at his son and reminded him that he had recently said something about flexibility. However, the man himself perceived this as a real challenge to the emperor's authority. Mikhail decided to provide all comforts to the suspect of committing crimes at his own discretion. He decided to appoint guards as servants and fill the prison with luxurious items. Since not even the crown prince supported the emperor's rule, it was surprising that the imperial family could still exist in this land. Therefore, the emperor declared right there that Mikhail was stripped of his title of crown prince. For now, he will have the status of first prince, as he had before his appointment as crown prince. Who would be the next crown prince would be decided later, after which the empress felt ill. She tried to convince the emperor that Mikhail was the only legitimate heir of the imperial family. However, the man remembered that he had already seen the same mistake about the subject several times. The woman was furious because her husband had fallen into the trap of a vile, illegitimate son. However, the man shouted at her and warned her that if she disrespected his son again, he would no longer turn a blind eye. The man didn't even ask her to treat the boy like her own son. He just wanted her to observe minimal etiquette. After this, the emperor turned around and walked away, leaving everyone behind. The empress didn't understand what was happening and why the emperor was so angry. She asked Mikhail to explain clearly to her what had just happened there. Then the second prince stepped forward and invited the woman to check everything with her own eyes. He opened the room in a chamber and allowed the empress to see everything that was happening inside. Liana immediately ran out of the cell and hugged her lover, trying to calm him down. The empress didn't understand how the decoration of the chamber could be so luxurious. Only now did she realize that all this was the work of her own son, who forced even the guards to serve the girl. After this, the empress felt ill and threatened to faint. Her servants immediately picked up the woman and took her immediately to the palace doctor. Mikhail accused his brother of causing his mother to faint. He remembered his past promise and threatened that he was willing to fulfill it. The boy heard that it was his brother, who had brought his father, and dared to make Liana crawl on her knees in fear. Mikhail declared that from that moment on, the two brothers became enemies. Terence was not going to listen to that nonsense because he still had a lot of things to do. The brother assumed the boy was going to meet the inventor to pass on Liana's words to him. He remembered that the boy was still suffering the consequences, so meetings with anyone were unacceptable. Mikhail was angry because he had been rejected and decided to take revenge. The next day, Count Max received a plan to improve the situation of his county. Violetta and Elsa watched as the inventor was ashamed of his gratitude. This morning, when returning the inventor to the cell, Terence only managed to report the latest news. The girl did not expect the emperor to strip Mikhail of his title of crown prince, and that, because of her, reality would begin to deviate little by little from the plot of the original work. It was she who suggested that the hereditary principle was trying to influence in some way the presence of the girl in the cell. Although it was just a guess, The original novel also had a scene where Mikkel bribes the guards when Lyanna was framed by the villain and put in prison. The emperor did not realize this, so Crown Prince Mikkel was not deprived of his inheritance rights, and the guild continued to flourish until the end, so she personally created this incident. The girl thought it would be enough to divorce Leonardo, but for some reason it all went so far. Count Max turned to the girl and invited her to try the best bread that his baker had prepared. The man collected more bread in a package as a token of gratitude to the inventor who helped him develop the plan. The boy felt ashamed, and that's why he behaved even more rudely than usual. However, Max was very cheerful, so he tried to eat the bread by force as thanks. The inventor was not happy with this and thought that Max wanted to get rid of him. If the man is grateful to him, then it would have been better to give testimony that would be beneficial to him during the trial, or do something like that. Elliot is a valuable talent who will help the country develop if he survives. However, after this assumption, Count Max suddenly became very serious. He pointed out that this is unacceptable, since the trial is related to the guild. He had not intended to mention it, but he realized that the guy had not really thought about what he had done. The Count could not say a single kind word about someone who never thought about their actions. Even if he was a genius, the man believed that everyone should be punished for their crimes. The Count asked why the inventor had taken such a step, if he could have used his brilliant head to improve the world. The boy admitted that he lives only for one person and her approval. He admitted that he committed a crime for him, because the person was grateful to him and considered him her support. The Count listened attentively to the young man and realized that he was a very bad person. He realized that this person only thanked the boy with words and did not sincerely value him. That if this were a truly good person, if they really valued him, then everything would be different. He would not have started saying nonsense about being grateful for the crimes committed, but should have dissuaded him from taking that step and put him on the right path. The inventor explained that he didn't understand anything because it was for ignorant people to see the world only in black and white and claim that whoever breaks the law is necessarily a villain. The heroine realized that the inventor had just admitted that Lyanna was always right. The boy continued talking about how kind this person was, but also incredibly intelligent. Count Max concluded that a person who commits a crime is intelligent and kind, and the people who defend the law are kind fools. According to the inventor, the person always does good, but to protect the weak, he had no choice but to break the law. He asked what the Count would do if he saw a thug attacking an older man. The man admitted that he would have hit the aggressor to stop him from doing what he had planned, and would have made him promise never to do it again. The inventor realized that an attack is a crime, but it is directed at a good action, and his person acts in the same way. However, the Count pointed out that tax evasion is a crime that can in no way be used as a way to combat evil. The inventor was convinced that, even if you pay your taxes honestly, the people above you are corrupt, so it's better to spend that money on something better. Elsa listened to him and realized that it was a stupid excuse, because the guys were simply evading taxes to spend the money as they saw fit. It is true that there are many people in the empire who are only interested in getting rich, but there are also those who strive to improve the empire. Regardless, everyone pays taxes, and for arid areas like yours, there is no other option than to rely on general money provided by the government. It may be a waste, even if their lands make a profit, but even they pay taxes. The man was furious because the boy dared to justify tax evasion. He demanded that he stop throwing around insensitive phrases and clearly state what he had in mind. The inventor pointed out that tax evasion was contrary to social justice, and the same could be said of other guild crimes. He knew that Lady Lyanna was a very sweet, charming, beautiful, and elegant person. Noble. He saw no problem with such a person committing a crime or someone committing a crime for such a person. Trying to punish a sacred noble, according to the laws of the common human world, was much worse to him. Lyanna didn't kill anyone, so there was nothing wrong with breaking the law. It was nothing compared to what she deserved. Suddenly, Elsa realized she had seen that expression before. This was the expression shown by the head maid during the court hearing. The girl did not expect that in the inventor's case, everything would be so serious, and she had nothing left to do but follow the second prince's decision. Suddenly, the Count couldn't take it anymore and hit the young man directly on the head. The protective artifact activated immediately and threw him in the opposite direction. Elliot didn't understand why the Count kept hitting him on the head. The boy believed that a person should not be punished for their crimes, just for being too sweet and beautiful, but there wasn't a single person like that in the world. Suddenly, the inventor's nose began to bleed, and the Count feared it was due to his actions. Elliot saw the red spots and immediately lost consciousness because he was afraid of what he saw. The doctor examined the patient and observed that there was no abnormality that could cause concern. He said that colds normally don't cause nosebleeds, but the boy lost consciousness due to cerebral overload. The doctor admitted that he was just joking, because although a person uses their head a lot, won't their nose bleed? If it's not a medical problem, then he could have been subjected to a magic curse, or something like that. The bleeding had stopped, the temperature had gone down, so all that remained was to wait and observe the patient. The next day, Elsa went to visit the young man and saw that he had finally come to his senses. The girl had no intention of persuading him to eat, because the inventor had refused to eat since the morning. She told Violetta and the Count that the boy wasn't sick, but he wouldn't eat or say a word. Everyone thought it was strange. Violetta assumed he was ashamed. The inventor was talking like a madman about a sweet and charming man, just so he could be ashamed. Elsa noticed that his statements were illogical, but perhaps he didn't want to admit he had said something like that. The girl asked the Count not to mention the stripping of the Crown Prince title, since this could irritate the inventor. This morning, in the State Council, the Emperor revealed Mikkel's actions and expressed his desire to strip him of his title of Crown Prince. After this, there was a high probability that this title would pass to the second prince. That is why his weight in everyone's eyes increased a lot and Terence attracted attention. Although everything turned out for the best, it will now be even more difficult for Elsa to see her friend due to her busy schedule. Shortly after, the Count came to visit the inventor and asked about his well-being. Elliot pointed out that the man said that because he hadn't seen him with his own eyes. Elsa was irritated because he didn't even address her, but replied to the Count right away. The inventor admitted that before meeting Liana, he himself couldn't imagine he would have to experience such emotions. The Count didn't want to hear that nonsense about some prominent character who could break the law again. In any case, he didn't believe Lady Liana was really a good person. He didn't know the girl, but the newspaper said she had been released from the Imperial Palace prison the night before. Although the Count wasn't a brilliant man, she was now free and Elliot was behind bars. If the Count's subordinate had been imprisoned for his crimes, the Count would have immediately gone to him, but he wouldn't have even initially shifted his own sins onto his subordinates. He believed that she had to return as soon as she got out of prison. The question wasn't whether they could meet, but that he wouldn't be able to just sit still like that. After talking to the Count, Elsa and Violetta left the dungeon and met Terence on the street. The girls went out for a short walk and invited the second prince to join them. Violetta suggested that the young people go for a walk together, as she needed to keep an eye on the inventor. It seemed strange to both young people, but they didn't mind taking a walk together. To start, they went together to the Forest of the Wanderers, where the temple was located. Elsa had not gone for a long time to the temple, where she got the ingredients for the medicinal tea, so the young people decided to go in. According to the legend, the Forest of the Wanderers is the final resting place of the goddess. Upon hearing this story, Elsa wanted to pray, and the second prince joined her. The girl knew that tomorrow the 3 extra days her friend had given her would end. She hoped her choice was the right one. Suddenly, a gust of wind tore the hood off the girl. Elsa felt incredibly light, and it seemed to her as if someone was speaking to her. The young man thought the girl's prayer was taking too long, so he tried to wake her. Elsa told him about the strange voice that had just come from inside her head. However, the Empire's second prince pointed out that he had never heard anything like it. It seemed quite strange to Elsa that she was the only one who heard that voice. The girl assumed it was a prophecy from the goddess who heard her prayers. There really were gods in this world, and on the final pages of the original novel, Liana comes face to face with one of them. Considering that Elsa's ability to accurately reproduce the events of the original is similar to Liana's, who kept perfect memories of her life before reincarnation, it was the goddess who brought the girl to this world. But from the moment she woke up in the novel, she never felt the presence of a goddess, and she didn't have that mysterious ability to charm people. The girl decided it might have been an auditory hallucination, so the young people decided to head back. They didn't want to separate too soon, so they decided to take a short walk before returning. Elsa had the strange feeling that the goddess wanted to tell her something, On the way back, the prince told a legend according to which this forest possesses mysterious powers. It was said to be a force that attracted travelers from all over the world to embrace them. But there is also a legend describing the appearance of a goddess who enjoys watching people fight each other and commit violent acts. Elsa laughed because she couldn't even imagine the prince being interested in such stories. The young man said his mother loved telling him about the past. When he was a child, she used to tell legends about the goddess or other ancient stories. He himself was named Terence in honor of the main character of an old tale that his mother especially liked. It was a very simple story about an unfortunate boy who overcame many difficulties in his path. He finally found happiness upon meeting a woman he loved, which is why they gave him this name. The young man himself liked this name a lot, because his mother hoped he would be as happy as this boy thanks to the story. The prince admitted that, from now on, he would like Elsa to always call him by his real name. The girl felt that this was a special moment between them. She liked the idea a lot, and happily suggested the young man return. The prince liked the feeling of someone other than his parents addressing him by his name. At that moment, Elsa remembered that the boy didn't have any friends, and that even his relationship with his father was difficult. They agreed that they would only address each other by their names when they were alone, so as not to embarrass others. The next day, at the Capitol Guard garrison building, Elsa announced that she would not accompany the count. She decided that today, Max should talk alone with the inventor. On his last day, she should have let the boy spend time with someone he had had a close relationship with in his past life. The count remained for a long time in the inventor's room, talking with him about various topics. While the count said 100 words, the young man, reluctantly, only answered a couple. But they were satisfied with everything. In the evening, the boy admitted that he was afraid of dying from the man's talk. He wanted to ask Elsa to grant him a request, even if it was reckless of him. The girl laughed, because for the first time she realized that a boy could feel shame and use words of request and gratitude. The first thing the young man did was apologize to the girl and ask for forgiveness for his rudeness and attempt to interfere in her relationship with Kira. He thought his assumption that he and the girl had a secret relationship was correct, but Elsa turned out to be anything but a villain. The boy was a little embarrassed, but he still admitted his mistake. The fact that Liana cried does not necessarily mean that Elsa is a bad person, because relationships are very complicated. The girl was surprised that the inventor thought appropriately and rationally about things related to Liana, so she happily accepted his apologies for what happened in the past. However, she said she would do it only on one condition. Actually, the only thing the girl wanted was to hit the boy on the head with a fan, and thus pay off the debt. Only now did the inventor realize how humiliating it was, and admitted that he had gone too far last time. Only after this could the young people continue the conversation. Elliot asked to be sent to Elsing prison to serve his sentence if he was not executed. Elsa was very surprised with this request, because this prison was located on the western border. The inventor admitted that it would have been better to turn to the second prince, but he was difficult to deal with. The girl perfectly understood that said prison was located not far from Count Max's estate, with whom the boy had managed to become friends. The inventor felt embarrassed, so he asked the girl not to invent anything. He simply didn't want his ideas to go to waste. The more the inventor talked with Max, the more clearly he saw his ignorance about topics related to the region's development. Elsa remembered that it was a backward region with terrible conditions, which means the inventor would be even more interested in its development. The girl remembered that it would be harder for Liana to visit the young man in such a distant prison. Elliot knew that Liana would not come often, because to everyone he was a criminal blinded by greed, and the girl would arouse suspicion. The boy admitted that he himself doesn't want to see her after what happened. He explained that when he was with his lover, he was afraid of ceasing to be himself and becoming a madman. The inventor is a logical person. He could safely say that he was guided by logic most of his life. But after meeting the girl, he lost control of himself. When it came to the lady, he couldn't think or calculate everything in advance. A part of him realized how strange it was, but the rest said that love was always like that. But now, having moved away from Liana and having spoken with the Count, he was even more confused. The inventor still loved Liana. He considered her sweet and charming, but these feelings seemed foreign to him. The boy didn't know if he would remain the same if he continued to date the girl again. So he wanted to take a break and be away from her. His uncle told him to be useful to the world. The boy was not going to follow his will, but at least he didn't want to become a bad person. The next morning, the palace published a statement naming the inventor as the main culprit. Liena was not involved. Then everything ended, and before the sentence was handed down, the inventor was transferred to the main guard station. The young man thanked Elsa for listening to his request. The girl knew that even if she spoke with the prince, there was no guarantee he would agree to fulfill his request. The inventor even asked Elsa to ask to be placed in the same prison as him if she suddenly also committed a crime. The young man thanked the girl, after which they said goodbye, knowing that they would hardly see each other again. That same day, Elsa went to the second prince and explained the request the inventor had made to her. The young man was not against this and suggested forgetting the plan to eliminate the guy. It seemed surprising to her that he accepted so easily because she thought he didn't like the inventor. The prince admired the fact that Elsa even made this arrogant man and insolent man sincerely apologize. The young man commented again that Elsa was incredible, since she was able to reach even such an impenetrable person. The girl was glad to hear this and promised that she would never underestimate herself again. After everything that happened, the heroine was glad to return to her friend's house to finally be able to get some good rest. Suddenly, in the middle of the night, the girl woke up with the feeling that she was falling somewhere. The strange voice she had heard in the forester's temple spoke to her again. This voice said that it liked Elsa's requests, who begged it not to just save her, but also the people around her. In exchange for a good deal, the voice promised to show the girl something interesting. This slightly interrupted causality, but the heroine still wouldn't remember anything when she woke up. The next second, Elsa opened her eyes and saw that she was floating over a huge city. The girl watched the conversation between two men who were gathered on a balcony on the outskirts of the city. One of them loved coming to that place because it offered a beautiful view of his treasure. He enjoyed watching how that once bare land had been transformed. The man was grateful to his interlocutor because all this happened only with his help. The mature inventor observed that all this was largely due to the count and the neighbors, who worked as one whole. Efforts alone are not enough to get a good result, because someone brought cereal crops that can grow even in arid lands. Someone foresaw the attack from the neighboring kingdom and developed a defensive strategy. Someone successfully helped refugees settle in this land and gave them a chance for a new life. Count Max pointed out that over the last 30 years, the inventor had performed countless good deeds in these lands. He even stated that meeting this guy was the greatest luck for his territory as well. However, lately he wondered if it was as fortunate for the man himself, who was literally tied to that place. The inventor admitted that he was not interested in making successful people even more successful, but helping losers achieve success is something truly valuable and noble. This land, which had developed so much, was not just the Count's treasure. Over the years, it has become a true treasure for the inventor himself as well. The men got tired of chatting and preferred to go down and enjoy a good dinner, discussing their action plan for the near future. Elliot pointed out that the meeting with his mother, from whom they were separated, also happened because he chose this little world. Little by little, everything around us began to melt and float, as if dissolving into darkness. The next second, the image disappeared, and Elsa found herself again in the middle of the starry sky. The voice hoped that the girl had reflected well on what happened, that she wouldn't remember it, but that her soul would calm down. Elsa wanted to say something, but she couldn't utter a single word. She assumed that voice belonged to the goddess, because she heard it when she was praying in the temple. The goddess had already said goodbye to the girl, and hoped they would see each other again if they were successful. Elsa was able to speak, and asked why the voice called the vision a gift if she wouldn't remember anything when she woke up. She knew that the goddess could erase the memories she had just shown, but she asked for an answer to a question. She asked to leave these memories for her. The voice noted that this girl was truly special, because even her first wish was for someone else. Elsa was nothing like the girl who prayed only for herself, that is, for Liena. Suddenly, the voice changed, and it didn't like the fact that an insignificant person dared to test it and think that it was on her side. Suddenly, Elsa felt a crushing aura, because in the novel the goddess was kind. But suddenly, it turned out that it didn't care about anyone except Liena. Suddenly, the girl remembered the second prince's story, that there were several legends where the goddess enjoyed unbridled violence and fights between people. A strange force took hold of the girl, as she thought that her friend was right about the goddess. Suddenly, Elsa felt that something incredibly huge and evil was right behind her. It was said that the goddess could appear in the form of a beast, so the girl feared she had encountered exactly that. It turned out to be a huge wolf that was running toward the girl and could swallow her in one go. Elsa closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she saw the starry sky again and heard the resonant laughter of the goddess. The deity admitted that she simply decided to play a joke on the girl because she was too serious. The voice admitted that she really is a goddess, as she is considered in the country where the girl now lives. She noted that the books Elsa read in her past life were written from the point of view of the second girl. To her, the goddess was a being that gave endless love. In fact, the goddess was simply what the girl wanted her to be. Elsa thought it was strange, because gods were supposed to be unreachable beings, and the voice had a frivolous way of speaking and character. The goddess apologized for being so frivolous and having a bad temper, intending to return the girl. Elsa didn't have time to ask why everyone felt such limitless love for Liana, and if it was really her blessing. Also, she wondered why the goddess didn't bless the girl too, since she had some spiritual power. At the last moment, the voice said that Elsa already carried her blessing, only it was weaker, and the girl didn't notice it. As agreed, the goddess promised she wouldn't erase those memories. Also, as an apology for the joke, she had another gift that would soon appear in the girls' lives. After that, everything disappeared, and the next morning, Elsa woke up in her bed with huge bruises under her eyes. The girl looked so tired that even her friends noticed it at breakfast. She explained that she hadn't slept well during the night and that she had seen something like a nightmare. The reborn heroine knew this wasn't just a nightmare, but something more. She didn't really remember anything, but she was sure she hadn't been wrong in choosing the inventor. The girl finally knew Terence, so she couldn't get to sleep. The prince noted that dreams reflect our emotions and thoughts, so he suggested that something was bothering the girl. The girl admitted that she really had something on her mind that she would like to share with others. All of Elsa's friends wanted to support her, so it was easier to tell them what was worrying her. The heroine blushed deeply, because what she wanted to ask was quite embarrassing. Everyone tensed up, waiting for some important question that couldn't be answered with certainty. The girl felt a little uncomfortable, but still asked if her friends thought she was attractive. The second prince, Diana and Violetta, were stunned by her question, and silence reigned at the table. In fact, Elsa remembered that she already had a blessing from the goddess. She thought this blessing meant that the people around her would adore her, just as they did for Liana. The friends suddenly began to confess their love to the girl one by one, admitting that she was really very sweet. However, Elsa realized that they meant something completely different, so she asked them to forget what happened. The heroine realized that her blessing was different from the one Liana received. Today, Terence made an official visit to the embassy to deliver the emperor's message. This was a hint that he should establish contacts with ambassadors from different countries and get to know other countries because he could become the heir. Although the emperor was deeply disappointed in Mikkel, he still had powerful support. And since Mikkel cannot change, the emperor gives part of the power to his older son, deciding to organize a competition between them. And now the real fight for the throne will begin. A few days later, the girl finally accepted her dream and was still trying to process it. She never understood the nature of her blessing and what gift the goddess was talking about. The girl read in the newspaper that strange rumors were circulating in the rural area of the northeast region, and that several villagers supposedly saw a large shooting star fall behind the mountains. Elsa knew that in the original novel, a shooting star in the region would turn her abandoned mine into a goose that lays golden eggs. But something didn't add up, because the meteor shower was supposed to occur at the beginning of winter, and now it was summer. The girl assumed that this was precisely the gift the goddess had talked about. Violetta entered her mistress's room and saw that she was packing a suitcase. Elsa was actually packing her things because she wanted to go check her mines. Then she called her bodyguard with her. At that moment, at the Duke's house, Liana announced that she had a new business idea. The girl pointed out that if everything went well, they would not only recover recent losses, but they would also increase profits. The girl's father and brother looked at her with great bewilderment. Liana pointed out that this time she would need help from her family members, but she didn't have time to finish. The Duke commented that the girls should stop doing business for a while. Liana was surprised by his words, as she didn't expect to hear any refusal. The man remembered that the trading house had collapsed due to corruption just a few days ago, so there was no point in stepping on the same rake again. Liana was sure that this time everything would go well, and that what happened to the guild was just an accident. The inventor was arrested. Cecilia was no longer communicating with her, so now both of them will not be able to interfere with anyone. When the inventor took the blame, the girl thought her friend was the traitor. However, Mikkel reported that, during the secret meeting, the boy didn't say anything to him. He only advised him to stay away from him. The Duke pointed out that in the current situation, the girl's business would be of no use, and suggested that she remain in the shadows. However, Liana claimed that she could act through a trusted person and handle everything herself. Lehem sat next to his family members and watched as his father argued with the girl for the first time and opposed her. Liana noticed that her father had changed a lot lately and decided that the butler was somehow involved in this, because after their reconciliation, the Duke began to treat her more coldly. The man pointed out that this had nothing to do with the butler, as he himself believed that too many responsibilities had fallen on the girl. He realized that Liana was having difficulties managing both the house and the guild, so she took over questionable matters. He announced that from now on the management of the house would fall to Leonardo. He himself would handle the affairs, and Liana would live as a normal noble girl and would meet with Mikkel. Lehem was very surprised to hear the changes that had taken place in their house. Liana noticed that her father had changed, so she turned to her brother for help. However, unexpectedly, the young man supported his father and noted that there was sense in his words. While the girl was in prison, they were very worried about her, so they asked her to forget about business and not get involved in dangerous things anymore. Liana noticed that her dad and her brother had changed. They used to support her in everything, but now they found a time capsule and everything is gone. The men promised that they would love the girl anyway, regardless of whether she was useful at home or not. Liana looked depressed, but she still promised to leave the household chores. But she firmly assured her relatives that she would not give up the business under any circumstances. She noted that the Duke was her guardian, but he could not limit her actions because she was his daughter, not his property. The man tried to convince the girl to think it over again because it would be difficult for her. Liana noted that her father had changed a lot, but she could manage without his help. Before Liana had time to explain her plan, a servant came running in and informed them that an important guest was waiting for them at the main entrance. The whole family immediately ran to greet him. The former Duke and Liana's grandfather, Ricardo Cassius, got out of the carriage. The Duke asked what had brought his father to his house after such a long absence. Liana ran forward and immediately ran to her grandfather, hugging him. The man immediately became very sweet and petted his favorite little bunny, having missed her. The second prince asked why Elsa was suddenly planning to travel. The girl explained that an urgent matter had arisen in the province, and she wanted to take Violetta with her. But for that, she needed the boy's permission. The boy knew the girl was capable, but he feared she wouldn't be able to manage alone if she encountered thieves. So Elsa suggested adding another guard and even had someone in mind. The young man was not against it, but he was interested in knowing whom the girl would want to trust by her side. He was very surprised when she pointed her finger at him and told him she wanted him to accompany her. The prince admitted that he would gladly go with her, but that he had many things to do at that moment. However, the girl just laughed and pointed out that it wasn't a question, because she was going to kidnap him. She leaned towards the young man and told him that she had a mine with magic stones, which she inherited from her parents. Elsa couldn't believe he knew about it from the original, so she made up a story about a local resident. During the trip, the prince read an article published over 80 years ago. Then news came out about a fallen meteorite, which could have caused the appearance of magic stones. Elsa believed this theory was true, although many years ago it was considered complete nonsense. The girl thought it was worth checking, even if the possibility was minimal. Terence noted that perhaps she wouldn't be able to continue, since he also wanted to join that trip. He pointed out that there would be nothing to worry about, since the accumulated work could be resolved upon his return. The young man looked out from the carriage and informed Jack of his decision. The aide immediately grabbed his head, because he didn't understand how it was possible to suddenly set aside all the tasks the emperor had entrusted to him. The prince left, and the assistant felt as if the whole world was collapsing around him. After leaving, the young man offered to discuss the next business in more detail while they were traveling. If the girl's assumption is confirmed, then we can think about what kind of relationship will develop between Elsa and the imperial family. The girl was glad that the prince understood immediately that this wasn't just an offer to keep her company. Meanwhile, the Duke's mansion was filled with an oppressive atmosphere due to his grandfather's sudden arrival. The old man admitted that he clearly didn't come to see a scoundrel like his own son. Many years ago, there was a dispute between them because the son completely changed the land management policy his father was following. The man didn't like the fact that his father constantly forced his brothers to compete against each other, leading them to their deaths. However, the old man considered this natural, since only the strongest could inherit the title of duke. The man admitted that that was why he took that title away from his father, so that at least his own children wouldn't have to go through something similar. Liana immediately jumped up and demanded that the relatives stop arguing immediately. She realized that if her grandfather said unpleasant things about her father, she wouldn't see him again. The Duke realized that his father, whom he had forced to give up his position as Duke, had locked himself in the northern part of the estate and hadn't kept in touch with him for a long time. However, one day, when he needed help with business, he returned. That was when Liana convinced her father to go see her grandfather and ask him for help. She pointed out that Dad could also soon make peace with grandfather, which would mean being one family. The father couldn't resist Liana's stubbornness and went with her to the northern part of the lands where his father lived. The grandfather adored his granddaughter and hoped that one day she would stay and live with him forever. This seemed incredibly strange to the Duke, because in his memories, his father was a completely different person. The man immediately fell in love with his granddaughter, even knowing they didn't have a drop of blood in common. And yet he didn't shed a tear when his own youngest son died. Unexpectedly, Liana announced that she would live temporarily with her grandfather. The old man really believed that with her, he would be 1,000 times better off than with his useless father, who couldn't even prevent his daughter from going to prison. The Duke tried to change the girl's mind, as she had clearly planned in advance to ask her grandfather for help with a new matter. The man wanted his daughter to come to her senses, but Liana simply apologized and stated that she had made a firm decision. The brother joined his father in these persuasions, worrying about the girl. Liana stated that the Duke could understand her feelings if he went back to being his old self. After that, she took her grandfather's arm, and together with him, they happily walked away from behind the house. Lahim tried to stop the girl by grabbing her hand, but her grandfather wouldn't let him hold her. After that, they quickly got into the carriage and left together to live on the other side of the country. The Duke realized he couldn't let her leave so easily because he still had a duty towards his father. He called the head of the knights and ordered him to secretly follow Liana and report everything they did. Right during the conversation, the Duke remembered that it was Liana who brought this young man to his family. Suddenly, the man pulled out a weapon and put it to the knight leader's throat. He called the guards and ordered them to throw the guy in the dungeon, and ordered another man to watch over Liana. The man remembered the butler's words about there being too many people in this house acting in Liana's interests, and not the owner of the house. Only now did the Duke understand what the men were talking about and realized that, in the worst case, he would have to replace everyone. Soon Elsa arrived in the region and asked a girl to accompany her to the entrance of the mine. She thanked the girl for her work and gave her some money. The girl also told about the fallen star, because there wasn't a single person in the village who didn't know about it. No one knew exactly where it fell, because everyone was too busy with work. Even the children were helping their parents and doing household chores. Elsa was not happy, because the local viscount was squeezing the life out of the poor commoners. This region used to belong to Count Will, but due to the Count's family debts, it passed into the hands of Viscount Kai. Fortunately, the Viscount abandoned the abandoned mine, considering it unproductive. After this, the little girl said goodbye to the group, telling them that the hotel would tell them they would return at night. Elsa seemed inspired and thought it was time for them to start implementing the plan. The girl reminded her companions that under no circumstances should they take off the coats she had given them. This cloak had magic resistance, and the protective artifact the girl gave him also helped. Because of all this, Violetta decided that they were about to fight a mage. Elsa noted that powerful magical phenomena were occurring in the mine, so they had to be careful. In fact, she knew there was a possibility of encountering something worse than a mage. The group turned on their flashlights and moved inside the mine to inspect the scene. In the darkness, Elsa stumbled and didn't fall only because the prince managed to catch her in time. The group realized that the girl had stumbled over a stone that was literally scattered everywhere. They didn't know what it was, so the prince decided to try pouring his energy into it. He used his power and suddenly the stone began to glow brightly. It looked like an unusual, high-quality magic stone. Even if magic stones were mined here, those valuables couldn't be left abandoned. The prince assumed that this stone was an ordinary or low-grade magic stone. He realized that the girl had been right once again when she decided to keep the mines for herself. Elsa was happy that her mine was full of the highest quality magic stones, which meant she was rich. The prince didn't know for sure, but judging by the amount of magical energy, he assumed it really was a gold mine. The group walked a little further forward and saw that there was a fork in the road. The prince suggested returning, as they were already convinced that the stones in the mine had changed. But Violetta suggested seeing the meteorite with her own eyes. Suddenly, a roar was heard, and the walls surrounding the group began to shake. The prince and Violetta immediately ran to protect Elsa, hoping everything would turn out okay. The girl felt the same sensation as when the goddess pressed her in her dream. The prince realized that there was danger inside the mine, so they had to leave immediately. The group headed towards the exit, but unexpectedly encountered an obstacle. Elsa quickly realized that this wasn't in the original novel. The girl suggested that the plot changed because the meteorite fell earlier, so the barrier appeared and blocked the exit. The girls moved away, and the prince tried to attack the barrier with his abilities. However, this proved useless, because even if a crack appeared, it healed instantly. He also pointed out that no one could get out, because this wasn't a simple barrier, but an entire set of magical energy. It contained an incredible amount of mana. It was even interesting what kind of powerful mage was capable of such a thing. However, Elsa perfectly understood that it wasn't a mage, because in the original novel, Liena was stopped in the mine by a sacred animal that lived in a meteorite. It was a divine beast that possessed enormous magical power, turning ordinary stones into magical ones, whose test had to be passed in order to become the master of such a special creature. It had prepared several tests before accepting Liena as the owner of its mine, but in the original, there were no barriers, and the test itself wasn't that difficult. In the novel, Liena passed the test together with the head of the knights and her maid Kira. So Elsa decided that with the prince and Violetta, she could also pass it easily. The girl even brought the artifacts with her, because she remembered the goddess's words that she had prepared another gift for her. Elsa realized that the test had become more difficult, so she still didn't understand what gift the goddess was talking about. The girl realized that she could no longer hide the truth, because their lives could be in danger. So the girl turned to her companions and told them she was about to encounter a sacred beast. She knew it was hard to believe, so she apologized for bringing the group to that place without any explanation. She promised to tell them everything later, but first they needed to get out of the mine. She was afraid they would think she was crazy, but she could no longer keep everything a secret. The young man approached the girl and placed his hand on her shoulder. He didn't want Elsa to blame herself, because he came to that place of his own free will. Violetta admitted that she also made this decision on her own, because she knew she could lose her life at any moment after becoming a bodyguard. Besides, meeting a sacred beast can be exciting, and an experience you won't be able to get anywhere else. The group realized that everything happened not because of the girl, and that's why they asked her not to blame herself. Nor should she have explained anything if she didn't want to, if it caused her so much pain. I am sincerely glad that the second prince and Violetta were such wonderful friends. However, the group admitted that they are becoming more and more interested in hearing the true reason for everything that is happening. Elsa realized that she wasn't afraid of anything if these two were by her side. She explained that fighting a mage in a confined space would be very disadvantageous. The prince added that it was difficult to dodge attacks in such a room and that the tunnel could collapse. Elsa said that a little further on there were spacious rooms where the beast should be, but they would still be at a disadvantage. The girl admitted that she knew the weak point of the sacred beast. It has a special pattern on its head that, if struck, will leave it incapacitated. The problem is that it is difficult to approach it because it constantly attacks with magic, and there is an impenetrable barrier around it. Elsa added that the beast constantly uses various types of magic. The prince recognized that this battle wouldn't be easy, so he suggested that the girl take refuge in a safe place. However, Elsa reminded him of the magic stone that the young man had found at the entrance of the mine. The pit shook, and transparent walls appeared right after they discovered the stone, which is why the beast discovered them. Everything sounded logical, but the prince didn't know what the girl was referring to. Elsa said that she would act as bait and distract the beast, while the other two would attack it. The prince and Violetta thought it was too dangerous, so they refused to carry out this plan. However, Elsa asked them to listen until the end, because the main thing is to correctly use the sacred beast's weakness. She rummaged through her bag and said she had something prepared. Terence was still against it. Although the idea was good, it was too risky. He knew that if something went wrong, the girl could mock him. Elsa wanted to defeat the sacred beast and have everyone leave that place safe and sound. But if anyone should sacrifice themselves, it should be her. It was the girl who brought her friends to this place, without actually explaining anything to them. And now they were offering to hide while they risk their own lives. Even if the group leaves the mine, they will never forgive themselves. Seeing that the girl insisted so much on this, the bodyguard accepted her plan. Greens took a deep breath and realized it was simply useless to try to dissuade the girl. Elsa pointed out that if her plan had no solution, she wouldn't have even suggested it. The young man approached the girl and placed the magic artifact she had given him before entering the mine into her hand. The prince knew that if she were in danger, he wouldn't hesitate to run to help her. The girl didn't want to accept the artifact because it was dangerous for him and she still had other options. However, Terence noted that one cloak would be enough for him. The bodyguard also approached the girl and handed her his artifact because she could also defend herself. Elsa believed she was now protected like never before because she had 5 artifacts. The group remembered that there was a fork in the road ahead, so they were wondering which was the best path to take. Elsa explained that both tunnels were actually one, so either one could be chosen. She walked forward alone and walked until she saw a bright light. The girl came out into a huge cave, in the center of which was a meteorite. It didn't like the fact that stupid people had finally reached that place. If they had sat silently in despair, their worthless lives would have been theirs for a little longer. After this, the meteorite began to glow, and after a few moments it appeared in the form of a huge, snow-white deer. With a mark on its forehead, Meteorite didn't understand why the girl was alone, and where the others were who disturbed its sleep with their magic. Elsa confessed that she had been blessed by the goddess, and that she intended to become the owner of this mine. She turned to the meteorite and demanded that it fulfill her will. However, she looked so pathetic that it just laughed out loud. It didn't like the fact that the girl became proud once she fell into the goddess's favor. It sensed human greed, and its heart was filled with greed, because she didn't care about the gods. She only thought about the benefits of the magic stones. Meteorite expected more from the Blessed One, but she disappointed it. So it immediately attacked the girl, hoping she would disappear from its sight. When the smoke cleared, the meteorite was surprised that the girl wasn't so stupid as to come to it unprepared. Elsa noted that the spirit was much stronger than described in the books. Meteorite didn't understand why the gods chose a girl as useless as the one standing in front of it. It continued to attack her again and again, hoping to break her defenses. Elsa didn't care about the gods at all because they were nothing but trouble. She noted that a large number of people had already suffered from Leanna's blessing. Elsa hated them. She wanted people to resolve their own affairs. Meteorite didn't understand how a pathetic human girl could be so ungrateful. It continued to attack her again and again. One of the artifacts had already lost its power and broken. Elsa knew she only had to hold on a little longer, so she continued to distract the beast. Suddenly, the spirit attacked somewhere behind her and noted that it was a pity to prepare such an unfortunate attack. It easily discovered her plan to hide her companions and attack from behind. The spirit asked the girl not to be sad, because it promised her she would soon follow her friends. At that moment, all of Elsa's amulets had become completely unusable, and she was left completely unprotected. The spirit saw that the girl wasn't doing anything, so it believed she was on the verge of despair. It formed another, stronger attack, hoping that after this, the insignificant human would finally disappear. The spirit directed all its power towards the girl, hoping to finish her off with a single blow. A huge explosion swept through the mine, illuminating the tunnels many meters away, and leaving nothing behind.